all of you. You know, it's legitimate how every time we assemble for Ayda finale, we all feel excited, happy, and blessed. You know, we all are going to see your winning presentation. That itself is calling for a celebration, isn't it? I can see all of you are excited. So without any further delay, and with a promise to make this day a colorful day, I would like to invite our inspiring leader, our dear President, Mr. Mahesh Anand, on stage to deliver the welcome address and kickstart the day for us.
Morning, everybody. I think this is the day where you will feel 1,000 butterflies flying in your stomachs, at least for the finalists, right? But don't just forget everything. As planned, exactly as we think what we should do. I think yesterday all the finalists went to this Dakshin Chitra. I saw this on this. All right, so just a bit of Nippon Paint here. We are a 145 years old company, and after a couple of acquisitions the last 3 years, which means that during the COVID we were not sitting idle. My investors were buying companies and making this company a global organization. Today we are spread across the Pacific in 30 odd countries, and very good acquisitions we have down the oceanic region. There is a brand called Dulux, which also belongs to us in Australia and New Zealand. And of course, now we are moving into paint, from paints into beyond paints. So we are planning to be part of the building envelope, right from your plaster. Of course, it will not be a current traditional plaster. It will be a dry mix, which will be pre-prepared plaster. And so we call it as bare to finish. So Nippon Paint will be there in the entire building envelope. We are in sealants, we are in adhesives, we are in flooring adhesives, floor coatings, everything. India also, we are slowly getting into there. So we started in 2006, the Indian operations, and today we have completed 16 years. Globally, we are the 4th largest paint and coatings company. In Asia, we are the largest. In India, we are the 5th largest paint company. 16 years, 5th position is something which is incredible for ourselves to cherish and appreciate, because when we came in, we already had all the big players in the Indian market. Very, very staunch, 40, 50 years of experience, products and everything. So we have been very successful in India, but Ayda started a bit late. Ayda started only in 2016 or 17. So we are the 7th year because we need to establish ourselves as a first paint brand. Then, of course, the other things to work in the community, work in the interior designer space, or work in the specifier space, all happened after that. So Ayda, of course, this is one of the only internationally acclaimed special award function for the young architects, primarily to foster the young talent and build future for the future generation. That's the only objective. But when did we go internationalist? When in 2018, we instituted a fellowship award, a fellowship fund in the Harvard Design School called the Genosuke Obata Scholarship. And to make it even more special for us, in the 3rd year of our Ayda, our finalist, Tanay, became the gold winner in the international level, and he got the fellowship for this Harvard University for the design course for 6 weeks program, all paid program. And I think one of you will be here today, and we should get this year. Last year, of course, we got one award for a sustainability. One of our Indian contestant won the award in the international level. So it's been recognized globally also as one of the international competition for the budding architects and interior designers. So this is something which will come as a coveted feather in your cap as we move on in your career. So just learn, interact, get engaged into all the activities, what you are doing it, and be successful in your life also. Finally, on the theme of this, before that, I should say that all the finalists here, about 12 architecture students and 7 interior designers, if I'm right, you're all already winners amongst 500 submissions. So you don't have to worry for anything. You're just one more day for you to showcase your talent. That's it, and you are there, right? So do the best. The theme this year is, we all seen that last 3 years we have been all crippled with the challenges what the nature faced. So we are now coming out of that. So that's why this is called as Converge and Press the Reset Button. So recently, not recently, about 2 days back, we were attending one Indian paint manufacturers conference in Goa. So I was one of the speakers, and people asked me a question of, how is paint going to be on the sustainability and the green path in the future? So I said, Nippon is already there on the green, because Nippon is the only company today in India which is manufactured in a green process, and the products which come out is also Green Pro certified by the government. That's the only company today in India. Going forward, we will move ahead of this. Today, the maximum greenness, what you see in the product, in the paint product, is your low VOC or low odor or anything of that sort. Today, that's what is having in your paint what you buy. But going forward, you will have products which are net zero carbon, which doesn't emit anything outside. And probably in the products you buy, it will have that images also on that. So sustainability, if you look at it, it is something we should not look forward, we should look backward. What our ancestors did, right? So that's what sustainability is being taught by the green building movement of India. So what did our previous generation did to keep themselves more sustainable till now? That's what we need to do today, right? And of course, there is a amount of effort taken by the government also. Today, you have buildings which has to be certified by the energy efficiency rating system, commercial buildings. So the part of sustainability is also there. So, but what we are talking is also of the same thing. How do we reset, and how do we press the button of reset and come victorious so that we can face any challenges? So of course, your presentations also will be on that sense. So this is the theme for this event. And I would request all of the finalists to be yourself and showcase your best. Good luck and best wishes. Thank you.
The jury consists of 12 persons, chosen to decide who has the best lawyer, Robert Frost once said. Today we have an eminent jury panel who ensures fair and just results. We take this opportunity to thank the jury for your time and energy spent, not only today, over the entire year, in fact. It's time to honor them.
First up, we have architect Pramod Balakrishnan, founder and chief architect at Edifice. He is a graduate of CEPT. He was in practice for a few years in Kuwait doing projects in the Middle East. He has worked in various projects across typologies throughout the country. He is also actively involved in academics and is a founding member of CAF, Chennai Architect Foundation. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
So I would request my sir to come on stage to honor the
charge of slum development, working as with Hafiz contractor. He has done diverse projects including individual residence, group housing, OEC buildings, shopping malls. His interest in building technology and use of innovative materials for energy conservation with special focus on fenestration and lighting is what sets him apart. Currently, he is focused on understanding and promoting public spaces, pedestrian streets, movement, and transit-oriented developments. Sir, thank you for joining us today. Welcome.
Requesting you to come on.
Up next, we have architect Deepu Shyam Prakash. He strongly believes in collaborative contributions and guides his team at ADM Design, an integrated multidisciplinary design practice headquartered in Bangalore, as its managing director. He leads a research-oriented, one-of-a-kind, pan-India, tech-based holistic design practice that focuses on contemporary and sustainable architecture, design, building and infrastructure development. A table to site initiative that runs across diverse scales and sectors. With great charisma and relentless passion for design curiosity and building efficacy, Deepu has been instrumental in the journey on guiding ADM design to recognition and fame, grounded by shared responsibilities and values. Deepu sir, thank you for joining us today. Guides the team at Indigo Architects in a range of educational, residential, and cultural projects while being instrumental in broadening their interior and furniture design range. They reflect the rigor of design which encompasses variations in textures and layers. She is the design principal and co-founder at Indigo Architects. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Please join us on stage. Architect Tony Joseph is the founder, chairman of Avani and technical skill set to address the ever-evolving concerns of our environment. Tapati's architecture emerges from a sensitive outstanding of context, one where the evolution of design is firmly rooted to regions' traditional narratives while interpreting the elements in a modern context. Thank you first for joining us. Architect Arvind. Arvind Rangan is the co-founder of Arvind Varuna Associates. Their design approach covers all aspects including architecture, interior design, furniture design, concepts of landscaping and engineering services to make projects successful and comprehensive from the start. He has honed his principles of design, drawing inspiration from local context of climate, materials, traditions. We're extremely happy to have you here, sir. Please join us on stage.
To invite our very own architect Geeta Balakrishnan on stage. Ma'am, we would like to take this opportunity to thank Team Mentos for the extended support as always. This year, the enlightening mentorship session had been given a great feedback from all the finalists and students. Team, a special thanks to you. Ma'am, we would like to hear your
wonderful journey of Ayda. It's been a beautiful 6 to 7 years that we've been part of it. And I was just recalling which location it was where we launched it in India in 2015, I think, when Jaisim was also there with us. Incidentally, Nippon has another special connect with me. We share our birthday, and at least the India leg of it. And it was on that day, I think you were launching it in Chennai. And yes, so it's been a beautiful journey, and I think while we have, it's really exhilarating that I think this is the first event Team Ethos is back after COVID on stage. We did have IGBC as well, where I couldn't attend because I was on the walk, but for me, this is my first live event after COVID, so it's rather special. Converge, pushing the research button is the theme for this year. But, in passing, even in Mahesh's address, you heard a bit of other themes. He talked about you being yourself. And one of the years, the theme was be bold, be free, be you. Another one was you for tomorrow. So very very encompassing themes where you can embrace a lot of ideas that you own, and that's been the way the story of Ayda is curated every year. And this year we had over 1,820 registrations. That's a huge number. It shows that it's getting popular. And we had over 440 submissions. So the jury here had a tough time. Even our team, we did a first round of shortlisting first before we had the jury come and look at the entries. And, I think they had a hard time coming down to this 20. And so the jury here knows what your entries are, what you've presented at the first stage. Here, it's your job today to really, in short, convey your thinking, your philosophy, your idea in those 10 minutes. And as I always say, one day, one jury, one result. Another day, another jury, or maybe the same jury and another result as well. So those who don't make it today don't have any reason to be disappointed. And one beautiful thing that emerged yesterday for me at Dakshin Chaitra was seeing how you guys came together and worked together in your small teams. I think, and that's something that I take away every year at Ayda. We have 17 countries participating, 24 maximum number of entries. So even if you take an average of 20 finalists in each country, we are talking about 340 U's being out there. And from those 340, while you might say that only 2 have that connect, but through the others, the connections you made yesterday, you have that ability to connect with them too. And I think that's something you all need to capitalize on. Whoever makes it today, you still have that connect with the others, the other 300 plus in the other countries. And I think it's great to make those associations and connects. With that, I'd like to wish each one of you a lot of luck and the jury members a lot of joy too while you're judging them. Thank you and all the very best.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So it's time for the presentation. So all the presentations are ready, isn't it? So we will go by the slots and you all have 10 minutes. So I'm allowing Ravli from my team to take over from here. Once again, all the very best.
Hi everyone. So let's start off. First we have Aditya Shine. He'll be presenting Between Land and Water, an amphibious wetland living.
So, good morning everyone. Myself Aditya Shine. So my project Between Land and Water is a subtle investigation to explore architecture as a responsible and resilient medium. It focuses on the life and livelihoods of Kutanad, which is vulnerable towards the uncertainties of the landscape. It is a collection of community infrastructures, resilient neighborhoods, and value-added landscapes that ensures a balance between the livelihood and the landscape. So wetlands are landscapes that are permanently or temporarily covered by water that have a unique composition of its own, species composition and geographical location. The two words of sponge and kidney can be used to express the characteristic of that landscape of storing the excess water and purifying it. Being a highly productive landscape, it is very populated all around the world, and that's the reason why it is damaging also. Thus, the Ramsar Convention was formed for the protection of these landscapes, and they have identified more than 2,000 plus sites in India. And Kerala has got 3 major Ramsar sites, and Vembanad is a prominent one. The Kutanad wetland system, which is a part of this Vembanad wetlands, is one of the most populated one in Kerala, and it has got a unique geographical feature of lying below sea level. It has a distinct livelihood, authentic cuisines, lifestyle, and socio-cultural conditions. Historical documents express that the whole landscape has been formed by the silt deposition by the ocean currents over the period of time, and it has developed to form a well-networked backwater system. And by 20th century, people took over this process of there is a cycle of exchanges happening between land and water. Exchanges in form of different forms of water as product and byproducts, as cultural exchanges, etc. And these exchanges has different impacts on the people and the landscape. So the critical exchange points where the impact is negatively affecting is identified, and the interventions are decided to be insertions within these critical exchange points. So the transit 1 is where the contaminated field water is mixed with the lake water for the field preparations. Field being below water level, it needs to be pumped here. This exchange is reimagined into a filtering wetland system which filters the water naturally before it is pumped. And this can decrease the impact it creates on the landscape and the species habitats. Transit 2 is where the inlet sluice comes, where the water is taken into the field for irrigation. And these service infrastructures are unnoticeably lying in the landscape and these are reimagined into a more value-added infrastructures by making it to a nurturing fish nurseries during this season. So the buffer period between each opening of these sluices is between a period of 4 to 5 months, and this can be utilized for culturing fishes. Transit 3 is through the neighborhood, which reimagines the housing typologies and makes it resilient to the uncertain wetness. A filtering apparatus which ensures a low cost, low maintenance and resilient water supply is also comes within this transit. Transit 4, where the boat jetty points comes, which is the primary access points into the land and which is also an active social space. People gather around these points for chit-chatting and moving around the place. And it is reimagined into introducing locally owned restaurants and toddy shops which will serve authentic cuisines and drinks. And this can enhance the tourism potential of the place and also ensures an alternative income for the people. And this is how the filtering wetlands are imagined to be. The terraced landscape filters the water in various quantities, and the distinct plant species helps to break down the chemicals into compounds. And this created ecosystem attracts the migratory birds visiting the place, and this can also have recreational and educational value. The inlet sluices look like this, with full of fishes while the field is ready to be harvested. And this is how it looks once it's harvested and the sluices are open for irrigation. The filter apparatus stands between the houses as an inevitable element of the neighborhood. It purifies lake water through a series of aerobic, anaerobic digestion, nitrification, solar purification, microfiltration through mushroom beds, and phytoremediation using algae. And this applies to houses of 10 houses. And this infrastructure also acts as a social space for the people to gather, and it also helps to harvest mushrooms. And this while flooded, people can access these points as reference points to collect water, food and resources. And the houses have barrel foundations and lightweight sandwich paneled superstructure which enables them to float. And it also is important for follow the same technique for the animal shelters also, to as in the previous floods people lost a lot of them too. The boat jetties along with the toddy bars and restaurants brings in natives and tourists, where a true exchange of the essence of the place will happen. The resurrection of the authentic cuisines and toddy brings new potential to the place, and support the programs can be added by the locals themselves. And thus, architecture is believed to be appropriate, regenerative, responsible, and resilient towards the landscape and every agent within it. Thank you.
Thank you, Aditya. Give us a minute.
That was a nice presentation.
Thank you.
A few things that I am concerned about is the design input that you put into. It doesn't seem very effective in the area that you are working on. Your details are quite nice. I'm hoping what you spoke about, you understand what you did in terms of that. I think it's a nice attempt at least beginning your journey into seeing how you can replenish these things.
Thank you.
I think wonderful illustrations. I think they are really beautiful. For me, it is a beginning of a concept. I think I would have loved to see a little more details, and it was very conceptual, and the illustrations are really, really great. And I hope, like Pramod was saying, you're very clear about what you're doing. Like, what did you mean by value-added landscapes?
As I said, for example, the inlet sluice points. These infrastructure, that's actually a service infrastructure which serves the landscape, but it is lying on that landscape very unnoticeably. And how can that be reimagined into a more useful one, or more an infrastructure that has more than one function, or more than serving humans, it also serves other agents in the landscape, and thus that can be a value-added thing, is what I feel.
Okay. Okay, great.
Thank you.
I have just a comment. It was a pleasure to see your presentation, and especially, as mentioned before, your illustrations and the concern that you show for the environment, for the ecology of the wetlands. I think it would benefit if you really elaborate on the construction of how putting together your architectural idea for the same, even if it is for service infrastructure. What is the material? What is the ways of putting it together? What are the scales that you are addressing? So make it more architectural, more kind of things that we can sense that go beyond the conceptual. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aditya, congratulations. It's never easy going first on an awards this afternoon. My only concern or observation is that while your presentation, though unconventional, is very, very nice, and I really liked it, in the solution that you were offering, I did not see structures or their dwellings which are on either stilted. Did you consider that? Because they seem to be at the same level as the water, the lake side or the irrigation side. Was that a thought that had come across, or are we missing something here?
Like as I said, for example, the houses actually have got these barrel foundations, which enables them to float while flooded. So this flood situation cannot be solved completely. So that house will respond to the flood when it floats, and people still can be inside the houses. But lifting them from the ground, I don't think that will change how the whole landscape is used by them in a normal situation. So that's why go into that kind of an approach. So
when you're doing proposing an architecture solution, would you have considered the ingress of water? You may have these foundations which respond to the water itself, but the physical water coming into the dwelling, was that a concern, is what my question was.
Yeah. So can you repeat?
No. My concern was that the fact that the water, the living level was at the same, the plinth, is what I observed, that, in times of floods and the water level rising, would that not enter the household?
No, actually, the buoyant foundation is actually.
Will it lift that up?
Yeah, it is the actual living space is actually lifted from the buoyant foundation. So that buffer will be protecting the house from entering the water. So yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Aditya.
Okay,
Thank you so much. All the very best.
Thank you, Aditya. Up next, we have Narmada presenting Beach Cafe Design.
Good morning to one and all present here. I'm Narmada from Dr. MGR Educational Research Institute, University, Chennai. The topic that I'll be presenting today is Beach Cafe Design under Interior Design category. The beach is designed based on the elements and principles of the elements surrounded by the beach, and by experimenting the textures and rustic materials into the interior spaces from wall to ceiling. What is the first thing that comes to your mind when you think of a beach? The beach waves, the sea breeze, the beautiful sunrise and the sunset. As a person coming from Chennai, I would love to spend my time, hours in the beach, admiring the beauty of it. The wider view of the sea, the sand between my toes, the salty sea breeze in my face, the orange sunrise, which gives me watching the orange sunrise, gives me the ethereal joy which cannot be experienced in the eternity. Based on the vision which I've experienced, helped me to design the beach cafe. I believe that any building should always have a connection between the exterior surrounding and the interior space. One of the major significant element which plays through the entire portion of the cafe is the boat, based on which I've derived the minimalistic abstracts of a boat form. The mood board talks about the ideas which has been incorporated into the design with a rustic theme followed throughout the interior spaces. The floor plan of the cafe has 4 different seating spaces: the outdoor seating area, the indoor seating area, the mezzanine floor area, and the semi-open seating space. The cafe consists of 2 entries. The major entry from the indoor seating area, the secondary entry from the semi-open seating area, and the outdoor seating area which is present in the sea-facing direction, and the mezzanine floor area which can be accessed through the semi-open seating space. Now let's get into the spatial arrangement of each seating spaces. The semi-open seating area. The semi-open seating area has the connectivity between the materials and the exterior surrounding. In this image, the material applied in the flooring shows the partition, the material showed in the flooring shows the partition, it acts as the partition wall where the user get connected to the library space, and the other portion of the seating space gets connected to the users who are accessing the counter area. The cross section shows the vintage lighting, the decors which has been used, making the space a coastal inspired design. The furniture has been designed by decoding the form of a boat. And the lighting has been inspired from the vintage lightings which has been used in the ancient boat design. The user get to experience and vision the sensory aspects of the seashore while experiencing the space. The indoor seating area. The indoor seating area is designed based on the inversion theory, where the visual impression of the land and sea is incorporated in the space. The cross section shows the various experiment of colors played through the spaces. The colors like blue and white gives the mimic images of an ocean wave. These are the derivations which I've come across by designing by using the inspiration of a boat form. The space is designed to have a connection between the inside and the outside version of the space. I call this portion as the jaunt, where the user will have the exposure of the beautiful seashore when they are relaxing and get to experience the space. The cross-section shows the sleek blend of coastal elements in the sailcloth, along with the roped and the pebbled ceilings, with the rustic finish of wood and frameworks and the furniture design in the space. The sleek blend of rustic materials has been used on the furnitures, which has been inspired from the ancient boat. The mezzanine floor area. The mezzanine floor area creates a buoyant effect when the user comes in contact. They get to enjoy the beauty of the sunrise and the sunset of the coastline while experiencing the space. The cross-section shows the level difference between the semi-open seating space and the mezzanine replicating the streamlined form of the boat in the lighting and the seating space, along with the play of rustic natural materials of the wood, the blue and white color used in the ceiling gives a soothing feeling to the person to get along with the space. Thank you.
Hi Narmada, nice presentation.
Thank you.
Have you taken into consideration how the choice of materials are affected by the sea breeze?
Sorry, sir?
Have you taken into consideration how the choice of materials that you've used here are affected by the sea breeze?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay.
By the sea breeze, he said. You heard that,
No.
right?
Oh, I heard like...
I thought you didn't hear
I
the
heard it
breeze.
as seating. No, I didn't consider the sea breeze. Mostly I've considered the major, like I've mentioned before, I've taken the major significant element, boat, which has been incorporated in major portions of the seatings. The sea breeze has been incorporated in the ceilings, which I've mentioned in two of the seating spaces, the ceiling spaces.
Right, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Narmada, just a question. You have the outdoor seating, which is, I think, on the seaside. Do you also have a semi-open space, which is indoors? So is it like open to the nature elements? Would rain come into the restaurant?
It is a semi-open space, sir. So we'll get the experience of visioning the sky also.
Okay, but functionally, would you encourage that to happen? I mean, while there is a dining going on and guests and all that, would the ingress of rain coming in not affect or hamper the functioning of a restaurant?
It's not actually fully open. There's a glass present on top of it. It's like they get to experience the vision of the sky, and at the same time, it appears to be like a semi-open space.
So it is covered with glass?
Yes.
Is it air conditioned, this restaurant?
No, I didn't. It's like mostly I've designed it as a natural blend of like they get to experience the air spaces through the openings.
I gather you're from Chennai. If you cover something with glass and you know how hot and humid it gets even by the coast, I think you should be careful about that.
Yes.
The other thing, I also found a bit of a disconnect between your concept of, the elements of the boat and the sea, but translating into the design, into the, the end solution itself. I mean, if you go back a few slides, whether it's a furniture or lighting, it was a bit of a, labored effort there. But otherwise, it was overall nice. It's the concern of, an open or semi-open space in the indoors. I'm not convinced about the glass also. Okay. Good luck.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Narmada. Yeah, so I had a question, a couple of them actually. So when Deepu said about sea breeze, he meant the corrosive nature of sea breeze. So your choice of material needs to take into account how salt and breeze affects them. That is a primary consideration in a context that you have chosen to work in. So I think that when you look at material choices, you need to dig deep into why. And it will only make your conceptual idea stronger if you delve deeper into it. And I think that we find it problematic that your choice of materials like metal, wood, have, very, very deep impact with this kind of a context. And they wear out and they deteriorate very fast. So no matter what coating you use on metal, it is not going to last for long. So that is number one. Secondly is when you say the boat, now the boat has gone through a whole series of evolutions as an idea. So what boat do you mean? There are elaborate, maritime structures which also can be categorized as essentially boats. And what you are talking of is a kind of very simple, simple boats which were used in a certain era for a certain use. So I think there's a lot of aesthetic preoccupation with the shape of the boat in your design rather than taking the idea of the boat. There is a difference between the two. So I think that it will help you to kind of be aware of these kind of differentiations and layers when you are speaking about your conceptual idea. So think about it and then, kind of structure your talk in that manner. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi, Namrata. What would your answer be if somebody asked you that, you are on the seaside, such a fantastic view, and your interior is so many things happening in the interior, would it end up being a distraction to that view? Huh? Would you, when you are sitting there, you want to see the view, and if so many things are happening around you, how is it going to, what will be the feel in that space? How would you answer that question?
As a user, when I'm experiencing the space, I want them to have the same feeling and connection which they experience outside the space. So I don't want to replicate the whole spaces, but at the same time, I want them to explore the space of what kind of connect they found outside, which is present inside. So I tried my best to give the minimal amount of spaces. So to my point of view, I feel like I've not overdone the interior spaces.
Thank you, Narmada. I think not just you, there are so many listening to the nuggets of wisdom from here, and I'm sure they're taking away a lot. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Up next we have Nikita. She'll be presenting the Urban Mela, Rethinking Urban Voids as an ephemeral community space.
Good morning, judges, my fellow students. and to everyone present in the hall. I'm Nikita Dhawale from VIT's PVP COA. My project is The Urban Mela, Rethinking Urban Voids as an Ephemeral Community Space. Public space and its permanence has often assumed as the default condition for the cities, neglecting the momentary or the fluid characteristics of an urban environment, making them difficult to quickly adapt to the changing social, economic, and environmental dynamics. This is mostly because of the monumental architecture approach, or as John Kaliski puts it, the contemporary permanent cities. But in reality, when a new space arrives, the older one becomes less relevant, which arises a question: are we actually wasting our resources? Further, due to the hit of pandemic, it has become even more evident that change is the only constant, and even the fundamentals of the space making can undergo change too. Hence, a public space needs to be constantly changing and adapting itself like an organism which evolves with space, time, and people. Then this begs down the question: does permanence really matter? Especially in the urban or the public area, shouldn't we look towards more flexible and resilient solutions for these transient matters? In which case, ephemeral inserts have the ability to engage the city into more spontaneous discourse and provide it with more unique and relevant interventions specific for the time. This concept of ephemeral architecture has been practiced in India since a very long time, where people congregate in a very large number. But due to the course of time, as the definition of leisure evolved, these concepts have started to fade away. Why? Mainly due to the lack of reprogramming and adapting to the constantly changing social dynamics of a city. Taking up a similar case of Mela in city Pune, where a nostalgic site has been selected for this transient experiment. As a kid growing up, visiting the circus and Mela at the banks of River Mula was an exciting part of my childhood. The site which I'm talking about is located right in the center of the city, Pune, which is a larger exposed bank of the River Mula with high connectivity and rich context. But due to the climatic changes, the site has a condition. During the peak of rainy seasons, the river takes over the site and the banks are inaccessible. But what happens to the site for the remaining months of the year? The banks stay completely barren without a specific function and orientation. This has turned into the dark spot of the city right now. Further, the addition of the proposed metro station has just aggravated the issue, inviting hawkers, squatters, garbage, and parking lots into the site. Hence, after understanding this generated void, can we reimagine a new function and a program for it? Can we consider and adapt to the nature's condition and consciously reprogram this void, keeping this sense of Mela and making use of the existing infrastructure? And give back to the city a public realm for the whatever available period of time. Here I would like to mention a quote by Tada Ando, which says, "We borrow from the nature the space which we build upon." After understanding the context right from the micro to the macro level, a program has been articulated which is divided into two parts. The first one being the main assembled program for the timing of 8 months, and the modular one which would last for a day or maximum of a week. Now, starting with the buildable volume, this is the selected land parcel. The main assembled program has been accommodated under the metro station, utilizing the existing canopy and making the banks completely open and accessible for the public. To not really interfere with the pre-existing infrastructure, an offset has been left around the metro columns. Now, in this remaining volume, we play with the spaces and their placements. And in response to the context, the program has been placed. To actually completely achieve this ephemeral plug-in into the city, structure and material became the most crucial part of the project, for which scaffold has been chosen. Being this rudimentary construction material, which is the most flexible, reversible, and hence sustainable one, where the 4 double walls of the scaffold act as the vertical supports of the spaces, and the horizontal ones become the spaces itself with their trusses. Not only the structure, but the material palette has been consciously chosen to be lightweight and reversible. The design starts by placing a deck on the adjustable clamps below, which provides an even platform for the insert, and then placing the public, semi-public, and more private zones according to the hierarchy, ending into a beautiful array of interconnected terraces. This is how the structure cohesively sits under the metro station. The temporary or the weekly modules have been placed on the banks, catering itself catering for the varying crowd. Now, coming to the drawings, on the ground floor, the boundaries between the street and the mela have been merged by the placement of this welcoming L-shaped amphitheater, which notionally invites the street activities very functionally into the site. By placing only the open public zones on the ground floor, such as performance, administration, and services, maximum of the ground floor has been majorly opened up for the public to flow and converge by the river. The simple alternate placement of the spaces maintains a visual as well as the structural balance of the inserts and the spaces. The connecting ramps add on to the gradual display experience even before one actually enters the exhibition halls. As you go upwards, more semi-public spaces like workshops and co-working spaces emerge, maintaining the privacy level, terminating with the contemplating or more private zones. Here we can see that the project occupies the void and literally plugs into the pre-existing infrastructure. The different modes of travel from one space to another, such as slides, ramps, stairs, etc., add on to the inclusivity and the playfulness of the project. These open, interlooking spaces have the ability of running diverse programs simultaneously and coherently with one another. Now let's look at the play of spaces. This mela acts as a threshold and negotiates a public space between the city and the river. Coming to the temporary program, which will slip in overnight and dissolve in a day, maximum of a week according to the event, the foldable and the portable modules. The market module can be assembled for the local concept of Athade Bazaar, that is a weekly market, or the flea markets, and can be easily multiplied. So when the infrastructure cost has been cut down, the opportunities are directly opened up for the commoners or the locals. Hence, it encourages the budding artists to display their works. This assembled amphitheater and scaffold can also be assembled on the open banks itself for the informal rehearsals, debates, or as a screen or a stage for concerts and movie projections. And now, let's understand the installation process. As the rains rain down, the raw material is brought, and by the end of November, the project is ready to welcome the city and its activities. We can see in December people celebrating, collaborating, and using the space for various events until in June, as the rains hit again, the dismantling process begins and for the river to take over the site for a rough period of 2 months. So this project is not just an urban insert, but a system which can be improved and refined according to the response and expectations of the people every year. As a system, it could be taken up to different contexts, be it rural or urban, dense or porous. The possibilities with this apparatus are endless if congregated with the right amount of culture, context, and future. In the current stage of the metro construction, this is how the project would really sit below in coherence with the context and adapting to the dynamism of the city. The porosity or the gap which the scaffold creates has been purposefully kept for the people to participate and add their personal layer. The banks can be again reused to sit, chat, and breathe along the river, or perhaps watch a movie together under the sky. As started earlier with a quote by Tadawando, which says, "We borrow from the nature the space which we build upon." Adding on to it, I think that it's our responsibility to offer it back with a minimal mark whenever it asks for. This is the Urban Mela. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikita. You were in a bit of a fast forward in the last 3 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it's a fantastic work conceptually. to be able to use something below the metro. The only issue that I have with it is that there are different levels within the section. The river actually comes to a particular level at some time in 2 months, and that's the place that you have a problem. Above that, you don't have a problem. So that could have been handled not necessarily as a transient removable thing. It could have been more permanent, and you'd have handled the bottom portion where the river comes in and goes away as something that allows the river to come in and then to go away. You understand? Because of the fact that you don't have to dismantle the entire structure except only that which is on the flooded zone. So I think it's a fantastic idea that you have. I think if you work on it, I think it's quite interesting. And using scaffolding is also nice, but it can be made permanent in some sort of way is what I think. I think it's a well-presented idea, conceptually very good. I enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Just to give you a context, Pune and the Punekars are very proud of that space. So any interventions on that riverbed, there are a huge amount of activists who come. So what she's done in a way is that not to touch the river at all and only come in during the, for the occasion itself, for the 3 months that she's wanting to do it. So we've been working on that area for some time, so I know the amount of resistance that there is there in that space. Nice presentation. What I wanted to, what I missed was that idea that that particular space, that bridge and this thing, is also highly active during Ganpati time.
Yeah.
That you missed out. I thought you could add to that, why could come around. And the fact that there are 2 new bridges, pedestrian bridges, which are going to be building
Proposed.
there, and I could have kind of related to that as well, besides the metro station. And the connectivity which for people to come in and come out, while the space itself gets active, like you have said, so historically speaking, India has space and people gather around banks of rivers for particular festivals in any case. What I thought was you could have given a kind of a slide to understand how people come in and come out. You of course have a metro station and you have a Deccan bus stand close by as well to come into that space. So you could probably add a slide as to how people come in. And there is also a context to the old city where the Shaniwar Wada and everything else comes on. The old city and the new city. This particular river at that space has a connection between both the old city of Pune and the new city, the Ferguson Road, which is on this side, which is a highly retail space. So you could have given that context, which makes this space the most valid space in the whole city for the function that you have said so. So that context of while a formal idea is excellent, giving that little bit of context would have helped that, especially because if you're going to present it to a global audience, you need to give that little bit of context to that. Thanks.
Thank you.
I think, Nikita, beautiful concept. I think very interesting. I think very workable also. And I think in terms of your delivery, I think you need to improve. It should not be just read out. You have to involve in that. I think that is a place where you need to improve, and if you're going further, I think you need to improve on that.
Show some emotion.
Quickly, this is under a metro station you mentioned.
Right.
I didn't understand or catch any, the vertical circulation of the metro station itself built within this, the entire, the infrastructure of that. Did you, because you spoke about the people coming in through the amphitheater from the street side, but you never mentioned anything about the public actually coming from top down. Was that considered, because definitely under a metro station there will be escalators, staircases, elevators also. But did you consider, is what I was curious to understand.
So actually the station comes on the bank itself. So the only metro columns footprint was allowed. So the entry and exit of the metro station are really placed onto that side of the road, which actually is not interfering with the bank itself. So, and as my idea was basically that the project would come in and then dissolve again, for the bank to completely, as in for the river, the site is again offered completely back without any imprint on it. So that's why I did not consider the vertical circulation from the metro directly itself. But initially, I had thought about the idea of literally connecting the metro station and vertically giving two entrances for the different public.
No, essentially, we need a section which will explain that. That is what.
In your presentation, it wasn't clear to me that the entry and exit to the station are from across the road. And
a section which explains that would make it clearer.
Correct. But a very bold concept and approach, and I think that's laudable. Congratulations.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Up next, we have Kemea Kulkarni. She's here to present A Quest for the Colonization of the Oceans. Good morning, everyone. My topic is A Quest for the Colonization of the Oceans. So humans have always been explorers by nature, right? From the Stone Age to the agricultural revolution to the industrial revolution. So what comes next is probably this quest for colonizing the oceans, which could be a solution to many of the problems we face on land today, right? And that too probably a more sustainable one. So it's the year 2099, and humans have already set up their colonies in the middle of the sea. One such colony is located in India. It's located off the coast of Mandapam, where the climatic as well as the geographical conditions make it suitable for a floating community to survive. So this floating city was born as an industrial city catering to the seaweed industry in Mandapam. Seaweed is fast-growing marine algae, and its demand has increased due to its varied uses across multiple fields, right? So in many countries in Southeast Asia, acres of seaweed farms are spread, they're floating on the sea. In India, along the coast of Mandapam, there are multiple hotspots where seaweed can be grown. So seaweed farming in 1990 was introduced in the fishing town of Mandapam. It was promoted by government institutes as well as the private sector, and the locals were educated. Even women participated in seaweed farming. Initially, traditional methods were used that were limited to the coast. As production increased, in order to scale production, the seaweed farms were moved offshore. They were floating so that seaweed gets more room to grow. And the farmers used to go to and fro from land to water during the harvest cycle. As production increased, an offshore floating platform was set up where the farmers could halt throughout the harvest period. And since the occupation of entire family was related to the sea, families eventually started migrating to the sea. As the settlement increased, it eventually became a self-sufficient floating community, which opened doors to other opportunities as well. So the floating city is located between the coast of Mandapam and these islands. The islands act as a natural barrier, and they provide the first layer of protection, followed by the artificial breakwaters, and the seaweed farms themselves act as a breakwater. Each city has 3 towns. Each of them has 4 neighborhoods, and which has a central ring to which the other modules are attached. Since the settlements are anchored to the seabed and they're not permanent, they're not fixed to one position, they can be moved, and hence which gives us the option to reconfigure the city as it grows. The entire town can be built phase-wise, where certain modules can even be shared between 2 neighborhoods. The last phase caters to a more commercial part, commercial sector like the tourism or the other opportunities which were mentioned before. The port is located such that all of the ports are in the center so that a smoother circulation can be achieved along the central axis.
Before actually designing the structures or the form, I had to keep in mind such certain key considerations, such as the shape and size of the platform, which in this case was 32 by 32 meters. The platform is hollow, made up of geopolymer concrete, and it's hollow to let the services pass through. And it's connected with a semi-hinge and a flexible type of connection. In case of the form, in order to tackle the wind, the multiple scenarios were explored, and 3 layers of protection were provided. Even the corners of the building were rounded to make the structure more efficient in response to wind. And then it was covered by a screen, and then a canopy or a roof. Since the optimum size is 32 by 32 meters, each platform is divided into 6 such platforms. And that is how the entire form was developed. So for each neighborhood to survive, it has a central spine, which includes the port and the seaweed area, the food production area, and the depth of the platform is utilized to carry the water around. Similarly, waste can be connected and brought to this platform where the waste is reused and recycled. Renewable sources of energy are used to harvest energy. So essentially, it's the spine. It's the social amenities, which include schools, hospitals, etc. The farmers cluster, a staff quarters for the administrative staff that would take care of the entire settlement. These shared amenities, which could be switched between different neighborhoods. And then there's some room left for future expansion. The port area, it's essentially divided into 2 zones. The first one being the plaza, which is more of a public space that connects to the service ring, where there's a promenade. The second part is the seaweed area, where there's a laboratory, seaweed is dried, it's processed. The service ring, which is the promenade, houses several communal, it adds to the cityscape by hosting various communal activities. The staff quarters, which essentially has housing for the administrative staff. Lastly, it's the farmers' housing, where each module is connected to the service ring or the promenade, and the rear end has floating jetties, so that there's an external access as well. So each of these modules are planned such that they are inward looking, as they are covered by the screen on the periphery. All the services, the toilets, all of them are located at the periphery, so that they can be carried around easily in the depth of the platform. There are essentially 4 basic typologies, and each of these typologies has the common areas on the lower floor, which open up into a courtyard, and which takes you upstairs to the more private areas. The screen is made up of, it's 3D printed, and it's made up of recycled plastic. The landscape area essentially functions as if a green roof would function. The canopy that covers it not only provides protection from wind and the harsh sun at sea, but also adds to the spacious volumes. The structures are 3D printed, and they are made up of aircrete. It's a double-walled structure with insulation provided in between. So what essentially started as a mere seaweed farming community, it has the potential to grow into a floating community in the future. Thank you.
Just curious. Kimaya.
Yeah.
A bold proposal. What was the reason behind that screen? What are you protecting this community from?
I'm not essentially protecting the community. So my topic was that the premise was that humans would eventually, venture out into the sea. So what would be the start points that would lead to this transition or this exploration? So after I found out multiple start points, and seaweed farming was something that could, as an industry, expand into the sea. And once the industry expands into the sea, it could be a starting point for a city to grow. That was the idea. It's not necessarily protecting them, but it's just a start point of this very futuristic idea.
I think the question was why the screen, not about the community. Why the screen around
the screen?
Yeah, the screen that is enveloping the entire community.
So it's not the entire part, it's just in the direction of the prevailing winds. And the major function of, so I had tried several scenarios with the screen, without the screen, with the roof, wherein such that the wind, the strong winds could not cause any harm on the platforms. And I found the best results for a combination of the screen, external barriers, and the roofs.
But if you're developing a colony on the ocean, why would you not allow that to actually, flow through your community? Couldn't the design have been far more organic than you trying to blunt, a very obvious, gutsy winds and all that? I was not sure. I mean, also the last few slides where you had the isometrics for the dwelling units, they could have been also a little more, they look like any other low-cost housing design, upper and lower levels. Maybe you could have been a little more creative there. And also curious, why 32 by 32 meter? How did you arrive at that number?
So
Just the logic behind that.
So during my research, I found out that the most optimum size for any platform to be stable at sea should be between half of the wavelength and twice the wavelength. So I found out the wave height from which I got the wavelength, and using that formula, I calculated it to be 32 by 32.
Do mention that, okay?
Yeah.
I'm not convinced about the answer regarding the screen as a protection towards the wind direction. I can see the screen in all directions. So I think it is more of a visual element than which I'm not sure whether the views, I don't know, we need to have a better answer for that. No?
Okay.
I mean, you can't just say the windward direction and you give an image which shows the screen in all directions. I think it's a very interesting, I like the idea of how the colony slowly develops from when it started and slowly over the years, becoming a community. And, suddenly bringing terms like the staff accommodation, I thought the farmers were the people who were doing it. You don't have to bring in a new set of staff and, make it into something which is so impersonal there. Yeah. Talk about the community, not staff housing and farmers housing and all, no? Let it all be community housing. Huh? Okay, you don't have to make it impersonal like that. Anyway, it's interesting how the idea of a settlement developing is very interesting.
I have a couple of comments. I think when you started your presentation, the flow of your ideas was quite lucidly put across in your presentation, and we could see the logic and the kind of, how convincing it was to think of such a community. When we went to your actual presentation of how this community is put together, there are issues.
Okay.
Okay, and especially when what Tony was saying, that what is this community, what is their lifestyle, and how does the house or their workplace really express this? Do you have to have bedrooms and study spaces and, the usual ways of putting an urban dwelling together, even in a community like this? And if it is different, how is it different, and how does its architecture reflect that very strongly? So if you have a strong idea, you need to work equally strongly in presenting its expression.
Okay.
So this is where you need to focus keenly. Also, your roof idea needs a lot more thought, because it is doing a lot of things all over the place.
Okay.
So is there a directionality that can guide you in a certain way and give coherence to this whole assembly that you're trying to put together?
Okay.
Also, the screen idea needs evaluation, that I completely agree with. But even the way you have put together different spaces, what is north, south, east, west? Where is the prevailing wind? It has to be a constant in all your slides, because that is what gives the structure to your architecture.
Okay.
So I think you need to work on that particularly.
Yeah. Okay.
But very enjoyable and thought-provoking. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, if you had said that the screen was for privacy, that would have been understood. But when you say that...
I strongly believe a project like this should be far more porous, rather than, blocking sun, wind and all that. That is inevitable. And sorry to, again, there's another point that you didn't talk about is energy. I didn't see any solar farm, windmill farming. I mean, those are the kind of solutions that you must propose in colonization of an ocean, no?
I have it actually.
Sorry, it didn't come through. I may have missed it. Okay, I missed that, but yeah, maybe just mention a word about it at least, so at least our attention is drawn. Sometimes these slides move so quickly. Okay.
It's
those green things there.
So in the master plan, I have actually put up the solar and wind farms.
Sorry, I missed that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. It was a very nice presentation. I could understand that your whole presentation came out from your excellent use of your softwares that you have. But just wanted to understand a little bit more about the scale of the township. You mentioned a lot of figures of 50,000 square meters, 75,000 square meters, and those numbers. My concern is, I think that the area and the space that you use may not exactly match, but that doesn't matter really here. What I'm keen to understand is that while you have residential sectors for the housing, you also have a central utility space which becomes like a stepping amphitheater which goes around the whole space. What I couldn't understand from this is the distances between the 3 or 4 elements where you propose the school and then you had the staff housing, which of course I think you should completely take it off. So the understanding the scale of the city in terms of distances. In each module, one could understand it's a 160 meter by some dimension. But when you came to a master plan situation, how distant each one? Is it a walkable thing, or would one need to have a cycle around it, or one would like to take a mini boat to go around the whole space? Like, that's something which I couldn't understand. So if you can just tell me, one module is what size is it?
So,
yeah, for example, this one particular module, just go back. Yeah, this particular model, which is 1 square is 32 by 32, becomes a larger square, and then you have the central space, which is, and the farming happens on around the whole space.
Yeah, it happens on around the. So it is walkable. I mean, and it could also. I have also provided for the longer part. I've also provided smaller boats that could go from end to end.
No, just I'm saying that when you're mentioning it in a presentation, just mention that you put on a scale in so that, or a distance in, so that people understand what city size this is. Yeah.
Okay.
I just have 2 questions. There is already a seaweed community in that area who are farming.
Yeah.
Do you know what the population of that community is?
So
what I see right now is it's a very large population for a limited amount of activity.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. And 2, my next question is, proximity to the land, it's almost touching the land. It's not in the ocean.
It is it is still in the shallow waters. The depth of the seabed is up maximum. It goes up to 6 meters in this region. So intentionally, I've taken shallow waters because then working out how because in the deeper oceans it would have been more difficult for the entire city to sustain. So some shallow waters is probably more easier, to manage. Even in case of any emergency, things could be carried from land to the community, and that sort of exchange could happen. In fact, even the seaweed farms, they could also help in waste management for the land-based cities. Hence, it's located closer to the land.
Let's stop calling it a city.
Okay.
Changes the scale.
And is the seaweed farming a full-time job, or you do it and then wait for 1 or 2 months when it grows? How does it happen? What do these people do? Is it a daily thing that they are involved in?
Yeah, so at Mandapam, traditionally what happens is the men are more involved in fishing, so they venture out in the sea for fishing. And the women have now started to take up seaweed farming. So the entire family is their livelihood is heavily dependent on the sea. So that keeps happening. And plus, after the seaweed farming happens, there is more to it, like the post-processing after the seaweed has been collected and dried. So there are provisions made for that as well.
Yeah, so the thing is, that means you need to integrate activity for the men. Fishing has to happen, some processing plants have to be there, have industries connected to seaweed happening there, because they need it has to be a self-sustaining community as we... I hope all those things are there. I mean, these may be things which may be asked, which you need an answer when you go for a larger presentation.
Yeah, okay. So in the port area, there are laboratories where there are indoor hatcheries. There is a place where seaweed could be dried. There's the post-processing area as well. So it takes care of all that. Sorry? I couldn't hear you.
No, it's the livelihood that he's addressing, Is it a full-time occupation?
Yeah, it is. It is.
And, I mean...
Okay, go ahead.
How did you arrive at the platform length?
The platform length, so I took so with the calculations, I got the 32 meters by 32 meters ka module. And that was my starting point. And then I kept joining those according to the areas that were calculated.
You're looking at a very futuristic, era. You're looking at 2099. How do you assess that sort of a module is what is going to work during that time?
Okay. I didn't get your question.
The question is, at 2099, the requirements would be different.
Yeah.
Right? There's a lot of technological advancements, even in terms of design. There is AI, a lot of other things coming in. So how do you arrive at the size of that module? Will that be the right size at that time?
So, so this was actually a concern which I did face initially while designing how to predict what will happen in 2099. So hence all these connections are very flexible. So predicting the growth of the city right now would be very difficult, and hence there has to be some room left for course correction. Hence the platforms are flexible such that they can be attached and detached. So in case later it is realized that probably more room is required or this might not work, they could always be detached and reconfigured. So which makes the city more flexible, which makes the settlement more flexible.
Thank you, Kimaya. I think that's all we have time for. All the very best.
Thank you.
Coming next, we have Manas. He'll be presenting Griham.
So, myself Manas from Brick School of Architecture. Welcome to Gruham, the first self-sustaining Martian habitat that might be the foreseeable future of the humanity. So, just to look at it, why do we even try to do this? Let's say the reason that humanity has been here is the question, what if? Like there was a stone and someone questioned that, what if we turn it into a wheel? That is one of the reasons. But you know, when going into something like this, there's a lot of challenges, but we also have to remember that challenges come with a silver lining of opportunities. That is what helps humans to get in the space that we are in today. So what's our aim? The eventual aim is to create a most probable self-sustaining Martian habitat, or at least put the foundation for the same. What does our scope? What is our scope of project? So basically, it includes the amount of data that we have and the research that we have. Inculcate that with the architectural philosophy that would be able to sustain for the future or the extraterrestrial zones. And what are our objective? Basically, to create a thread between the past researches and the most probable or the most advanced researches that we have right now. So why do you even bother, right? Why do we leave? So it has been eminent to us that there have been many mass extinction events throughout the history. First was the Oro-Davisian, where 85% of the organism population was lost, then 70%, then 96%, then we went to 76%, 70%. This is what, and this is where the dinosaurs went to heaven. I guess they're in peace. But let's see, do we have a most probable? The scientists have concluded of an era called Holocene. Okay, the Holocene. Could we have an example? Let's talk to us. Most people would think pandemic, like the last pandemic, but I don't think that suffices. When we look at the Black Plague that happened in the 1300s, which was prominently active between 1347. In which the population was eventually 392 million, out of which 200 million of population was lost, which comes out to be 51% of the whole human population. This is something that we cannot even imagine in the pandemic era. So that was mostly the reasons. Then we talk about the man-made reasons that we are doing right now, something that is called resource utilization. So resource utilization is the amount of resources that we need to survive and the amount of resources that we want to utilize. Currently, the resource we are utilizing can be sufficient enough to run for 1.7 Earth. So we are utilizing resources at 160% of rate. So currently, if we look at the scenario, the needs are at we use resources for 1 Earth, but we are utilizing it for 1.7 Earth. If this keeps going on, if the industries keep growing and the population keeps growing, we'll be utilizing the resources by the year 2030, which are able to sustain 3 Earths. And we'll be eventually depleting them and will reach a zone of no resource. So let's talk about something else, which is called global carbon budget. So global carbon budget is the amount of carbon that we can put into the environment and the amount that is absorbed by the environment, which is absorbed by the natural lands and the seas. So currently we had a carbon budget of 400 gigatons, out of which we utilized 42 gigatons in the year 2022. So we have even lesser now. So basically what happens due to that is global temperature rises. If it rises above 1.5 degrees Celsius, by the year 2035, all of the Arctic ice melts, which leads to sea levels rising by 3 feet all over the globe, which eventually leads to endangering 150 million people. Wetlands get wetter, drylands get drier, and what this leads, this is the death that we are orchestrating. Let's talk about some cities that have been happening. We talk about Pompeii, Sukhothai, Tikal, Petra, Prosperous. So the list goes on. These are all the cities that went into the natural zone of it. Let's say some volcanic eruptions or some cities that were destroyed due to tectonic plate shifting. So these are the kind of cities that land into the natural part of it. So when we look through all of this as an intelligent species, we don't want to sometime go up and then dinosaurs laughing at us, oh, they were an intelligent species and could not find a resource for themselves. So Earth leads to a certain drought state by the next century while humans orchestrate their own death. as an intelligent species, I think that we still have ways to, make our existence prominent and a stable one. So then, if we are doing this, why not create a artificial sphere, or why only Mars? Let's look at that. So first we look at multiple planets. Venus is much closer to Earth, right, rather than Mars, but it's too damn hot. So even Mercury is the same thing. It's 430 degrees Celsius on Mercury. I don't think we'll be able to survive in that. Then Venus is the same thing. Then we have Mars. There are some Jupiter's moon which are eventually habitable, but the travel time that it would take for us to go from Earth to Venus's moons is going to be a lot. It's going to be in years, which is not possible without a state of hibernation. Hibernation is basically going into a steady sleep. Then we look at some essential things that are necessary for human survival. That is presence of carbon, water, minerals, radiation, daylight, geothermal pools, atmosphere, atmospheric pressure, and time travel. Then we look at the contenders. There's Mars, Ganymede, that's a moon of Jupiter, Callisto, Europa, moon, and then eventually Venus. When we cross-influence all of these things, we look at that the Mars has carbon, water, minerals, radiation. The radiation on Mars is plant safe, not human safe, but it is still plant safe. Then daylight, geothermal pool, and atmosphere. We look at this and we cross off all the negative pointers. We see that Mars comes into all of the green zones. And let's say then we have Mars winning on this contenders list, one of the competitions that he wins. So let's list down the pros and cons of the Martian habitat. So Mars has plenty of carbon presence, oxygen presence, form of frozen ice found in Gale Crater by Curiosity, the rover. Then it has metallic resources, a good daylight cycle, plant-safe radiation, most importantly, solar and wind energies, and geothermal pools.
No shit in Mars.
Oh, no, I'm really sorry. Mars tilt gives us equal day cycle, gravity, weight, equal amount of atmosphere. So how do we sustain on Mars? We start with MOXIE, the reactor. Then we keep on developing along the technologies that we have. Then we go understanding research, the in-situ research utilization which tells us what all can be extracted by the regolith on Mars, and the kind of people that need to go to Mars. Then we have multiple case studies of how this will all go down. First is augmented roboting, the kind of forms that can be developed. Then expandable modules, construction materials, and the observation and the conclusions of how the daytime cycle of a human on the Mars can be regulated. Then we have technologies which is MOXIE for oxygen production, WAVER for resource utilization. Then we have ECLLS, omniprocessor for water circulation. Then we have solar farm units. We have VAWT hub for wind energy. Then we have Krusty, which is a kilonuclear power reactor. Then we have, how do we choose a site? So basically the site which will be more warmer on the Mars for maximum heat. And then most probable sites, that is Medusa Fossey Formation, Valles Marineris. But we choose the Gale Crater as we have the most of the information on Gale Crater, which is currently being resourced by Curiosity rover. Then we study the whole site. The star is the point where then we study the vortexes that are created around the Gale Crater. And then we come to the conceptual derivation. So we go on with the loggerback turtle, which has a kind of shell which is thicker in the front and thinner in the back. So it holds its own against the tides coming in, but the vortex created at the end helps it with flowing in the water. Then we develop on the formulation, and then we come to the derivation wherein the radiation shielding needs to be the strongest, where the walls needs to be the thickest, and then the air circulation around, which in the air is diverted into the VAWT hub accordingly to power the whole wind access. Then we go into the master plan, which has the VAWT hub in the front, the research center in the mid, the agricultural zone, and then the residential zone, which comes into the last phase. So basically the phase 1 consists of constructing. So the phase 1 consists of energy production, which will be augmented robotic production. We'll just send units. Then it moves on to how the construction goes on. We arrive, excavate, stabilize, and start 3D printing. Then we go to
double shift.
So I think Manas, since the jury has seen your sheets, I think we can go ahead with the
Just
run the presentation through, and we'll just go ahead with the Q&A.
and guess I will see you on Mars where the sunsets are blue.
That was a long presentation.
I'm really sorry, sir.
No, that's okay. Few things. There's a lot of data that you have. You need to put below your sheet where that data has come from.
Yeah.
It's not self-created.
Yes.
So for us to understand that the data exists, and this is what we have right now, some kind of relevance is there, right?
Yes,
in a presentation like this, try and keep it as important to what you are doing.
Yes,
You didn't get that time at all to tell us what you're doing. You talked about climate change, you talked about everything else. To an extent, we all know that. So what takes you to Mars, apart from Musk wanting to go there?
Yes, sir.
I think in a competition like this one, you have to be prepared. I mean, you know the time. You have to practice. You have to make sure that, like somebody was saying, like the Chinese do, even if you record, and make sure that the presentation is limited to that time.
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, the whole effort which you have put in goes wasted. And I think you spend too much time trying to convince us that Mars is the right place to go. I mean, we believe you. It just shows, reduce the number of slides in those things. It's important to see that you have done your research, but you have to somehow show that. Because you had a lot of work at the end of it, which finally was lost to the presentation. But the advantage is that we cannot question your design because we have not seen it.
No, the turtle is there.
Except for the turtle, yeah.
I enjoyed the humor in your presentation. I also enjoyed the graphic sense that you exhibit. It's very clear. It's quite powerful. And it is to your advantage to now kind of edit your presentation and focus where you need to give focus. Also, your talk, you need to structure it in order for people to look at what you are trying to do. I hope that we don't do what your project is suggesting in the near future. We would still like to stick to Earth. But it was a delightful take, and I compliment you on this.
Thank you, ma'am.
Manas, so we've seen colonization of the ocean and Mars in two quick presentations. I don't know where we are heading the next. But unfortunately, we couldn't see the real crux of your this thing. But my pet question for all Mars topics, and I've seen quite a few, I don't know, this seems to be the fascination today. What is the turtle skin that you're ultimately proposing? What is that cross-section? How are you keeping the Mars climate, the lack of oxygen? And
I can take it to that.
Yeah, I'm curious to know just what you have done. Just explain that, that the outer,
So
the turtle.
The loggerback turtle is by nature its shell is in such a way.
No, forget about the turtle.
Yeah.
What you have proposed is all I want to hear. Just that.
So basically, we need to be protected by we need to be radiation shielded, right? And the airs need to be utilized for the VAWT hub. So basically, the reason when it comes to such constructions, the walls need to be at a particular proportion. So the walls in the front part of the whole structure are thicker, and their cross section is developed as such that the amount of radiation that comes in is human safe. So the turtles, basically the delicate part. So this research part is the most delicate part of the whole habitat. So the walls in front are more closer to the sun. So these walls are nearly 1 meter thick with the proper cross section with ETFE and Demeron members in between. And then the form is created in such a way that the air is directed into the VAWT hub, which powers which gives us the immediate power for the whole substation in the research unit. And eventually, it's just not in let's say the plan. It's also done in the whole structure, in the whole section, so that the needed winds are diverted into the VAWT, but the not needed winds are diverted along the whole residential zone. So the residential zone that lies on the periphery, the air is circulated around it and does not harm it directly.
Thanks, Manas. We should use your time more wisely.
Thank you.
I think this is a learning for you as well. Yeah.
Yeah. Up next, we have Devyani. She'll be presenting colonies of the Anthropocene.
Hello, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Devyani, and my project is the colonies of the Anthropocene. The Anthropocene is defined as the significant impact on Earth caused by humans, and this has led to climate change. And because of climate change, we are going to have a catastrophic future with loss to local ecosystems and livelihoods. And climate change disproportionately affects the countries like India's, especially the marginalized communities. And the proposition is to redesign spaces for a coastal community that is resistant and adaptable to the effects of climate change. The context is in the Sundarbans, which is in the West Bengal. And the Sundarbans is a delta region spanning across West Bengal and Bangladesh. 12% of the land of Sundarbans coastline is already lost in the last 40 years. And the red portion shows the areas that are vulnerable to sinking in the next 30 years. So out of the 4.5 million population of Sundarbans, 18 to 23% have already migrated from the region because of climate change. And the sea level is expected to rise to a maximum of 1 to 1.5 meters in the next 30 years. The context is the Gosaba Island, and it falls under the high-risk zone. And it is situated in the fringe of the Sundarban Reserve Forest, and it's a hub for trade and commerce. And this is the site in relation with the other islands. You can see patches of mangrove forest along the coast, and the main mode of transportation here is by boats. This is the landscape of the Gosaba Island. You can see that the embankment is protecting the island from water inundation. And there are boats parked near the dock areas. The island has agricultural land and ponds all across the site. The people live in small houses near agricultural plots. They usually have ponds which are used for fishing and a source of fresh water. And they have cattle sheds and small gardens for growing food. And the embankments are used for recreation, and they have front porches, which is used for socialization and activities like cooking. So these are the typical housing structures in the area. They are usually found in clusters, and the main materials used are mud, thatch, bamboo, and timber. So the aim is to create a model colony, which is a prototype that can be used all across Sundarbans in the vulnerable areas. So in this project, The main program is to create a multi-purpose cyclone shelter, which can be used as a school building when it's not the cyclone season, a research facility and visitor center to promote tourism, housing for the dislocated families. And coming to the analysis, the mangrove reduces the intensity of storm surge and cyclone in the region, and mangroves are an essential part of the local ecosystem. During the Britishers' time, they initiated mangrove deforestation to convert the land into agricultural land to increase their tax revenue, and hence the mangrove has been lost. So the water and land are an essential part of the Sundarbans lifestyle, and the island is protected by the embankment, and it is a low-lying island, and you can see that during heavy rains the water doesn't have anywhere to go because of the embankment, and it causes stagnation, and the embankment sometimes are breached, causing floods into the island. So in these series of maps, you can see that over the last 20 years, a patch of land has been lost. But where there was a sparse mangrove buffer, the land has been gained in the last 20 years. So using these past predictions, we can, past trends, we can predict the future. So the shoreline is expected to recede by about 50 meters in the next 30 years. This is a fragile landscape with dynamic, changing land masses, and it is also prone to cyclone and storm surge. And the built environment near the coast are vulnerable to flooding and sinking, and the built environment is not resilient to cyclones. This is the site, which is located next to the Gosaba market. Primary wind direction and the cyclone direction is from the south and southwest direction. And these are the locations of the boat jetty. Coming to the design solutions, the idea is to allow the water, the river water, to come inside and recede as in when the tidal movements happen, creating wetlands in the region. And during the floods, it creates, the land masses create plateaus where the higher elevation can be used for making the buildings and for the mangrove reforestation. So this is the existing master plan. So you can see that the water is let in phases. So the water comes in creating a blue-green network, and the plateaus are used to make the buildings, which are at a higher elevation, and the coastal region is used for mangrove restoration. So this is the completed blue-green network. Some of the water bodies are used for freshwater ponds, and the areas that are near the coastline are used for public buildings like viewing pavilions and visitor center, and the inner buildings are used for housing and cyclone shelter, which is more safe from flooding. So the water inside the site is controlled using sluice gates. So in the section you can see that the housing and the cyclone structures are placed inwards and are at a higher elevation. So they are safer from floods. So the whole buildings, all the buildings are raised at a higher elevation to save from flooding. And it is cyclone resilient because it is in the direction of the cyclone, and they are anchored to the ground, and they have hip roofs and are cross-braced. The construction process is inspired by the local community, and it is made with grids and made modular so that the same construction details can be followed across all buildings. The bamboo is used as a primary building material because it is sustainable and locally available, and it is tensile, so it is better in conditions where there are harsh winds. The foundation is made of concrete to save the bamboo from water, And the columns are made as a bundle of 6 bamboo members, and all the walls are cross-braced to avoid lateral pressure due to cyclonic winds. The housing structure is shared between joint families or 2 to 3 families. To reduce the cost of construction, there are common spaces like cooking spaces and bathroom. And the flooring and the walls are made of bamboo and are plastered with stabilized mud plaster. The toilets are made of bricks, so they are allowed for plumbing and waterproofing. And the roof is made of bamboo structure, and it is covered by thatch and GI sheet to protect from rain. And it is anchored to the main columns using struts. This is the overall construction process, so the local masons can execute this on site. So the buildings are made along the landscape with ponds, swales, and trees. So they are in line with the local living practices of the people. And the bridges act as the main pathways for walking and to experience the landscape, and they are more like the community spaces. And the community buildings can be used to run local businesses and grow the local crafts. And in conclusion, this is a response to the impending disaster that the people of Sundarbans have to face. And the design process is a response to the climatic, environmental, and the social factors that are affecting the people of Sundarbans, and a response to the effects of climate change in the region. Thank you.
Thanks, Devyani. Sundarbans is closer home for me. Anybody like to begin here? I'm not part of the jury.
I think it was very well presented, very well detailed.
Thank you,
I was
sir.
quite happy with the way the drawings were done and the processes were expressed.
Yeah, thank you.
And I think you spent some time there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that shows. And I like the construction details. And therefore, there is a certain amount of understanding of what you're attempting to do.
Yeah.
And the possibility of that it can be done. So
Yeah,
from my
thank
point
you.
of view, a great job. Well done.
Thank you, sir.
I think well presented. I think it was very well timed and all the details were there. And as I think, good one. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think what I found was there was not a single false note in this presentation. It just was paced nicely. You had all your research in place. You were able to speak about it in a way that was quite, convincing for somebody who's never looked at it before. I think it was a pleasure to see architectural idea being fleshed out to this level. Your thought about materials, about hip roofs, about the roof angles, and all the details. I think that is what gives any kind of good conceptual thought the ultimate, meat, because this is what one would like to see. And I think that you have gone really far out and done what you set out to do. And I think my very best wishes for your, whatever the outcome of this thing is. But you should take a lot of pride in the way it's been put together.
That means a lot, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, very nicely presented. I agree with the panelists. I just wanted you to structure your presentation in a manner that you spend a fair amount of time explaining what Sundarbans is and things like that. And then we realized at the very end you had done a fair amount of work in the detail of the buildings itself. So you spent a lot of time on your, giving the introduction and things like that. you could probably cut down those slides because, or kind of hasten it up so that you spend more time on the entire blue-green network and the fact that. Another thing which I found was that you started with the premise that you needed a kind of a cyclone shelter, which was the premise where you started this thing, and then it also had a version of housing with it, and of course what the livelihood of the space is, and the whole structuring from the mangrove to the cyclone shelter with that sequence that you had, that got reflected in a couple of your slides, and then you went on to the whole idea of construction methodology of how it is and how modular this idea could be, and it could be repeated over the whole region per se as such.
Yeah.
So while the dwelling unit of a home with the multiple use spaces you could do, but since you started the idea of the three premises that you had of the visitors as a tourism part of it, there was a housing part to it, and there was a shelter part to it, which could be again a multi-purpose space.
Yeah.
So, but at the end of your presentation, you kind of lost out on that part of what you started out as a starting point. So, when you structure your entire presentation, shorten the Sundarbans part of it, what British did and whatever they didn't, and concentrate on the good part of your presentation, which is your design and the program that you took up. So, so spend some time. So you structure your presentation accordingly.
Yes,
Thanks.
Maybe a good way to do it is, if you're making it further, is to, encapsulate the first part into a short movie, which just is maybe a couple of minutes, 1.5 minutes long, and then get down to actually spending the rest of the 8 minutes on your design.
Yeah, sure. That's a great idea. I'll take that. Thank you.
Devyani, for me, this presentation ticked all the boxes. So congratulations. Just 2 words, well done.
Thank you, sir.
Just an observation, were you a bit nervous or anxious during the presentation? You sounded a little short on breath.
Yeah.
Just ease and relax if you do go forward.
Yeah.
Don't show that out, and I think you should not be, because you have done good work. Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Wish you all the best.
Just last another word. Just put in a word as to how long it takes for a mangrove to grow to its fullest thing. I think it's about 3-4 years is what it takes.
Sir, I couldn't.
The mangrove that you're going to start putting out there, how long will it take to become a full mangrove? So we get a timeline.
It'll
about
probably
3 to 4 years is what I think it would take.
Yeah,
so if you put that in, people also get the time capsule as to when the mangroves will come and protect it.
Yeah, so the whole growth of the mangrove is also in a phase system. So the coastal mangrove can be, done by the people of Sundarbans itself to protect their own islands. So again, depending on the sea level rise and the amount of protection they need, it will be done in phase system.
And you had mentioned that the British cut down the mangroves. And so did the settlement come because of that? Was there any settlement before the mangroves were cleared and it was farming started there?
No, the settlement came because of the adding like the agricultural land. So before that, it was just the mangrove forest.
Thank you so much, Devyani. All the very best.
Thank you, everyone.
So hi, shall we have a short break? Now that we are 6 presentations down, probably 15-minute break, and we have separate counters for finalists and team Nippon and jury to avoid any delay, and the guest can take up the next counter. We have proper marking. 15 minutes.
Why Asian Young Designer Award? I think for students, it allows students an opportunity to be mentored by senior professionals in the practice in a very graded way where, because there are several rounds within the competition, they have the opportunity, each of you will have the opportunity to change your design solutions based on feedback that you're getting and to grow as designers. And I think that is really the purpose of any competition. The second thing is that we are all grappling with the same issues almost everywhere in the world today. But yet Asia has its own unique specificities, which are unique to the Asian culture and unique to our, I would say, sensibilities and worldview. And because all these countries are part of this competition, you get a unique position to see divergences as well as convergences. So you really can learn a lot by looking at how the same issue is being addressed by a student in Vietnam, in China, in India, in Thailand, in Singapore. And what was very interesting as a juror actually to see is that I think the projects that really stood out in this competition were the ones which were the most heartfelt. So in my opinion, there's so many things that are possible to do here, but it all comes back to passion and it comes back to commitment. And I think when a project is deeply felt by the student, the kind of work and the kind of output that is created really stands out, because I think that is what is missing today, that the emotional commitment to a project and a deep sensitivity to the subject that is actually being addressed. And this comes back to what I said earlier, which is that who are you? Because you can only do well what really moves you from within. If it's another academic exercise, it will stop at some point. But when you're deeply moved yourself, what you will create will stand out. So I would say that, compete, take part in this, learn, but create something unique that you deeply care about. Why Asian Young Designer Award? I think for students, it allows students an opportunity to be mentored by senior professionals in the practice in a very graded way where, because there are several rounds within the competition, they have the opportunity.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year. Adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. Ayda is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, Ayda aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, Ayda has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the Ayda journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, Ayda has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but Ayda has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With Ayda going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the Ayda family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives, full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come. For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives, full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come. For over 130 years, our culture of innovation For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives, full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, making Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility.
Your topic is what? So welcome back. May we start the next presentation?
I know. You can see what's happening behind.
May we quickly start? Kindly settle down. So the next presentation is from Asha.
Hello everyone, Asha here to share my design development of waterfront public spaces in Mangaluru. It's designing a cultural hub as an interface between city and water. As I said, it is a cultural hub. I would like to start with the cultural influence of Mangalore. The cultural influence of Mangalore binds the context to celebrate the uniqueness of the city. Mangalore has various factors from past to present influencing both in terms of tangible and intangible assets. But in the current scenario, I have a question. How imperial is the current obsession for culture is permanence? As the technology and modern human settlements goes day by day, the essence of the place also degrades gradually. Mangalore is located in Dakshina Kannada, in the district of Karnataka, nestled between two rivers, Gurupura and Netravati. Mangalore Smart City project focuses on improvement of roads, development of waterfront for the city to be more livable. The identified context is about 2.1 waterfront stretch, and the site has potential to multimodal water edge connect for public leisure and recreation spine of Mangalore. And the stretch has major identified landmarks for the waterfront development. And the Cornish Road that cuts through the site helps to connect the city back to the water. The site is about 11.5 acres with a deserted ice factory. And due to the implementation of the Cornish Road, the buildings and the roads are being affected. And the site falls under CRZ 2. And the site partially houses revenue generators, and the zone towards the waterfront can house temporary structures for public. And the ice factory is not in use. So retaining the ice factory and demolishing the ice factory has no effect because it has no heritage value. Here, the intent of the project is to develop community gathering for fitness, festivity, recreation, commercial, and restore the ecology. The vision to enhance the river edge for the people and embrace the culture and heritage for the people of Mangalore. The concept is to bring people together, people closer to the tree heritage, like how we had panchayats, dramas under the tree in the olden days, and also to maintain the, increase the tranquility of the area to enjoy the green views and riverside views. And the Netravati river gives a strong context in developing my design. The spaces and the activities are strategized like the movement of water. The zoning, the zone 1 has the restaurant. This is the Cornish Road, cultural hub, development of recreation, and this is waterfront development. So keeping the concept, strategy and zoning, I developed 3 options. The option 1 matching the vernacular style by reusing the ice factory. The option 2 to bring in contrast with form and landscape in a modern style by readapting the ice factory. Option 3 was to bring to set a landmark in a contemporary style by removing the ice factory. By comparing and titrating all 3 options, option 3 was much more flexible and brought uniqueness to the city of people. These are some thought process sketches behind option 3 on planning, how to bring a water body, how to relate the form and water, how to bring a spotlight for the performer as it is a cultural hub, and how to play with different levels so that from any point of the site, the river is clearly visible. This is the final master plan with respect to the strategy. So we will look the master plan in parts. First is the restaurant. It's outdoor restaurant, come indoor, and the traditional foods, to enhance the traditional foods of Mangalore under the tree. This is the public parking area for two-wheelers, cars, tourist buses, and also has a bus stop with public toilet and cycle stands. This is the car park, the bus stop area. This is the Cornish Road. The Cornish Road has 4-lane two-way roads with pedestrian and cycle tracks, and it has I've designed a skywalk with stairs and lift across the road. This is the Culture Hub. Culture Hub has about 9 blocks zoned in sequential manner, starting from entrance block, visual block, art gallery, craft museum, and so on. All of these blocks are nestled around a water body and green pathways to bring a relationship between land, form, and water. Below this is the commercial corridor, which sells exhibits of Mangalore and has restaurants, cafes, with a recreational area overlooking the riverside. The waterfront development has jogging tracks and cycling tracks with a OAT, 4,000 seaters. This is Water Metro Station with for a public leisure and also to connect all the landmarks on the waterfront. The site plan was evolved such a way that none of the trees were disturbed, and the landscape was used as a tool to connect all the architectural programs within the site. So I would like to explain one of the block in detail to understand how form follows the function. So all the forms have a central courtyard, and the functions go around it with a skylight on top of it. And the roof form adapts to the climatic condition, and the rainwater is drained with help of rain chain, and the water brings cooling effect into the building. And the roof brings sunlight inside like a spotlight on the performer, which gives a visual treat to the audience. And even the structure and the materials is being local materials like laterite stones, jali walls, and Mangalore tiles is being cladded on the roof. The roof is ferro-cement roof. And even the scale of the form is a human, when you look at from outside, it is a human scale, but when you enter in, it is a monumental scale. These are other forms, how the functions are housed under the similar roof. This is a view of entrance pavilion, the Shankan Mantapa, the art gallery. The light plays a major role in all of it. Can you play the video? This is a quick walkthrough. Audio. The skywalks. This is the restaurant. The entrance pavilion. This is the commercial corridor below the cultural hub. The wetland broadwalk. The mangrove. This is the jogging track under the OAT. The fishing area, the festive space. The water metro. The river theatre. I started with the question how MPhil is the current obsession for culture. I believe this design brings what makes it permanent for MPhil. Thank you.
Thanks, Asha. Thank you.
I was just looking at your presentation and the three options that you talked about, and I'm still evaluating how the third option kind of gives you the full range of potential of spaces that you are trying to set out to make. And I know that you are trying different scales within that and accommodation of different programs within it, but there is a certain kind of scape which is emerging because of this preordained form that you have chosen. And I would like to kind of question that absoluteness with which you approach it. Can it be more eclectic? If we were talking of community space, informal spaces, where many multitude of programs can happen simultaneously, what is the validity of choosing one form per se? That is my first question. And I'm not sure that, through your architectural exploration, it is convincingly kind of put forth for me. Secondly, also your choice of materials, everything seems to be very open-ended. Are there any kind of enclosures or any kind of infrastructural ideas that you have which need a slightly different kind of space making? So how do you have a melange of different things without diluting your conceptual idea? Is something that you need to ponder over. Yeah? But it has been well put together. You put a lot of effort in trying to create a kind of imagery of what this space could be, and I think it is quite successfully done. But I think that in terms of your choice of forms, choice of different spaces, you can put more questioning into it.
Yeah, ma'am, actually, I wanted to, because it's on the river side and CRZ regulations are there, and I can't go up above 9 meters. And I wanted to bring it like a village kind of setup. And each of it, like for example, even the crafts have a different thing. For performance, there's something different. So I wanted to bring a craft kind of, like a village setup. So that is how it ended up. And moreover, I didn't want to take up the Mangalore, the hip roof or something like that, because it wouldn't be, it should be something interesting for people who are coming from out, and also for the local people, it should stand out for them. So that is how it came up.
That's precisely what you need to question. Whether you think a hip roof is out of fashion. It's not contemporary enough. It does not represent today's time. These are the ideas you need to question quite thoroughly, because I think otherwise. I don't think that there is a time associated. These are timeless ideas. And I don't think we need to chuck them out of the window quite so soon. Yeah? So definitely something to think about.
And initially you were talking in the presentations, you started by talking about the ice factory there. So I was thinking I'm going to see something of that. It would have been interesting to know why you had chucked out the ice factory. Would have liked to see the image of that ice factory. How old was that ice factory?
It is 61-year-old. Because I had options, because it is a more linear way and it is not in a good condition also, and it didn't have heritage value. Even when it was destructing the river. That is what I have to tell mainly. So in this case, it will at least serve employment for a lot of people. So that was
sometimes these things are not about the physical structure itself. No, these things have more layers to it, which is maybe if it's the first ice factory to happen in Mangalore, then it has a value. All of them have stories to say. I mean, I didn't see it, so I don't know, since I have not seen that. I'm just thinking.
Yeah, okay, got it.
And when you're designing something like that, it doesn't have to be the same thing throughout. I mean, don't get an impression that, it has to continue that same thing throughout. It can become more interesting when it has variations there. And just because hip roof, it is okay. It developed because of certain materials and other things. That's why hip roof developed. I think when time changes, when new materials come in, maybe the forms change. I mean, that is fine. But don't throw away hip roof just because people are bored with it. You change it because times have changed, materials have changed, and
No, I had an option for vernacular style as well. But then the same thing, the hip roof, because it's a very rainy area, so that's why they had that set of roofs. So I thought how I can adapt the same thing in a different roof. That is how I tried. And using the local materials, how I could adapt it.
I'm just continuing her conversation because of the fact that these are objects in space. And the spaces between the objects are not a resultant because of the object, are leftover spaces. And so there's no communication between the objects that you've created. And that's part of space making. So it could happen anywhere. You're just doing some blobs, and between the blobs you have open corridors. The skin or the fabric of the form is not holding the outside space.
Okay.
So I could move anything anywhere. It wouldn't change. And so architecture is just not building, but also what happens outside of the building, and what does the building create to the outside is what. That you had maybe in option 1, and you shot it out because, that's hip roof, Mangalore tile, boring. But there are learnings from there that you could have taken and maybe then stylized it in a different way. And then every form for every function to have the same is, again, you're forcing something into it. But the work, your presentation, excellent. Your thinking was very good for that. Well done.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand that in every slide you have been mentioning this idea of Mangalore smart city and the things like that. And so I just wanted to understand that the boardwalk promenade and the Corniche Road, it's part of a larger master plan of Mangalore smart city. And then, of course, they are going to be going through the traditional settlements and creating a fresh new road, the way I understand it from your presentation. And this particular site you chose, is it a part of the Mangalore smart city, or is it something you chose?
Yeah, it's happening in the phase 1, yeah.
So they are, the Mangalore smart city people want to make this happen. So is it a program which you developed, or is it came out of the...
No, this is my proposal.
Okay. But the site is meant for what? The site is an empty site.
Actually, now in the phase 1, only the road development and some kiosks. It's in a very small scale. Just
Right.
the water metro proposal is going on, not in this scale.
Okay.
Thank you, Asha. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, so coming up, we have Craft Community Center for Craftswomen of Patiala by Harveena Kaur.
Good morning, everyone. I'm presenting to you all a craft community center for craft women of Patiala, Punjab, aiming towards contemporizing crafts in the interior lifestyle division. This story actually started when I visited Patiala for getting one of my craft products made in one of the modules. I actually found that there are craft men sitting in the market, in the local market, but they are not willing for innovation. And then they are not working in a manner that the traditional craft women who are located inside the homes, they are not getting that identity that they deserve. Because Fulkari is a women-led craft. And all those women who do Fulkari, they are not right there in the market. So what these images that you see, these images basically are of those women who used to, in the older times, they used to do Fulkari, they used to sit together and they used to embroider together. It used to be activity of fun. And now that image that you see is that of a lady who did my craft product, and she's sitting all alone inside her home on a chair, very uncomfortable. So bringing that culture back, bringing that tradition back is what I'm working on. And the way forward to sustaining this craft is to take it into the interior lifestyle division. It is a fashion-oriented craft, and now I'm going to hit the reset button wherein I'm going to bring this craft into the interior lifestyle division and at the same time come up with a space which is cultural at the same time, but for the contemporary interiors. The concept talks about stages of transformation. Fulkari is a craft which is gifted and adorned at different stages in our life. A girl is given Fulkari at every different age. And same way, a woman has different stages in her life, starting from the pregnancy to birth, to exploring the new world, then to a childhood phase, moving into a marriage, and then giving a new life, conceiving, then having responsibilities towards life, and then giving out to the world. So when I identified all these stages, I started relating them to different areas which can be there in the craft community center. And then from there, every stage was related to a particular Fulkari. So I'll be taking you all forward into how the Fulkari has been related. So here in the zoning, which you see, the entrance lobby becomes the pregnancy stage. The retail area is the birth. Exploring the new world is the collaborative area. Then childhood is the cafeteria and the workshop. Marriage and conceiving new life is the craft center. Responsibilities towards life becomes the guest bedrooms on the first floor. And giving out to the world becomes the library. So, and there is a reasoning then to how I have designed on that zoning. Here you see the floor plan in which all the areas have been showcased with the furniture and the flooring. यहाँ से शुरू होता है एक रास्ता, राह, एक रास्ता जो इन्होंने हमें दिया और हमने इन्हें दिया. Here starts the journey of Raha, a way these craftswomen have given to us and a way we are giving to them. Over here, the facade. You see on the facade, what I have done over here is I have placed a signage which talks about the name of the center, which is Raha. The local materials have been used. The original Haveli structure has been maintained. And I have enhanced it further with architectural lighting. So, other styling elements have also been used. Moving forward into the entrance lobby, the motif which I have taken from Fulkari is Varida Bagh. Varida Bagh is a Fulkari which is started by the grandmother when a baby boy is born and is presented to the bride who comes when that baby boy is born after a few years. So is the entrance lobby. We are entering into the new phase, into a new space. Keywords being layers of celebration, life, tessellated patterns, rhombuses and concentric patterns. This is the first wall of the entrance area. The design from Varida Bagh has been taken asymmetrically. Local material like mud has been used to design the reception counter. The exposed brickwork has been maintained, and then branding has been done to enhance the space. Then on the other side of this entrance lobby, you see there is a suspended ceiling. Over here we have suspended panels combined with basketry. Basketry is another craft that is practiced in Patiala and is women-led. So combining a Fulkari panel, an original Fulkari panel, and contemporarizing on bringing circular panels which are suspended from the ceiling. These are all metal panels. And to style it up and add on the lighting aspect, the basketry is doing its work. And then there are some islands also over here. In terms of flooring, I have kept oxide flooring with green pigment in it. From here we move into the experience center, Bawan Bagh. Bawan is 52. There are 52 motifs in Fulkari, and retail area is a space where the mother has already given birth to the baby. So all the work that has been done, all the effort that has been done is showcased in the retail area. The keywords being unity, strength, bringing togetherness. This is the first display area where there will be a digital screen showcasing on what all upcoming projects are there, what all new inventions are coming. A jhula which is hanging from the ceiling. The exposed brickwork has been maintained on the columns. A wooden partition with embroidery. So the idea is that Fulkari would be presented on cane panels also. And I have presented to you all a prototype on which Fulkari has been done by a traditional craft woman. And then the knotting technique from Parandi making, which is another women-led craft in Patiala, has been used to design the rope of the jhula. And then we have, for styling elements, we have our textiles in place. Just not using Fulkari as a whole on the entire product. Using a part of it, that is how we can actually commercialize it and sustain it. And that's how it will also become affordable for people to have it in their spaces. Then this becomes the second display area where the chope motif has been used to design the headboard. Textiles have been designed in the same manner. And this is the third display area. Over here, there are some partition designs over here in wood and cane panels. On the back, you see a cabinet. Exposed brickwork has been maintained with plastering on some of the walls to give it a more contemporary feel. And then on the chairs, you see tilla embroidery and lamps. Then the collaborative area has the keywords are play of light and shadow, grid, directions, organized. This is an area where designers, researchers, collaborators will come together and sit with craft women and ideate on different new ideas. So over here, there's a table. There is Indian PD, which is very comfortable to sit on when you have to sit and have a discussion with craft women. Over here, the wall has motifs inspired from Moon Bagh. So Moon Bagh is a Fulkari and it has been organically put, and all of these motifs will be done by the women itself. So it's a women-led and women-operated space. So moving on to the main craft center where all the work is happening, keywords being structured, three-sided, detailed expression. Here I have taken Chop, Subair and Khodi Fulkari, which become my inspiration. These Fulkaris are related to the marriage and pregnancy of a woman. It helps in the fertility aspect. This is the craft center where the focus is on the courtyard. You see semi-permeable flagstone flooring on inside the courtyard. The walls have been enhanced with architectural lighting, and the stools have been designed from Khodi Fulkari. And these tools will be kept everywhere in this space. The idea is that these women can sit anywhere and everywhere and sit with anybody. That is the idea of bringing them together in a cultural space. So this is the corridor area that I have designed. I have plastered the walls. I have kept the columns in the same exposed brickwork structure. The doors have been enhanced by keeping the chope motif. Then Indian PD has been kept at every different place, and they can pick it up and sit on different locations. Wall has been enhanced by a peacock motif, which is present in the chope fulkari. These motifs will be hand painted by these women themselves. And then I have 3 different corners in around the courtyard area, which present different sorts of seatings. If somebody doesn't want to sit on a PD, they can come and sit on a chair. They can pull out a chair and they can sit on a chair. So those kind of variations have been provided so that all different sort of age groups can come over here and they can work. And here I have a self-expression wall. This wall is about new innovations. It is about women just coming and expressing themselves with new motifs, new designs that they have come up with. And with that, I thank you all for hearing my presentation out. Thank you.
Thanks, Harbina. Who's going to start?
Thank you, ma'am.
Was it an existing structure which you had?
Yes, sir. So I have taken inspiration from an existing Haveli, and that Haveli would be restored to create a community center. It's an interior design project.
So that involved restoring that Haveli. So it's
Yes,
something
sir.
which you created.
Yes,
the
sir.
structure itself.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think it's interesting to see the different elements in that. I think this is yours. No? And this
Yes.
is, yeah, it's good to take it to the next, using those craft to the next level. That's very good. I think all those ideas are good, but it is a question of using it in a little more, what would you say? I think it will take time for
Yes.
you to. Now it looks a little bit random, certain things, certain ideas are there, it looks too plastered, ideas being plastered everywhere. So if it could be a little more discerning in the way you use this craft, it would be very good. Overall, I think very good project which you have done.
Thank you so much, sir.
You know, Harbina, I was just, while you were doing your presentation, what we are figuring is that you have dealt with a lot of ideas at a very small scale. You know, in small objects, in pieces of furniture, in, soft furnishings and screens and so on. But did you also think of Fulkari as an expression like in a tapestry, like in big screens, like in canopies, covering spaces? The impact of the craft needs to be at both ends.
Yes.
It is at the small and more individualized and more intimate, and it is also possible at a larger scale.
Yes.
Because you're talking of a textile idea.
Yeah.
And when you're talking of a textile idea, there is no limit to what you can invent with it.
Yes.
What about tents? What about
Yeah.
play structures for children?
Yes.
What about canopy structures? What about tapestry walls?
Yes.
What about screens? So I think that what you have is a small scale idea, but it can be really ramped up to something which is visually very arresting.
Yes.
So I think you need to address the two scales within any project.
Yes.
And you should pay attention to its architectural potential once you go to a larger scale and to its visual impact.
Yes.
Because it is very vibrant, it has a wonderful structure, it has a lot of detail. So how do you view the craft, which gives you this kind of fantastic pleasure about knowing it?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so this is where you need to focus, I feel.
Surely, ma'am. I'll definitely take that feedback. And because it's such a vast project and such a vast topic, my idea was to start somewhere, and I'm sure, when I get in touch with more people who are actually doing this craft, they will even contribute more on this, and they'll be able to tell what are the more, variations of. So that's the idea, collaboration. The collaboration of a designer and a craft
But you
woman.
have to steer that idea.
Yes.
As a designer,
yeah,
it is your job to steer it, scale it, proportion
Yes.
it, and give it the impact that it deserves.
Definitely.
Yeah?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
So coming up, we have Vishnu Vardhan presenting Science Memorial and Museum.
You can play. Yeah, stop. Good morning, everyone. So, for this project, I have started working on a science memorial and museum. So, next slide, yeah. So, why science memorial and museum? For our concept, push the reset button. So, I have selected previous slide. So yes, so converge, push the reset button. So it is our concept. So I decided to reset or restart or bring back what we forget or what we are not recognizing. So basically, we all living in 2022, and we all use many technologies, many innovations, many AI graphics or many things we will be using. But we never had an awareness or an idea of who is the creator or who is the innovator. And we sometimes we lose the real innovator and real scientist who is very close to us. So I had an idea of bringing back the scientist of India. So Varahamriha, Aryabhatta and C.V. Raman. We know C.V. Raman and we know Aryabhatta, but we never know who is Varahamriha. So there are many scientists like this. So I had an idea of creating a memorial and a scientific gallery for these scientists especially. So also it is our 76th independence. So from the pre-independence period, who all are the scientists? So I gathered these three and I took to design for them. And about the site selection, I took Ujjain for this design. So basically, I have selected mathematics, astroscience, and physics. So gathered these three things and mixed with the Ujjain, because as we know, Ujjain is it is a magical place, and it is a space for a holiness, and it is a space for Ujjain is a city of temples also. So I linked these astroscience and mathematical and the physics, and took these famous scientists for this field of science. And yeah, played. Pause. So, as an architect and as a designer, we can design any kind of building. We will be able to design any of the building. But the main key point is, are we designing a building to its context? That is the real question right now. Many of us lack this question, and we will be designing as how we want the design to be. But the real thing is, do we have a context? Do we have the culture in the design? So I thought that context is always over than the aesthetics. Many of us designers, interior designers, architects, many of us will be designing for the aesthetic purpose, but we lack in this context. So I took Ujjain, and I did a research about the cultural context of the Ujjain. So there were many cultures for the Ujjain place. So I directly linked the Ujjain's culture with the batik painting, which is a traditional art practicing in Ujjain. It is a batik painting is a kind of wax painting on the walls or on the textile field they are using, but it is not the origin from Ujjain. But Ujjain people are maximum using this style of painting in their works. So I took this batik painting, and there are a lot of geometric patterns. Also, we have a batik in floral patterns also. So from this, I have started the design process. So next. So next we have the we have the form evolution. So from the batik art, I took the 2D floral pattern, which you can see here. So from this, I have created a different kind of modules. So from the 2D floral pattern, I created a module 1, and from that I have evaluated into a module 2 and module 3. So this module 2 and module 3 are the finalized form for the design. Obviously, I need this design to be more modern also. If I talk about Ujjain and City of Temples, I don't want to talk. I don't want my design to be more traditional or more conventional. So I thought of creating a parametric module, but that parametric module should be in context with the city play. So next, moving on to our hierarchy of zoning, posit. This is the site of the Ujjain, and here we have the memorial space, and these two are the gallery space, and we have some other amenities in our site. So memorial for the scientist is the main focus, and around all other buildings are focused to this memorial. So I have planned according to that. Yeah. Then next slide. Next, moving on to the details of the memorial posit. The memorial is of 800 square meter, and it is the place where we give a memorial space to our three mentioned scientists. And this memorial accompanies, it can occupy of 300 people, and accessibility is also a universal accessibility. Yeah, next. Pause it. So the flooring elements and the design, how I incorporated the design and the flooring elements, I will be explaining. So you can see the continuous circles attached in different sizes, 3 different sizes. So Varahamriha and Aryabhata and C.V. Raman, I calculated their age in a way that I could incorporate with this concept in this attached circles, and so that this place will be specifically designed for these 3 scientists. And you can see here a white color statue. In the center we have the statues or the statues. In that the white color or the white marble I have used. This statue is for the unrecognized scientist. There are many innovations even from the origin of the human evolution. We know that fire is invented, but we don't know who is the innovator. So I have given a space for them also. That's what this is. And these circular elements are the ages of the scientist. So and this accessibility also with there we have a ramp inside. Being it is the steps of different heights, wheelchair accessibility persons also should access with this. Next. Pause it. We have the interior of this memorial. So I have applied the batik art inside the space, and we have the circular steps in the flooring, and we have a ramp, and we have this guards kind of thing inside the place, so that they can sit and observe the statues in the center of the place, so that it will be a plate, so that it will be a space for every people to accompany. And once again, color palette. I have used the shades of violet and shades of red and blue. So if we mix red and blue, we will get the violet. It is a color theory. So violet represents the luxury, power, and the combination of the innovation and creative mind. So I have used this color. The next. So the lighting fixtures, we have the indirect and the cove lighting. So I thought of giving the entire structure lighting from the flooring. So I have created the lightings all in the circular steps. So I gave like this, plate. So material specification, for the material specification also, I want the parametric terracotta tile. I have used the parametric terracotta tile for the material specification. I have to bring back those also. So this is the structural specification. You can see the structural framework, and above it will be a parametric terracotta tile. And above the parametric terracotta tile, we have our batik art on the exterior wall. And yes, next. So the user engagement of this space will be in these circular steps. They can actually sit and they can use the space for a multi-purpose. And I have used this sandwich panel roofing for this terracotta parametric tile. So both sides it will be the parametric tiles, and which is in between will be having a space frame.
Thank you, Vishnuvardhan. You can just run through the slides as the jury are going ahead and asking their questions. Whoever is running the slides, you can go ahead and just go to the next slides.
Vishnu, you spoke a lot elaborately about the context and all that. Somehow I'm not able to visualize this science, memorial, the way that it has been depicted, in Ujjain, you said, no?
Yeah, yes, sir.
I'm not able to draw some parallels there. I don't know if someone can put it in better words.
Vishnuvardhan, for the Science Museum, why have you chosen Ujjain as the place?
Yeah, there's a myth for the Ujjain city. Some people might be can time travel, or it is a mythology. That's all. So I took that magical. They say magic because they can't see the science behind. So I took Ujjain as the magical city, something like that, and incorporated the 3 field of science, and I took this city.
I think it was not reflecting in that presentation is what I felt.
I can't get it, sir.
The idea behind selecting Ujjain was not reflecting in the presentation.
Ujjain is also perceived to be like a cosmological center,
yes,
right?
Yes, ma'am.
I think you should have mentioned physics and astroscience. It is in the Hindu pantheon of thought. The centrality of Ujjain and its location vis-a-vis the Jyotirlingas is very, very important for Hindu understanding of the situation of that city. So I think that you need to say that at the outset, because this will pin it down to what you are trying to say, that there is a lot which is post-colonial understandings of science that we have somehow lost and you want to bring it back. I'm not very sure how the overriding use of batik aids into that thought. I would have thought that you would create narratives around the people you are trying to portray rather than a craft that you are trying to embellish it with. So there is a certain imbalance that I find in your choice of materiality, choice of putting together spaces, the manner of putting together these spaces, and what visually comes out as a powerful idea. So the power in the idea was the people and what they were trying to say and what their unique findings were in their times. And I think that you need to kind of put this in some perspective rather than, because if you're calling it a science museum, where is the museum now? Where is that understanding, that depth of knowledge that you are trying to bring forth? it has to come through the making of it.
Okay.
Yes, so the textile idea is kind of overriding everything else.
Okay.
I don't know what you understand by what a memorial means and what a memorial does to a person who goes there and visits it. For me, it looks like a batik shamiana. It disconnects from all the people that you talked about. There is no connection. And therefore,
Okay.
I could have a party there. Okay?
Yes, sir.
I think you can use, doesn't mean that you can't use a particular material. But we're not saying that. But if at all that material is used, it shall be used to depict what that memorial is all about. That doesn't happen in a batik. It's not possible to do that. It's very, very difficult. So you can use fabric or whatever, but at the end of it, the idea is that it's a memorial to talk about these three scientists. That doesn't happen. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Thanks. Thank you, Vishnu.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry to interrupt the proceedings. A few minutes ago, we received the information that we've lost Doshi Saab. He was unwell for a couple of weeks, and I think he passed away. Architect B.V. Doshi passed away a few hours ago, probably. Can we all stand for a couple of minutes in silence in his memory? Thank you. Can't believe that we are speaking in the past tense for Doshi Bhai. He was a towering personality and lived a rich and fulfilling life. And he gave so much of himself to all of us, I think every one of us from the community. So yes, may he rest in peace. And I'm sure whatever little I interacted with him, he would have liked the show to go on. And I think I'd like the compare to call the next presenter. And yeah, let's remember him fondly for the way he was with us.
Okay, up next we have Shivam Singh. He'll be presenting Abudaya Center, Socio-Cultural Hub in Abhaneri Heritage Village.
Good morning, everyone. I am here to present my project, Abhyudaya Center. The goal of the project is to revitalize Abhaneri, a heritage village, by preserving and promoting in cultural and historical importance. The project will include the development of tourism infrastructure and creation of educational and cultural program. Abhaneri is a village located in the Dausa district of Rajasthan, India. it is known for the Chand Bawri, a large step well that dates back to the 8th century AD. The village also has a Harshad Mata temple dedicated to the goddess of joy and happiness, which was built during the same time as the step well. The village was once an important center of trade and commerce, but it is now primarily a tourist destination due to its historical significance. Abhaneri village is situated within the popular tourist circuit known as the Golden Triangle, consists of Delhi, Jaipur and Agra, and is located between Agra and Jaipur on the highway connecting the two cities. Tangible heritage of Abhaneri village. You can see how Chand Bawri is connected to a Harshad Mata temple. So in Abhaneri village, there are variety of traditional crafts that are still practiced today, including the creation of lag bangle, pottery making and stonework. Then what is the socio-cultural hub? The socio-cultural hub serves as a gathering place for the community to come together and share their experience and perspective, learn from one another, and participate in activities that promote cultural exchange and understanding. So the name Abha Nagri is derived from the Hindi word Abha means light and Nagri means the city. So actually Abha Neri is known for a city of as a city of brightness due to a Chand Bawri, and is located in the district of Dausa, which is known for heaven of stone masonry. So I propose a concept called a hope of brightness in a heaven of stones that takes into account the context and history of village of Abhaneri. The goal of this concept is to revitalize the village historical significance and promote social production by focusing on 6 key elements: social value, functional value, infrastructure, human value, environment and culture. The local material available around Abhaneri village include Dholapur beech, Dholapur red, Bansi Paharpur and lime. The flora and fauna present near the site are also taken in consideration. The architectural elements were documented in Abhaneri village to integrate these elements in the design and development of the village. A figure ground map of Abhaneri village illustrates how the village organically grows around Chand Bawri and Harshad Mata Mandir. By referencing this map, we have arranged a different block on the site in a cluster plan, creating a cohesive and harmonious development that respects the natural and historical context of the village. The ground floor plan of Abhyuday Center illustrates how the main entrance of the site is connected to the Abhaneri road, which leads to the national highway. The service entrance is located on the east side, connecting to the Sekhpura road, which leads to a neighboring villages. So, zoning of a Abhyuday Center. So, it consists of a tourist center, workshop area, museum, restaurant, stepwell, library, and cottage. So, now I will discuss the interior of workshop area. So, before designing a tourist center block, inspiration was taken from the Harshad Mata temple, which is designed in a symmetrical way and its entrance is designed in an axial way. The design philosophy was called forward while designing the tourist center block, creating a harmonious relationship between a new and existing architectural element. The symmetrical layout and axial entrance of the tourist center evoke a sense of balance. You can notice how the actual ceiling of Mandapa looked like in Hindu architecture, but Aurangzeb demolished this temple and made an onion-shaped dome above Mandapa, just showing Islamic architecture and ruined the history of our Abhaneri village. I have designed a skylight for a tourist center taking inspiration from Hindu and Islamic architecture, incorporating modern elements such as glass to capture maximum daylight. The center part of workshop area includes a ramp leading to the museum area, clerestory windows, and stone jalis are placed along corridors by taking consideration of climate-responsive architecture and variety of materials such as Dholpur beech, red, Bansi Paharpur sandstone for walls, ceiling, and floor. The skylight feature arches made of Dholpur red, dome cell made of Dholpur beech, and the windows and doors are made for sesame wood. In this section, you see how the workshop area is connected to the Sangan courtyard and stepwell. Studio is designed with the triple height divided into 3 levels: mezzanine floor, ground floor, and basement area. These renders demonstrate how the play of light will be experienced by the people in the workshop area throughout the day. The workshop area has a pottery, bangle, and stone studios, but I will discuss only bangle studio. The workshop area is where you will see the village demonstrating their lag bangle making techniques and providing hands-on experience for visitors. The packaging area is located on the mezzanine floor and is a private area where only women can work. The wall of bangle studio features geometric patterns that are inspired from Islamic and Hindu architecture. These patterns are created using marble inlay work and add to overall aesthetic of the studio. The drama of light is played in the studio due to placement of stone jalis and windows, which means that we have to use minimum artificial lighting. This is a sunken space connected to a stone exhibition area where you can see artisans skillfully carving stone and showcasing their talent to visitors. The space is surrounded by the beautiful curved stone wall featuring a modern stone pierced screen design that reflects a modern architecture. Museum. ASI documented 281 scattered heritage blocks of a Harsan Mata Mandir that showcasing the village past history. So I proposed a museum to display these heritage blocks, preserving the village history. Inspiring from the local existing architecture of the village, the design of a museum block is in the precise form and placed in cluster of various sizes. This form brings in natural light that falls on the sculpture to display in the museum. The museum divided into many displays areas, but it arranged according to in a many hierarchy. First, you can see the plinth area, where plinth area will be placed. Then 21 columns of Harsan Mata Mandir, and then lintel and capital part will be arranged, and at the last, Mandapa and Sikhara scattered heritage part will be located. This section shows the connectivity of the main entries to the sunken courtyard and the museum. The furniture design for the museum is in modular form that can be rearranged according to size and shape of the scattered heritage block. This is how the scattered heritage block will be placed on the modular furniture. These construction drawings show the skylight details of the museum block. This render shows the transition from an enclosed space to the OAT area. So when Chand Bauri came under the ASI, the social production of the village decreased due to the various norms. That is why I designed a OAT like a stepwell to revive the culture of the Avhaneri village. This view showcasing the open space between museum area, stepwell, and restaurant areas. So this is an overview of interior spaces of the Abhyudaya Center. They show the harmony of local material and natural light incorporated in interior design. This section taught the village showcasing how climate responsive design is taken in consideration before designing a Abhyudaya Center. In site model, you can see how a stepwell is connected to Devnarayan temple. So in the end, I want to repeat the quotation said by Mahatma Gandhi: the future of India lies in its villages, and we have to convert these villages into smart heritage and smart craft villages. Thank you.
Thanks, Shivam. Thank you.
I think your restrained use of materials in the architecture makes it a very interesting work. I think it looks beautiful in your renderings. It looks beautiful in your renderings, and I'm not, in terms of interior, it looks more like an architecture project than an interior project. So that is where I'm confused. So is it an interior project or an architecture project?
Actually, it's an architecture project, but I have explained the interior characteristic of.
Okay. 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 Because in interior-wise, even you spoke of modular furniture and this and that, I didn't see much. I didn't understand where it was used. Architecturally, in terms of the materiality and all, it looks really nice. Your rendering looks beautiful. Okay.
Sir, can I answer this question? Actually, I minimize the interior because it will focus on scattered heritage part details that carved on a Harsan Mata temple. That is why I minimize the details, like it's a minimal presentation of an interior, so people can focus on that scattered heritage part and not distract with all the other interiors. And it's for a museum part, and when I'm talking about the heritage part, so you can move around the skylight area and know about the actual meaning of that village. That is why I minimize the interior details, so focus on materiality and connecting with natural climate response. So it's kind of, soul of a building related to.
When you showed the slide which had the 3D view of the Abaneri stepwell, the Chandbaudi and the temple, and then what you are proposing as the museum and other ancillary spaces, my question is, why is the scale of your intervention competing with the scale of these very important monuments next to them? What you have done is almost bigger than the stepwell itself in terms of scale. And it also, as a superstructure, it kind of hovers and kind of commands a certain space around it, thereby drowning the space which is very important around the stepwell itself. Abaneri, as you know very well, is one of the deepest, most elaborate stepwell kunds of this country. And it is a preserved structure. It has also been built in phases.
Yeah.
Right? It has not been built in one go. There are many layers to it. And hence, it needed a certain kind of, space around it to be left untouched. So my question is, why are you so up close and so domineering next to it? Secondly, when you say that you use local materials, and you use these stones, how do you put stones on soffits of interior spaces? What is the detail? Okay. Because they never put stones on soffits as a fascia material. It is structural. Domes are structural.
Yeah.
There are joineries involved, which make them stand for so long. So I think that you need to go much deeper into the vocabulary itself if you say that stone is your vocabulary. And show us how you are going to put this together. And what is the scale of it? What is its module? Because in your renderings, it's like a uniform tone of beige, uniform tone of terracotta. And I'm not very sure what that detail is in your mind. So you need to be a little more elaborate when you say that, yeah, stone. But stone cannot be plastered like paint or plaster. Yeah. And when you say you're making a museum to preserve, you have jalis on all sides, right?
Only on one side.
I saw like where the columns are placed, the Harshad Mata temple columns, and then there are these galleries around it. I could see that there are, perforations everywhere. In any case, if you use jalis in museums, in a place like Dosa, in Abaneri, it is dusty scrubland.
That is why it's a sunken part. Like when you see a section of a museum, so it's a sunken part of the site.
That doesn't stop the dust, because your jalis will still attract dust. So these are fundamental questions. You don't need to answer them right now, but you definitely need to put thought into them. Do you need another layer of something to be more preservation oriented, more protective, is the question.
Okay, I will consider.
Thanks, Shivam. Thank you so much. A lot of thought.
Up next, we have Public Library, Rethinking Roles, Reimagining Spaces by Shivani Jadhav.
Hello. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I'm Shivani Jadhav, and I'm here to present my version of a new public library. When we talk about libraries, so my colleagues and my classmates, they started questioning me, why library? And who even visits library anymore? Basically, they don't really visit libraries. So, because books have lost the tangibility, books have changed. I mean, we always carry library in our pockets. I mean, thanks to our phone. But I think library is a concept. It is more of a concept. When I started with my research, I came across a lot of stories about how libraries impacted people in old times. We have those entire heritage libraries in India. So there are many memories people have that some found love for books, some found new friends, some found their soulmates. So maybe library is about those connections and about people. And I realized that I really don't have such a memory. So what kind of a library I would like? Imagine you are crossing a bridge. You start seeing scenarios. You are introduced to new landscapes basically because of that particular bridge. That bridge is a medium. Books are that medium wherein you started connecting people. But now since books have lost that much importance, so what could be the new resources that could be incorporated in the library? So coming to the programmatic approach of that particular project, what could be the new learning methods? So maybe we can go back to a year or two when we were all trapped in our boxes. During the pandemic. But even though we were in our boxes, we all had a different story going on in our lives. Some started learning new things. Some started thinking about what can we do in this situation. So after the pandemic or during the pandemic, what new normal started? So pandemic was sort of a portal for a new normal. So when the social connection was denied to humans, we started finding ways. Some started working from home. Some started finding new hobbies. We started creating content. We started online learning. Music, some people really took interest in music. So how can we take these new learning methods, new ideas in consideration for the new library? So library is a sort of a core discussion of heterotopia, which is a place for transformation and a place for possibilities. So it's similar to a fairground. When we go to a fairground, we sort of want to enjoy a particular ride, but we end up enjoying many others. So why can't a library be something like that, where I am going to learn something, but I end up learning many other things? So for testing this proposal, the site was chosen in Navi Mumbai. Since Navi Mumbai lies in between Mumbai and Mumbai metropolitan region, the diversity is quite high. So if I'm talking about a people's university, then that diversity is something which gives me a chance to sort of explore more. So it's sort of the kind to socialize. We normally just, if we don't have a path, enough space on a pathway, then we just stand in front of a shop or a shed. Or we naturally gather around a tree. It's because of the shade they provide. And the way we find comfort in different sitting postures. So how do we capture this particular diversity in this public library? The way it can be inside-outside approach, it should be flexible, it can be accessible, connectivity, and landmark can be the main ideas. And space flexibility and transformation. So to explore this particular idea, it started with a box. Since I'm talking about how we were all trapped in a box, so how do we explore that particular box and sort of create a lot of possibilities or variety of spaces? So the volumetric, the volume which I found, how do we convert it into a space, was by adding some activities for people to socialize, to practice their hobbies, to learn, and to play as well. And further, the space was formed by addition of green spaces, that is life in the form of nature, so that it was done in order to create cooler interior spaces as well as to connect people to nature at different levels. So the product which I developed was a heterotopic library wherein you can actually use the entire ground floor for public spaces or socializing or interacting with people and learning by interaction as well. On the first floor, you'll find maker spaces or hands-on experience learning. On the third floor, you'll find a lot of shooting studios or performance spaces. Like if I like to make a content at home, but I don't have the resources, I'll go to this particular library and practice it. Then on the fourth floor, there's a introduction of music library. So it was sort of done in order to create memories about the vinyl and cassettes, as well as kind of give a space for production of music. And on the last floor, there's a silent study, because some of us still like to study in silent, as well as some of us still like to read books. So the planning was done accordingly, since I have a lot of boxes that are coming in and coming out. So a lot of open boxes are planned on the northern side of the site. And you can see the learning levels as public, hands-on, content creation, music library, and study. So each grade has a specific personality, and it also has a specific idea to it, such as co-working spaces has these working pods wherein you can work alone or work in groups as well, and these pods can actually be moved to create much more spaces, and it can be converted into exhibition area as well. The cafeteria has some different levels, such as indoor book cafes and outdoor spaces. Entrance area is designed such that it becomes like an arcade kind of a module. Kids library is again created in a different way, and a social stair is introduced at each level. So when you enter, as soon as you enter into a place which is full of arcade of books. It sort of gives you the nostalgic memories of books, or the origins of how libraries actually started. It's the sort of nostalgic smell of the books, a dry and nutty smell that gives you the core idea of library. Then there are the kids learning areas wherein it spills outside as well, but there are again conical columns which are introduced. The kids area actually spills out into an outward zone as well. Then the social staircases gives you an opportunity to sort of practice socialization in terms of different various sittings. One can come here just to drink coffee or have their own time. Then the collection tower is an introduction of book collection, which goes on 3 levels, which is accessible from all lobbies, and end up at a highest level with a music collection, wherein you can have a nostalgic vinyl and cassette collection. And again, the book collection tower is connected with open terraces and galleries. Now this is the book collection area. Some of the grids have pergolas and canopy areas throughout the structure. Then co-working spaces introduced, since with a lot of remote working opportunities, it has become much more important, since some of us do not find a particular space to work at home as well. So this is much more of a window learning kind of a approach to the building, that is to connect with nature at different levels and connect with each other as well. So as S.R. Ranganathan, who is the father of library, said that library should be a growing organism. Why can't the library still give an opportunity to change? That is, maybe we do not need a constant building, but something that is going to change for the next few years as well. So the music library has some rehearsal spaces and some performing spaces, which also has some double wall systems. And the exterior walls has double glazings as well, wherein the interior window is a coupled window, and also has some plasterboard partition walls and patterned partition walls. Then there are some prominent distinct features on the facade, wherein vertical fins are used and double glazings are used, wherein the outermost glazing is a glass louvers. And there are some of the, the structure is basically an I section, so that the precast panels can be removed and added to it, so that a bigger space can be made as well. Then photovoltaic film is used in order to replace the solar panels, so the film traps the solar and kind of converted into energy itself. So libraries are something that is a safe place for all. So, and I think it's beautiful that when you cross the threshold, you stop becoming a consumer and become a citizen who wants to practice their own interest. So maybe we can, so yeah, that's the end of it.
I know you all have a problem with the interior design because it has to go with architecture. And because you're doing interior design, maybe it would have been nicer to keep the architecture part a little less and pick up a few of the spaces within that building and give us some interior output as to what is your idea of the interior of that space. Because right now I'm only looking at it as architecture. Your details are architectural details. Everything is architecture. There's nothing to do with interiors, and so I'm confused. What do I do with you?
Just to elaborate that point, the layouts, furniture placements, and certain amount of detailing, maybe speak of the lighting indoors, is it air conditioned, false ceiling or the lack of it. Those kinds of things were completely lost, I know you have 10 minutes. But sorry, Tony.
I think architecturally definitely have a lot of interesting spaces. And from your explanation, some of the spaces are actually missing. You talked about a community space on the ground floor, which I would have thought would be more free-flowing space where anybody would feel like coming in, which I don't see in the final renderings. Anyway, even as an interior, you have some interesting interior sketches, but then certain sketches don't make any sense. Like you have a space called social stair, which is supposed to be a space where people, but looking at the room and where the steps are, I don't know how much that is going to happen. Okay. Then you are shown an image for saying it's a co-working space, but the image then doesn't reflect a co-working space at all. So if you're going as an interior thing, you better be careful when you present such things. It has to be more relevant. You cannot just say things and show some other image, and it has to work. And combined with being an interior project, a little more stress on the interior and would go a long way. Anyway, your drawings are nice. I think some of the interior, what you call the library spaces, look nice. But something which stands out when you're going for an international jury is important.
Yeah.
The architecture is nice.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed the fact that you've taken a very simple program, but you are reinventing its validity in society today. You also kind of using the metaphor of the box, interestingly.
Yeah.
And kind of breaking it apart and having a lot more additions to a simple idea of a library with books. If you think of it as a resource center, of a new kind of a resource center, which is more than books, then maybe somewhere in its making, it will be interesting to kind of unite these different things that are happening in your section.
Yeah.
Everything is disjointed. Does it
Yeah.
need to be so disjointed is my question to you. Can it come together?
Yeah,
because
yeah, sure.
when you're talking of society and resources and how we need to be together and learn from each other, where are those spaces? And coming back to his comment on the community space, how does this in the vertical and horizontal planes come together is what we are grappling with.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
And what you showed as a nature of spaces is kind of, it's almost, it's like in a comic book, it is the idea of it, but it doesn't give us scale and proportion of that.
Yeah.
So I think that you need to go a step further and elaborate on that.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Thank you.
I'm not sure if you submitted in the interiors category or the jury in the first stage moved you to the interiors.
Architecture.
So they moved you to the interiors.
Yeah.
So when that happened, it should have been a wake-up call for you to work a little bit more on the interiors part of it and put that up, right?
Okay.
So that's something that you probably missed out on.
Yeah.
Oh, you can move them, is it?
Asking them. So in the first stage, when they evaluated, they found that it was a project that could fit into interiors. And then since it didn't have enough for interiors, they asked them to do that. When they move, they should have worked more. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you.
We're just being educated in it. That's tough for her.
So up next we have Maha Pratanya. She'll be presenting Alai, a movement to revive India.
Revive India. We have already somebody reviving us.
Hello. Good afternoon and welcome to Alai, a movement to revive India. Alai meaning wave is a movement to bring to light the traditional practices of India through a chain of retail outlets while at the same time redefining the nature of luxury retail itself. The movement comes in two parts, A, domestic label and B, vernacular architecture. With a surge in homegrown brands, especially since the pandemic, it can be seen that a large percentage of these labels focus on reviving Indian traditional products and services that are not only sustainable and eco-friendly, but also help in empowering local communities and artisans nationwide. Giving these brands a platform to build on by layering them over vernacular architecture is the aim of the movement. To do this, an all-inclusive module has been created that can be replicated for any industry and/or location, making it clear and straightforward to recreate. The module generated is trifold, inspiring a narrative, drawing on local communities, and finally retail and design. The first part of the module discusses storyboarding and how to combine the context of the product, its history and its manufacturing with that of the site, setting, context, and architecture. So drawing on local communities involves empowering nearby communities, generating employment locally, as well as amongst those that are related to the product or the brand in question, and boosting local economy, and finally claiming ownership of Indian goods and services. The module's last section, retail and design, looks at examines how to connect the two to create a holistic and experiential space that strengthens local brands and through the use of intricate storyboarding and seamless retail. Moving on, Alai for Athars has been taken up as a prototype to better understand this module. So what is it? Athars is a type of Indian fragrance popular in the northern regions of India, dating back to over 60,000 years. The product's roots majorly stem from the Mughal era, when it was perfected, explored, and gained prominence. The fragrances are made using a simple distillation process, using natural ingredients with no addition of artificial agents or chemicals. Athars are also widely used in the culinary industry as well as for meditative purposes. The site is a 4,000 square foot residential abode in the city of Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, constructed in the Chettinad style of architecture. It's in close contact with the Nilgiri Hills on the west and encircled by vast farmlands throughout. The site was chosen in specific as the raw materials needed to make athars can be directly obtained from the agricultural lands nearby. So this not only aids in the locals being part of the neighborhood, but it also gives them a new form of direct income for their survival. Moving on to the site analysis. The property has a large porch that opens up into a lovely central courtyard with 4 rooms, one at each corner. So the entryway or the main door is a very strong teak double door. And the entrance to the porch itself is embellished with simple yet overpowering archways with pillars and motifs surrounding them. Once inside the house, once you're inside the center courtyard measures up to 1,400 square feet, and the roofing is held up by 2 rounds of strong teak wood columns. Lastly, the rooms are 180 square feet each, and they're all similar in make, and with the exception of the single shuttered door that you enter through, wherein the upper frame has different motifs, making each piece of furnishing within the space unique. Owing to the open-to-sky center courtyard and the natural lighting and ventilation systems present, the space is cool at all times. The windows in each room allow for cross-ventilation, and the roofing has openings on it, as you can see in the bottom left image, for light to enter the rooms, apart from the windows. And the entire floor plan comes with a false ceiling layout made of teakwood slabs, which multi-purposes as an above-head storage, which is a common architectural element in most Chettinad households. So apart from the teakwood, the walls are 1 foot 8 inches thick and are coated with lime mortar plaster, while the floorings are made of crushed limestone with red oxide borders, all of which aid in keeping the space cool at all times. So there's no need for any any air conditioning systems or fans within the space at all. So coming to the zoning of the space is done in such a way that it imitates the movement of a wave or alai. So it starts with community interaction at its center, and goes to retail and storyboarding, and finally community activities at its periphery. So as marked in the floor plan, each room has a designated purpose, while each piece of furniture and lighting has been designed specifically for the site. Due to the product's background in the Mughal era and the site's location in the site's roots in Chettinad architecture, the best of both worlds have been combined to create unique interior elements that make use of design elements from both these types. So it makes use of motifs, miniature art, jali and metal structure of the Mughals, and elaborate carvings, painting styles, cane and teak structure of the south. Most furniture pieces also come with paintings on them, as well as few wall murals, all of which are made by local artisans, and they're mostly made from the leftover ingredients of the attar making process, making it eco-friendly and creating a zero waste cycle. Now to explain each room in detail, the residence in the foyer is a space to relax and unwind. It comes with an open floor plan for people to sit, mingle, and discuss. As customary in South Indian households, the space is open to all, from customers to locals to varied travelers, to engage with one another. The reception and the seating is made at a low height so as to not overpower the space. The charpai, a staple of any South Indian household, along with the center table. A reclined cane chair, again a staple with added Mughal elements. The center chandelier, known for both in Mughal architecture as well as Chettinad architecture. Sconce and floor lamps for ambient lighting, as well as smaller chandeliers on the sides of the porch for added lighting as well. The windows facing the front elevation, where you can see the archways and jalis covering alternate openings to provide partial yet end-to-end visibility. The jali is made to imitate, the pattern is made to imitate the shape of an alai, thereby casting a symbolic movement of the wave on the ground below. The windows below show the inside of the space. As can be seen, the entire space is free of furniture except for a very few pieces. As an alternative, floor mats have been provided so people can pick and choose where they sit. This enables individuals to participate in a variety of conversations with people from all walks of life. The same concept of seating has been followed in the inner courtyard as well. The gateway is a threshold space leading from the porch into the belly of the house, connecting the retail to the residential. It comes with a very simple chandelier with track lights at the walls to highlight paintings of waves on them. The rhythm is a sensorial zone that brings the space together with sound and sentiment. It's a purely expressive space, hosting nothing but an urli with hanging lamps and a stained glass background. The narrative and the interface. The interface is a central courtyard, which it's an open-to-sky space for communal interaction. As it's at its center, there's a working installation of the Degan Babka, the attar-making apparatus, which has been multi-purpose to serve authentic South Indian filter coffee, using the same distillation technique so people understand how the product is made as well. The coffee that's brewed also aids in masking the aroma of the intense attar fragrances, thereby acting as a natural palate cleanser. The narrative or the circulation space around it goes beyond traditional retail. Apart from the art-shaped flushed shelves hosting products from different attar labels, the walls in themselves are painted with a storyboard integrating the product's manufacturing and history. So it starts with the entry of the Mughals, their contribution to its development, the manufacturing process, and finally the harmony it brought upon the kingdom. So as you can see in the renders, you can see the paintings, you can see people lounging, sipping on coffee, interacting, shopping, and the entire expanse of the retail experience. There are recessed lightings placed along the circulation zone with track lights to highlight the illustrations on the wall and strip lights on the inside of the courtyard for ambient lighting. So the craft is a room to experiment and make your own athars, bringing together, and the coffee edit is a space that combines athars with coffee, wherein the athars are infused with the coffee, so people can test, bringing back so people can taste test different versions of authentic filter coffee infused with these fragrances. Being two products deeply rooted in Indian history from opposite ends of the country, it's one that unites the two, merging retail and residential, north and south, taste and smell, and much more. So the low table for individual work in the craft, the console for people who prefer to stand or are unable to sit on the floor, the bar chair to go with it, and the coffee edit has a long table, so it sort of gets people talking because there's only a single furniture present in the entire space, so sort of nudges people to go ahead and interact with one another. This is the inside of the space. The space is kept very simple with the exception of the furniture, and so that the focus is on others while you get to experience the simple beauty of vernacular architecture. The exclusive cut is a space for people to pre-book and have private sessions in, and the musings is meditative zone, as others is also used for meditative purposes. The exclusive cut, it can host up to 12 people with a U-shaped seating, a center table and a single seater for the person explaining to help them through it, a full height shelf that hosts antique athar bottles and showpieces, a chandelier to emphasize on the luxury of the space within, and the musings uses a simple floor seater so as to not overpower and give people that individual attention they need while meditating. So this is how the space looks, and these are the final renders of the space in both plan and isometric view. The entire floor from start to finish, the various zones discussed and how they play out on the whole can be visualized. In conclusion, this movement is more than just a project for me, and I take this to be the first step in turning Alai and its many subsequent subsets into a reality. Thank you.
I think it was a very difficult attempt to first of all try to make a Chettinad house, which you had shown, the beautiful Chettinad house, into a place for athar, which is a very difficult fit. And I think you have tried your best, but I'm not sure how much it is working. Yeah, I'm not sure how much it is working. I think it has been a great attempt to do that, no? But
it's more,
it looks a bit forced. That is what.
So that's a reason why Athars was chosen as well. So because it's from two opposite parts of the country, it's about bringing that to a part that's unaware of its presence. This is a way of helping them develop, or like the brand, helping the brand gain the prominence that it needs. Because if you just keep exploring a product that's already famous in that part, in the same area, then it's not going to grow beyond where it is. So.
Great attempt. And can you show me that picture of the meditation hall?
Of the?
Meditation.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
So you had it a meditation hall, and whenever you keep images in meditation hall and all, make sure it is more meditative and not somebody killing somebody else, no?
No, it's actually pretty spaced out. It just looks like that in the render. If you look at it in the plan, then you can see that.
Okay. The left one is what?
Sorry?
Can you go back? Go ahead. Oh, that's a business class one. Okay.
The angle of the render is slightly off, but if you look at it in the plan, I think it's okay.
Maha.
Yes.
I was just, the foyer, is it, there are no doors, I think. Several arches were left blank.
So those arches are already there.
Right. So there's no safety or security required here?
No, there is an outer compound around the space as well.
Okay, that was not, I think, reflective in the plan.
I will mention that.
You should please look at that. And what is Atar or perfume and Coimbatore? Do they go? I mean, I don't know whether Coimbatore is known for that, no? Why did you choose Atar there?
Why did I choose Coimbatore as the site?
No, why the perfume trade or perfume art?
Okay, so Athars is an upcoming brand, and a lot of like small homegrown brands have taken them up recently over the years. So this is just an example to show how the module works, but this can be applied for any industry or location, and it would work the same. So this is just, I've taken it as an example to showcase this thing.
I have a comment. When I see your plan consistently drawn as if it is completely contextless, you showed us a picture of that area where I'm sure that there are adjacent homes, right? There are adjacent structures. So why is this kind of in the middle of nowhere? It doesn't give us the context of what you're talking about. Also, your choice of a Chettinad home for the program that you are trying to fit into it is something that needs convincing. It is not something that we are completely, right from the outset in tune with, because it is a kind of a new imposition of the program within the ambit of a home, essentially. Secondly, when you show us images and renders, I have no sense of what is the flooring, what is the wall, what is the ceiling, what are you doing to it as an interior space? Apart from putting furniture and objects, what is your role as a designer? How do you bring a space come alive or speak to you or communicate to you in a particular way? What is your craftsmanship within a space? Because space is three-dimensional. It's not about just objects, right? So I think that there are a lot of questions that this presentation has thrown up for us. We're seeing it remotely. I mean, we are not as involved or immersed in it as you, but your communication of these things needs to be much better, much stronger.
Okay.
India revived. I think I'm lost, not revived. So when you pick up topics and you make these kind of words, that means there is something that you're attempting to do. It doesn't happen here at all.
Okay.
It doesn't happen here at all. In fact, if you had removed that, maybe I'd be a little more less burdened. Okay? All right. So whatever they have said, I can't understand the Attar and the Chettinad house and the coffee. It's like a forced fit. They don't go together.
Okay.
Why should you force them together, and that too in a contained space? It's not exposed to anything. Only once you enter it will you see it, because the context of this house is, you've been to Chettinad, no?
Yeah.
Yeah? The streets are narrow, right? You don't see anything outside. You have to go in through a small door, then get into the forecourt, then all of that, right? So it's more private mansions, not open to public, right? So I think there's and if you're trying to revive it and make it this thing, then it should be in a more public space which is open to all. And everything here is a force fit, sadly. Right? I think you should have questioned yourself before you set off.
All right.
Okay?
I think it'd be, when you do, you're an interior designer student, or
Yeah.
you're a student? So when interior design projects are handled in colleges, I think it's also about giving taglines to brands. And I think that's where that India Revived is coming from. But when you're presenting at, you're presenting your design, it's not about the brand, it's more about the design. And I think you have to be careful when you use those terms, yeah.
It is not that, sometimes in reality, you may end up with a Chettinad house and somebody has taken it and wants to sell others. You may be in a situation like that. That doesn't mean you wouldn't say no to him. But then still, I think, but when you have something like that, it is a very, very tough thing to do, but you have to be very careful in the way you do it. And, and it is not just about putting some furniture, it will be more than that. So that's what we are saying. Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, Maha.
Thank you.
So we have Karanshu Sharma with us. She'll be presenting Metropolitan Correction Center, the vertical prison complex.
Hello. Hi, everyone. So I'm Karanshu, and I'm here to present my thesis, the Metropolitan Correction Center, which is a vertical prison complex. Now, at some point in our lives, we all must have thought that school feels like a prison, trapped, enclosed, confined maybe. But what if I tell you a lot of other institutions might have something in common with prison spaces? So to answer that, I would like to introduce you to a concept, the panopticon, which is the all-seeing. Now, if we imagine the institutions to have two different types of user spaces, or two different types of users in terms of surveillance, it would be the inspectors and the inspectees. So now, who are the inspectees? It might be the students, or the patients in the hospital, the workers, or the prisoners. And they are supposed to be circumferenced around a central watchtower, which actually houses those who are inspecting upon them, which would be your guards, your teachers, the wardens, and so on. Now, if we talk about the prison spaces solely, there might be different types of spaces in the prison environment, which would be a prison boundary, it might be the prison context, and the interiors of the prison complex. So what happens if we look at the different user types of the same? It will have the non-prison population, it'll have the prisoner staff population, as well as the inmates. Now, when we talk about the panopticon, so this concept dates back to the 18th century. So that's when CCTVs were not there, right? So now, after the advent of cameras, we actually have the luxury to diverge from this rigidity in terms of physical translation of the concept. So how can we achieve that? Maybe we can try to break the boundaries. Maybe we could try to play with the user types and the population talked about earlier. So these are certain iterations which came out to be when I tried to do the same. And so the one form that I chose was scooping out the boundaries. Now, as you can see, you have an opaque dome in front of you. So if that is considered to be a prison complex, if you could please lift it up. So now what happens when we reveal or unveil what's inside it? So that doesn't necessarily mean that we are blending everything or letting them be very prominent, but it's just non-hidden. So my idea was, so the site is actually in the Connaught Place. It is right behind the LIC building. And what happens over here, hence the metropolitan center of the city. So what I tried to do was horizontally, in terms of translating the idea of panopticon, I took exhibition panels which would actually form like a stilted exhibition space beneath the tower, which would help the non-prison population, if not completely, but in a restricted form, visually and physically, be a part of the prison environment. So all the works, all the products that the prisoners would be making in their factories, which is housed above, so that could be displayed over here. And moving on to the different vertical zonings inside the complex. So we have, apart from the exhibition area, we have the security, we have the support areas, and we have the accommodation areas where the prisoners are housed. So how I moved on about with this was, first I tried to disintegrate and integrate the various vertical zones, the security zones, the support areas and everything, and then form different vertical shafts which would be in a way non-opaque, and form two specific core areas which would be consistent in the entire building and assemble them throughout. So starting with the public exhibition area now, Again, a very labyrinthic space was the idea that to help the chaotically ordered spaces above. Now, apart from the panopticon, another umbrella term which would unite all the institutions would be disciplinary architecture. So discipline and punish is another concept by another philosophy. So when we try to integrate different formal and informal spaces in such environments, we might think that, okay, school might be the less or least strict of all those. But when we look at all these institutions individually, we come to see that areas of formality and informality, it exists in all of these spaces in different scales. So scale is just the only differential factor here. Then starting with the administration area now. So this houses just the prison staff areas. So how to incorporate panoptic gaze in these areas and how to look at the balance or the ratio of discipline and punishment in these areas is achieved by using floor slabs which might not be very continuous, breaking monotony in terms of the roofs, in terms of the fenestrations, and maybe even having open spaces over here. Then moving on to the master control area, so it has all the CCTV control rooms, which again we can see, which again we have like open areas which would help in achieving like a direct gaze to the outside world. Then moving on to the inmate receive area. So this is where the inmates would first be escorted to with the help of a prison staff. And the security check happens over here. And then they are moved forward according to the punishment which was given to them to the admission area. So again, even in the admission and release areas which are in the same zone, what I tried to do was create a multiplicity of levels, break the monotony, have fenestrations which might not be very restricted, but I mean, they're not very hidden, but they have some sort of restriction in them. Then talking about the vertical aspect of the panoptic gaze, again, now over here we try to break the floor slabs. As I talked about earlier, we can break the monotony of the slabs. We can let the gaze move further. And so this is how I went about with the general massing of the initial zones. And this was actually carried forward in the zones further as well. So when we talk about prison areas, what we need to look at is the big three, which could be the confinement, zones, surveillance, and security. So talking about the accommodation areas, there are 4 different types of accommodation. We have a sharing cell, we would have a singular cell, a solitary cell, and 2 sharing dormitories. So the first type of accommodation would be which houses solitary confinement cells and the singular cells. Again, the idea here was to give restriction only where it's required. So what I wanted to do was maybe create such chaotically ordered spaces where circulation would be limited and the prisoners could then be diverged to their solitary confinement zones where they will then have a freedom of body and movement. Then we come to the second type of accommodation. So here it's a mix of solitary confinement and shared dormitories. There are common areas, cafeterias, administration zones as well. So throughout such accommodation areas, there's no direct panoptic gaze going on. There's no direct gaze of the staff. It's just done through the CCTV cameras, or there is an indirect surveillance zone. So again, by breaking the monotony and by not enclosing the entire view, but restricting it to some extent was the idea. So this was about the accommodation zones. Then we come to the support areas, which would have the visiting zone. So the visiting area would require the non-prison population to be escorted. So again, I tried to use the partition walls, which would break the rigidity. Similarly, in the healthcare areas, which is sandwiched in between the vertical area, we would have a multiplicity of disciplinary and punishment spaces. Then we have the education and work zones. This is actually where the inmates are about to make those products which will be displayed further in the public exhibition areas. And then we have the recreation zones. And lastly, now the question is, after giving this aspect of verticality, where the vertical aspect could be related to power, who is the inspector now and who are the inspectees? Thank you.
Thanks, Karanshu.
Why Connaught Place? The heart of our capital. You put up this prison. Is this, site available?
No, it
behind
wasn't
LIC?
proposed.
No, Palika Bazaar is the heart, the center. LIC faces Palika Bazaar. You said behind LIC.
It is behind the LIC building. So the idea was to place it at the heart of the city so that
all the criminals. It's a prison, right? The inspectees are prisoners.
Yes.
So you want to put them right? That's another angle. Yeah, you should be specific. How high is this prison?
It's 127 meters.
Meters. What is the setback required for that? It's towering. Can you have something like that in Connaught Place?
So actually there was an FAR that was mentioned, but there was no height restriction over here. And there's a Statesman building which comes in the same axis, which goes up to 80 meters in height. So, I thought we could go forward with this.
And I saw some balconies in one of the slides. Are they looking outwards? Are they looking inward in your design?
So there were both kind of balconies actually. In the administration areas, they were looking outwards, and when we have areas which involves the inmates, so they were looking inwards. Okay. The administration was looking outwards.
What do you look inwards in the balcony?
Sorry?
When you get to the balcony, what do you look at?
Sir, I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
The balconies that are inwards, what are you looking into?
The prisoners are looking into one another. So, where there is no solitary confinement or restriction of interaction, so they can still have their freedom of movement in their respective spaces, and they can, the view is not restricted then.
Okay.
Frankly, very fascinating idea. It's more reminds. Of course, visually it reminds of certain buildings which have historically been there since 1976, Pompidou or the Lloyd Center and whatever else. So it's like that shocking thing which I think Delhi needs at one point. But what came up? How did you come up with this whole idea of panopticon?
So actually, it started way back in my second year when I had to design a school. So during that time, I saw about disciplinary architecture and how there are institutions like prison which could be related to this. So then I thought about taking up spaces, and the question was, could we actually punish someone through architecture? Could physically we restrict, bodily movements or maybe interaction, and then place something so confined, devoid of light, ventilation and everything? Could that be possible? And then when I started reading further, I came to know about panopticon and how things were actually related way back.
So is this your thesis project?
Yes.
Okay.
I think what you have been doing throughout is to question the idea of freedom, question what is remedial measures for bad behavior, and what is the nature of space that is needed for that. I think the basic idea is starting from there, right? If I'm not reading you
Yes.
incorrectly. It is your chaotic expression of this idea. It is hard to understand, hard to grasp. It is purposely lacking legibility. Is that what you intend to do? Purposely making it chaotic and illegible. And hence not decipherable and not a panopticon as you call it. It's a non-panopticon that you are trying to attempt.
Yes, it is
right?
a non-panopticon. If not
Yes.
an anti-panopticon, it
Yes.
is not as rigid as the panopticon. We try to
Correct.
diverge from that idea.
So in trying to establish the opposite, you have purposely chosen an anarchist kind of assembly of things and trying to kind of aggressively put forth the notion that it is not about control, but it is about chaos and limitlessness and indecipherability of space that makes one look inwards.
Right.
So I think it's a powerful statement. It is also something that you have felt for some time inside of you, and we can sense that. And I think you need to put it forth in that manner. Okay. In trying to have very complicated words, you're probably missing out on the gist of it. So I think that there is something there. There is a germinal idea which you need to be very forthright with and express it as such. Not kind of under a veil of difficult words and difficult concepts that we have to look at Google to kind of understand. So I think it is to your benefit once you project it slightly differently than what you have.
Moshmi, when we
Sure.
select the final person, they are supposed to get mentored by the jury as well. I think you will help them articulate their concept so much better. Thanks. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Karanchi.
Thank you.
Stay out of prison. Don't go to prison.
He says stay out of prison.
I'll try to.
So thank you, Karanchi. So we'll do something different for a while, 10 minutes. So there is a small quiz. All of you who are in the back, representing various colleges, you'll have to answer. Whoever is answering, we'll promise you a very attractive goodie. Yeah? Nikita, you want to use the hand mic?
Hi everyone, enjoying the presentations? I guess you already have your favorites in mind, but please wait till the end to hear all of them since they worked so hard throughout the year on these wonderful projects and presentations. So we have few questions for the audience, only for the audience, so everybody behind this barricade. And Neeti is promising some goodies that will be given to you at the end of the event. For the person who gives the correct answer first. Okay? So ready?
You can raise up your hand when you know the answer.
Yeah, you raise your hand and we'll pass on the mic to you. Okay? So the first one is, what are complementary colors in a color wheel? What are complementary colors in a color wheel?
Just have one.
So are you ready for the second one?
Nikita, allow her to.
Yeah, let's see if we can get one answer from this side. So I want you to name.
Okay, next one.
Okay, are you ready? Okay, I want you to name 5 natural materials of different colors. 5 different natural construction materials of different colors. Who's going first?
It's a tough one or what?
It's easy. Okay, I think she has.
This time.
I hope you get it right.
Clay, sand.
Name the colors also, of the materials that you're saying.
Okay.
And they have to be 5 different ones.
Clay
Significantly
is
different.
gray. Sand is light brown. Rock.
Which color? Is also gray.
No, it's dark gray.
No, we're looking for different, significantly different colors.
Bamboo.
It's also brown.
Green.
Live bamboo.
Snow.
Oh?
Yeah, you build igloo with snow, right? White.
Okay. Very diverse. Fifth one. I think we can get some more answers. This is a very interesting question which is open-ended. So we could look at one more answer, but you cannot repeat the materials she's already mentioned.
Not
Is
light
the rule.
grey, dark grey.
Yeah, think different. No, red, blue, green, yellow. There's so many colors. Okay, this girl wants to attempt. You have to name 5.
5.
Natural materials. Think of all our ancient buildings, what materials they use, what colors they got. Everybody's thinking within themselves. Nobody wants to get a prize for answering it. No hands raised. It's a super easy question, and okay, let's think of maybe Red Fort. It was of a certain color, coming from a certain material, and so on.
Yeah, she's a clear winner now.
Name 5. Take the mic and name 5.
Limestone, yellow. Fly ash bricks one, grey.
Fly ash is not natural.
Brick red.
Yeah, okay.
Clay product, character. Sandstone,
Which sandstone?
yellow.
Okay.
And granite marble, natural stone, black. Quartz. Quartz.
Okay. She gets it too.
Who's the winner?
Both of them.
Yeah.
Let's open it.
Name and
So your name and
Shweta. Shweta, from which college?
I'll ask her.
Okay. So the last question before lunch would be on Ayda. So how many of you are going to take part in Ayda next year?
No, that's not the question.
That's not the question, but that's just to see if you want to be on the stage next year. So it's a simple question. How many countries are taking part in Ayda 2022?
Next year we'll graduate.
Still you're eligible.
You will be eligible. No, that's a wrong one. How many countries are taking part in Ayda 2022? No. No, one number.
17.
That's right.
That's correct. You have 17 countries taking part in the Asia Young Designer Awards.
You do. Thank you. Give me a minute.
Can we
So please wait till the end to collect your prizes later, and stay tuned to whatever is coming next.
So we'll break for lunch. You'll have to take the other side of the door. Lunch is served that side. For anybody who's come today from the local colleges or anything, so the finalists will have to use the first two doors. So just to save time, no, we have, otherwise everything is the same. Yeah, we'll be back in an hour.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives, full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research, meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. Ayda is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, Ayda aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, Ayda has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the Ayda journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, Ayda has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but Ayda has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With Ayda going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the Ayda family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Check. This 1, 2, 3, 4. हो गया. Noise इरका बात है ना. Check. This. Praveen, போயிட்டு வந்துரு. அவர்கிட்ட காசு கேட்டு. Check. This.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. Ayda is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, Ayda aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, Ayda has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the Ayda journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, Ayda has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us, but Ayda has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With Ayda going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the Ayda family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
Test. Test, test, test. Test. Hello. Mic test. நான் தான் டெஸ்ட் பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஹலோ டெஸ்ட். ஓகே. ஹலோ டெஸ்ட் 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 டெஸ்ட். ஹலோ டெஸ்ட். நான் செக் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். போடியில் செக் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். Test. Testing, 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 testing. இல்ல என்னோட மொபைல் இன்டர்நெட்ல கனெக்ட்ல இருக்கு. Testing, hello test. Hello test, 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 test. No, I need to test the Zoom. Test. Hello, 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 Zoom test. Delhi. Hello. Test.
For over 130 years, our culture of innovation has shaped the lives of millions. Building better, brighter, and happier lives full of color and opportunities. It all stems from breakthrough research meticulously developed by leading scientists and chemists at our world-leading facilities. We're all part of a diverse family who, together, make Nippon Paint Asia's #1 paint and coatings manufacturer, offering a complete paint and coating solution for total peace of mind. We're a Pan-Asian family unified and driven by our lean for growth culture of vigilance, insatiable appetite, teamwork, agility, leanness, stamina, allowing us to lead from the front of the pack. Corporate responsibility is ingrained in our DNA, promoting sustainability and developing skills, because people have always been at the heart of our company. Together, we strive for a sustainable business that positively impacts lives. Our ingenuity flows through every drop of the billion liters of paint and coatings we produce every year, adding color to all the industries we supply through strong distribution, and in turn enriched the lives of millions around the world. We continue to set new standards in coatings for motor vehicles. Our protective coatings sustain and enhance the performance of bridges, ships, fuel pipes, and chemical tanks. By offering developers and architects a variety of highly durable and weather-resistant options, we make it possible to realize their ambitions. And for our consumers, we strive to deliver the best end-to-end solutions, including design services to perfectly complement our products. We are Nippon Paint. We harness the brilliance of innovation. We inspire the lives of millions now and for decades to come.
The world is truly extraordinary, filled with amazing wonders of nature and breathtaking sceneries in which every human being is unique in their own special way. We are all different in genders, ages, and identities, from diverse family backgrounds, regions, ethnicities, and cultures. We do have one thing in common: ideas. From the things we have seen, the experiences we have gained, and our exposure to the world, we generate infinite ideas to contribute to our society's social, economic, and cultural values, to help build and enhance the world we live in. The world needs change now more than ever, and a push for revolutionary innovation which will thrust us towards improving the quality of our lives. Ayda is determined to positively build a community of enthusiastic, outstanding, and compassionate spatial designers. We believe we can provide more to the world through our efforts. Founded in 2008, Ayda aims to help nurture the talents of tomorrow, together with leading architects and interior designers of our generation. Over the years, Ayda has evolved to become an international community. We have grown beyond just being an awards competition, but a holistic growth accelerator and community for design enthusiasts, both students and practicing professionals. By working closely with our network of passionate mentors and judges, the Ayda journey offers hands-on and out-of-classroom experience for our student participants. This is vital in helping young designers reach maturity upon graduating and entering the world of spatial design with a socially conscious heart in their pocket. Through the valuable sharing and guidance from our outstanding mentors and lecturers, our participants will acquire relevant technical skills, explore being creative with designs, and be able to better understand market needs. Many of our beloved alumni are on an ongoing journey to better impact the future by interpreting the pinnacle of good designs. Since 2018, Ayda has been awarding our international winners an opportunity to attend the Design Discovery Program by Harvard University's Graduate School of Design, with all expenses paid. Unfortunately, in 2020, COVID-19 swooped in and struck us. But Ayda has never stopped being resilient against the sudden surge of negativity. We believe in preserving hardship and embracing innovation until the day we can harvest the fruit of our success. Despite the pandemic, partnering educational institutions globally share our sentiment. The number of entries did not dwindle, and participating students' morale alongside their mentors has never been stronger. With Ayda going beyond Asia, we are persistently amplifying creativity and unearthing hidden talents within every young designer. We will continue to encourage our future young leaders to be bold, innovative, and committed to changing the world with significant impact. Be part of the Ayda family and join us in cultivating passionate design communities.
yeah. Shall we? Shall we begin the next presentation? Anybody outside, could you just come back? Okay, I call upon Ravli to introduce the next participant. Anybody outside, can you please quickly come inside?
So up next we have Vaibhavi with us. She'll be presenting a little extra, a desire for that one kind of home.
Can I get a mic? Yeah. Is this on?
Next slide, previous slide.
This is on, no?
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. Hi everyone. My name is Vaibhavi Khedkar. I'm in my 4th year architecture and I'll be presenting my semester 7 housing project. It's called A Little Extra, a desire for that one kind of house. Okay. It's not going next. प्ले करेंगे साउंड प्ले करेंगे सॉरी फॉर द
So would request you to please settle down. We are beginning the next presentation. Please settle down, and you can even call your friends or colleagues who are there. Please settle down. No, a little silence is needed.
So please hear this sound carefully. You must be feeling right. You're in the middle of the road and some car is coming to you and just bashing you. So what if I show you this image and I just want to tell that from my balcony I'm listening to the exact same sound which I listen from the middle of the road. So is balcony making any difference in architecture? So and these balconies, to be honest, they are facing seas, mountain and rivers. Like we feel that our balconies should face seas, mountain and rivers. But in the reality, these balconies are facing road, noises and traffic. So in Mumbai, all the 4 and 6 laners road, they make around 60 to 70 to 90 decibel of noise. And the human capacity to hear the noise is around 50 to 60 decibel. And above that, if we continuously listen to the sound, we can even get the permanent listening and disasters, the things. So, and the thing is that 60 to 65% of the houses are facing this noise and facing these roads and the lanes. So, are we really looking to a calm, peaceful house, or are we just listening to the chaos from the house? Is the question that I started with. So I started talking to the local people whose houses are facing to the roads. So in one of the interview, a lady pointed out one very major point, that these BMCs nowadays are not letting people to extend their balconies and not get the balconies within the house area. And I came to know in my semester 7 that these balconies comes under the carpet area in certain Mumbai places. And some, they don't allow that balconies in carpet, but some places it is considered in the carpet. So we are paying extra for these balconies. So it's an interview with a lady. I just want to listen.
15 वर्ष झाली मला इथे येऊन मुंबईत.
हां. तुमच्या घराला बाल्कनी आहे का आणि तुम्हाला काय वाटते बाल्कनी द्यायला पाहिजे का?
बाल्कनी नसेल तर बरंच होईल, कारण एवढी छोटी बाल्कनी असते त्याच्यामुळे सगळं धूळ, परत गाड्यांचा आवाज वगैरे सगळं असं एकदम खूप त्रास होतो आणि पावसातून तर खूपच त्रास होतो. हे जे काय काय जण गॅलरीमध्ये छोट्या गॅलरीत सगळं कचरकुंडी करून ठेवतात, त्याच्यामुळे ती बरोबर वाटत नाही. मग त्याच्यापेक्षा BMC ने आम्हाला परमिशन देत नाही वाढवायला.
बाल्कनी वाढवायला BMC परमिशन
देत नाही. मग जर तुमच्याकडून जर होत असेल, आम्हाला मिळत असेल तर आम्ही हे करू शकतो, घ्यायला
नंतर BMC परमिशन देत नाही तोडफोड करायला. So after this, I realized that these balconies are becoming redundant. These balconies are narrow. These balconies are open to noise. And they are pathetic during rains, at least in Mumbai. And these balconies requires yearly maintenance and a lot of maintenance it requires. So why are we paying extra for these balconies just to get a balcony view, which is letting us view to a noiseful road? So I started doing my analysis through an existing building, an existing case study. So it's near Dadar area in Mumbai. So it's a 2 BHK unit. It's an apartment having 2 BHK units on each floor. So this is a 2 BHK in that building, which is around 100 square meter. The percentage of the balcony is around 14 to 16%. That is around 16 square meter of area of the entire house. And these balconies are considered in the carpet area of at least in this building. So the door swings and the walls take up to 5 to 8% of the house. And that is considered in the RERA carpet area as per the laws in Bombay. So here I analyze that more the number of walls, lesser is the area to consume. Then the transition and the movement space in any house that movement space takes up to 20 to 25% of the house, and that movement space has to be kept obstacle free. And next, the ducts are popping out and they are just not making the facade look good. And the fixed furniture takes up to 40% of the area of the house. So are we really using our house optimally? And the only 15 to 20% of the total area is kept or is therefore is allowing us to the freedom to create something within the house. So I started questioning, can we change our house only? Like rather than changing the apartments and the not letting them face the road and all, can we just change our house? Can we start with our own place? So I started with a 4x4 square, a unit, which can be transformed in anything. So then I placed 6 such units to create a approx area of 100 square meter, that is 2 BHK, a normal 2 BHK in Mumbai. Then added these balcony spaces, included these balcony spaces, which is around 16 square meter within a unit. And this is enclosed inside the house. So the carpet area is utilized properly within the house. So now, as we realize that more number of walls can create, less space. So I started having the fixed wall area, defining the fixed wall area, which is the toilet and duct. And then tried zoning out the spaces as per the living, the transition space along with living, kitchen and the bedrooms adjoining the toilet. And also the proper ventilation pattern is tried to create the proper ventilation pattern. So this is the proposed 2 BHK unit, which is of around 100 square meter, wherein I have the 2 bedrooms touching the toilet, and this transition space, which is the corner space, is creating a transition to the space, living and kitchen area. So I have a freedom within my house. So I would like to tell you the impact of this transition space throughout the week, or maybe how we change. So maybe on Monday morning, I just want, like nowadays after pandemic, the people prefer to work from home. So maybe on Monday morning, I can just create, or I can just change the space into a studio space within my house and create privacy for myself. Maybe on Tuesdays, if I want to like cook something, I can just close my kitchen area, create a partition there, and can cook anything like within my house, and just close the bedroom so that the tadka will not go there. Even maybe on Thursday night, like if people are sleeping inside, I can just close that particular part and create a television watching area for myself. So similarly, on other like different days, I can evolve my house. Maybe on Saturday night, if I want to invite people to my house, I can just entirely open up my space and create a gathering space within my house. Similarly, on Sunday mornings after my party, I can just, on Sunday morning, I just can create a yoga space within my room and just close the other part for cleaning or other things. So yeah, this is how the transitional unit is helping me to create a lot of different interiors within my architecture. So this transition unit is flexible, it is modular, it is transformable, it is adaptive, and it is resilient, so it is giving me a lot of freedom to do anything within my space. And keeping that same unit, the 4x4 unit, the 16 square meter unit, I tried creating 1 BHK, 2 BHK and 3 BHK just by adding such number of units. So here are the 4 typologies. I explained the 2 BHK to you. So how can this scheme, this unit, create a larger impact? So I tried developing a post-pandemic housing complex using the same unit, wherein I intentionally created 2 different masses so that I can like disconnect people but connect them visually. So this is the okay. So here I'll try to explain you the very basic thing. So I've purposely created these 2 different masses and allowing, because I'm not giving them balcony.
Yeah, being fair, we'll probably have to stop at that. Run through your slides.
So yeah, so this is the kind of atmosphere.
No, just keep running through them. Yeah, I think the jury would have picked up what you're trying to say.
So here I purposely created the buffer by having the commercial spaces in the ground.
So when they're asking you a question, you come back to it. Okay, let's just be fair on that. Let's hold the presentation open. Yeah. Questions for Vaibhavi? Nilab, it was almost like she was looking at you, Mumbai, housing.
Yeah, when we saw this presentation in the first session with Judy, we were wondering what it was. And what you explained at the start actually spent a whole lot of time trying to understand and explain to us why the balcony needs to be enclosed or need not be given, which has not been given anyway now with these new rules that you speak of. We don't have concept of balconies. It's now post-pandemic, again the new designs have started coming with balconies. But yours is an interesting thing, but I would have loved to see the second half of your presentation better than what you spent so much time.
Why don't you just rest your slide on one of the important, yeah.
I understand that she's come under the interior category.
Yes, she
Yeah,
has.
so the whole idea of a flexible 2-bedroom unit was, I think, far more interesting in the fact that you had movable walls and everything else, and then you took it up and made it into a housing complex. I think if it is an interior design project, then I think this is where you should kind of stop your presentation, and then we could then evaluate you only on this one. And a flexible wall and flexible dining spaces, flexible kitchen and everything else has been integral part of anyway Bombay living. We've never had a dining table. It's been always been on the wall, and we've had sofa come bed, as I think we invented that in Bombay. So that way I can understand your presentation. Rest of the country may not. So all the best to you.
Anybody else? This is an interiors category. No? Thanks, Vaibhavi.
I just would like to add one thing. I think in Mumbai, as Sir mentioned, we are not buying a house, we are buying a lifestyle. So we can just start thinking beyond the house is what my concept was. It's not just about the house, it's about the process we make that house. Like I've used precast members so that to make the site clear, like why Bombay is always under construction, like all the roads are always with the construction materials in and around. So we can use those technologies, we can put those technologies in India, and we can just create maybe a good, easy and fast construction systems in Bombay. Thank you.
As a fourth year student, I'm looking at you as a fourth year student.
Yeah, I'm a fourth
I
year
like
student.
your excitement. Thank you for that. And
Thank
I
you.
like the way you went through the whole process. Otherwise students just put 2 BHK, 3 BHK and just do whatever. You've gone through a process which is interesting. Like he said, it would have been nicer to see the further slides of how the 1 becomes the 2, the 3, 4, how do they all get together, what is the connectivity, what are the spaces and things like that. Being an interior design, I think that should have been more work on the interiors. That means you should have gone back and not kept to your 4th year final design, added those interiors in. If you do win, then you might have to do that.
Thank you.
I think it came as an architecture thing, and we decided to put it in the. And then I think you had the time, 2 months to work on it. So I think you need to work on that interior aspect now. I think it's an architecture thing. What you have done in 4th year is exceptional. Like to, since you're going as an interior thing, I think you should focus a little more on that part. Yeah.
Yes, sir, I'll give it a shot. Yes. Thank you.
So coming up next, we have Prajwal Sadvedkar, waste as a material of construction.
Yes, hello everyone. Waste is a material of construction. Building materials are considered an important part in today's construction industry. Urban materials of construction have dominated for years, and it's as per the thumb rule, we consider concrete as the best suited material for construction. On the other hand, waste is an issue. Waste generation is an issue for years, and what happens if we continue neglecting it? Like for those who like to fly, view from an airplane window. India, being 18% of the world's human population, alone develops 27% of the municipal solid waste. The world at the moment is consuming resources for building construction more than it can produce for, which eventually will result in depletion of resources. There is a need for an alternative materials produced which will be energy efficient, environment friendly and sustainable. So curiosity arises, what if we recycle the waste into building materials? Recycling is an important part, as recycling also means going through various processes to make the product last longer. So to understand recycling in a better way, a site visit was conducted, and a detailed analysis was done of how the waste come to the site, and identification of waste, which waste is recyclable and which is not. And then the materials were studied, their recycling potential, other conditions. And then they were categorized into indoor furniture, partially recycled materials, and fully recycled materials. So these were the finally developed materials, like waste plastic into bricks, construction and demolition waste, recycled waste glass, and waste fabric and electronic waste glass into products. Their processes of recycling, other conditions like CO2 emissions, life expectancy, advantages and disadvantages were studied. And some small case studies in which these materials have been used at a very small scale. Then a methodology was developed in which this sequence will explain the same of how the house can be built at a G+1 level. The technology uses a dovetail assembly system. It's like a Lego brick joinery. And a detailed analysis was done of how much waste is used and how much results were satisfactory. Similarly, for the G+2 or more. Coming to the design and project intervention, a site was selected in Navi Mumbai, Nerul, due to many recycling plants setting up there and to create an impact directly or indirectly. So this was the site. And a co-living program was selected so that larger group of people can experience the building. So coming to the process, there was some rough idea of scattering masses, small scattering masses. And this was like two masses on the sides and a level going up in the center. Then those levels were defined like commercial shops, bars and restaurants, co-working offices. This was another concept like what if the form goes on reducing as it goes up, which gives me advantages in two ways. Like it becomes easier for me to bring the natural light to the center of the building when the forms goes on reducing, and it gives me these pockets which were later used as balconies and common spaces. Then coming to the interior layout and interior planning, some strategies were used, like each floor aims at providing more common spaces. Like common spaces are introduced like watching TV or playing table tennis, which is different than the typical floor plate that we have. Private spaces included like bedroom, study area, and living and kitchen. While terraces played a role in secondary thing. So design and development. So all the living apartments are at the side and common spaces in the between. All the flooring and the furniture is made up of recycled waste as well as the construction part of it. So what happens here in the fourth floor is we can see the natural light hardly reaches to the center of the plan. So another skylight was introduced. We can see it here in a better way. Some 3Ds to understand it better. Design and development and the layout of co-working offices. Here also all the furniture that has been used is of recycled waste and the flooring of recycled plastic tiles. Some sectional perspectives and the other layouts. So this is a small case of what happens to the building in times like pandemic when it is deserted completely. So with minimum alterations in the interior layout, it can be converted into an emergency COVID ward or an hospital. Use of color plastic tiles also played an important role on the outside and the inside as well to generate a curiosity about the building. I have used the same color scheme on the inside as well to create a play between the spaces. Also what happens is gypsum board false ceilings are used for the living and corridors are left open so that and painted white so that to give the essence of a larger space. Some strategies like plantation or the inside or outside connect, boxing provided for the downtake pipes and other services. And the elevational character of it, here we can see the raised massing in the between that I was talking about earlier. Other side elevations and the play of masses and colors can be clearly seen here. The use of terraces and how the same color scheme was continued on the inside. Coming to design and development, a set for building the same, it will be explained with 6x6 module. So steel structural framing, internal support I-beams, C&D waste laid out for the decking sheet, recycled steel decking sheet is used, laying C&D waste over it. developing walls and doors and frames with it, and other activities. A furniture set used for the same, which is also made up of recycled waste and which can be customized according to the needs. And some end wall sections of how the building can be worked out on the inside and the outside as well. How the skylight works. So waste cannot be completely eliminated through this process, but this can be one of the way in which it can be directed towards. More research, scientific tests need to be conducted for these kind of materials to be used at a greater quantity, which indirectly will also result in a reduction of production and transportation cost. So yes, this was my architectural thesis project, but it was considered under interior architecture category because there was a lot of detailing involved on the outside and the inside as well. So it is becoming ever more urgent for us to live sustainably, one building for the start. Thank you.
Thanks, Prajwal.
Yes.
So Prajwal, in your presentation, I'm kind of at a crossroads as to how do you pin it down in which category? How do you really have the correct lens to look at it? Because a lot of research has gone into the idea of recycling. How do you use recycling in construction? What are the viable ways of putting those things together? So there is definitely an architectural backbone to this work. But I feel that in the interior design aspect of it, you need to kind of have the same strength,
Yes.
which needs to be built up still.
Yeah.
I think you have focused a lot on the architectural making of it, and we feel that it's just at that point where it can take off, you know, in terms of how
Yes,
these
ma'am.
things
Hence
come
I
together.
included how the interior layouts can be changed and converted into a different program altogether.
Not a different program. What is the sense of these spaces?
Yes.
If you are saying that I want to recycle, are they recycled and used in that recycled form? Are they naked to the eye to see? What are its tangible qualities of those kind of recycled materials? What are its surfaces? What is the tactility? So there's so many aspects to interiors, right? And
Yes.
also interiors deeply involve the way the light is played, volumes and proportions and objects within. So I think there's a whole level of exploration that you can do now that you have reached
Yes.
this vantage
Yes.
point. Thank you.
So we go back to the conundrum of you being an architecture project and then being given interior design to do it. And therefore you had 2 months with you to add on to it, which I think you didn't. You kept it the same. And I think that was your shortfall. You talk about reused furniture, reused doors, you just talked about it. We didn't see anything of it. What are you reusing? What would it look like? Even if it's just pictures from the net or something like that that was there, or putting together a room together as to how it would be, it would have made sense. Because right now it just remains as an architectural project in an ID portfolio, which really doesn't make sense.
So when we got the call, we were clearly told that it is interior architecture category and not completely interior design. Hence, we tried to, I tried to focus more on the interior planning and introduce some factors regarding and I changed a bit according to it. Yes, sir.
Yeah. What had happened was we had the architecture, we had the numbers which we required. You didn't figure there, but we thought since you had a potential to be an interior project also,
Yes,
we
I feel the
decided
same.
that you should be given a chance to be in the interior. But then it is for you to take that further in that category.
I think while you're saying it was interior architecture, not interior design, I think the point being made is also what does that interior architecture do to you? How do you feel in that space is probably not something that has come through.
Yes.
Even as we're not necessarily talking about interior decoration and interior design in that sense, but certainly interior architecture, and that also needs to be probably.
Yes, ma'am, yes.
Anything else? Anybody else?
It's just that you lost an opportunity. You had 2 months. You put a full stop to your work. You never put full stop to work ever in your life.
Yes, sir.
You understand that?
Yeah.
Thanks, Prajwal.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Harsha SM. He'll be presenting Journey Through the Lost Glory.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Okay. This is a story of one of the most celebrated mining town in the world, that is KGF, the Kolar Goldfields. And sadly, right now, the Kolar Goldfields is completely abandoned and it's not used by anyone. So this is my attempt to give a new energy for the Kolar Goldfields and revive it. And this is like, and this will be the journey through the lost glory in the KGF, a trail along KGF. So the KGF is in Kolar, the Karnataka district, and it has an immense history of gold production, which started in 1880. The gold production started, extraction, and accountably, there are around 3,000 tons of gold has been extracted. And it was the second town in Asia to got electricity in 1902. And in 2001, the mine got closed due to the lack of availability of gold. Also, there are many underground research facilities have been done within the shafts. Right now, the KGF is underdeveloped and the entire place is abandoned. Like in few places, the cyanide content rock deposits and the mud deposits have been done. So that is the brown patch is the cyanide mount, and the pink one is the whole factory. And the KGF has like network of shafts, and with around 500 meters apart. So above the shaft, this is the headgate structure which is used for the going and going up. And my site is in Champion Reef Mine Zone, where there are two shafts. The first one is Gifford Shaft. This is the at the deep of around 10,000 feet. It was the second deepest shaft after Africa. And one more is the Tennant Shaft. The both of them are around 500 meters apart. And on the northern side, the cyanide content rock deposits is there, which is called as reefs. And due to its, most of the structures have been abandoned and only few are still existing and not in a good condition as well. So many of this unbuilt space. And this is the axis for the site from mostly southern side. And come to surroundings, there are few workshops, warehouse and few villas as well. Where in villas, there are a couple of them which are still being occupied and rest are like not used. And on the southern part, there is National Institute of Rock Mechanics, which is a research institute. And this is the sectional ISO of the site. So the KGF has a network of tunnels below the underground. So all the shafts are interconnected at every 30-meter level by the tunnels. So the proposition will be like the thesis explores the tonic spaces and questioning the possibility of specializing the abandoned KGFs. So tonic space in the subterranean architecture. So this is celebrate the subterranean architecture and explores the idea of light and shadow, solid void, scale and volume. So I'm proposing a mining research institute and a museum in the existing site. So the idea is to connect the story between two shafts and having an interpretation of KGF at the center. And the idea of going into the ground like a step well and having the shafts like light wells, which forms a relation with the sky. And taking the axis between those two shafts and idea of having strip development and fabricating the spaces in the linear manner, which forms a rhythm of spaces considering data. And also the idea is to mimic the existing the cyanide mount so that expanding the cyanide mount and forming an enclosure around the site using vegetation like earth berms or mounds. So from that, it creates an enclosure within the site, and the light shafts, the light wells will straighten up, and it gives a monumental scale at road edge. And I have one more institution part on other side. So in institution, the bottom space will be the lower ground floor will be the gallery space, and above the institution works, which is like a floating structure on the shear wall. So there are 4 parts in the site. So one is near the shaft, where the shaft headgate structures are retained, and below at the ground level 30 meter, there are view decks, which can be accessed from the museum. And the other part is the experiential part, where the light wells are there, and a few architecture spaces like cafe and bookstore and tunnel below. And the other part is the museum. So in museum, this also having light wells, and here where the people get dropped down, and this is the part where it touches the tunnel. And the other part is the institution. The same language has been used, having the light well, and using the porous kind of thing, which gives using tessellation, so that the light will penetrate in. This is the master plan. Okay. So these 2 headgate structures are like a marker for the entire site, which directs the path. And at the center, we have the museum, and this is where the experiential component is there. And the museum at the center, an institution. As I'm extending the cyanide mound, the institution will get submerged almost at the lower ground level, so people can just have a movement on top of it also. And this is the complete section with the shaft. So the journey starts from that side, from the right one, where one will enter. They will go like step by step down, and they have the light wells for the relation with sky, and they will enter the mining museum. And there they'll get dropped down, and then they will reach the bottom, touch the tunnel portion, and then they can move on either side. So the idea is like going from brighter side to having a minimal dark and completely darkness. That's how when you're entering the shaft will be like. So not complete part is like, there are a few part where completely submerged, and few part are like extend till top. And this is the planet institution level, where 2 blocks are being connected and spaces are fabricated. And this is a plan B, showing the experiential component and also the mining, the museum. So museum has a central core where all the services and be running through. And also the structure used here for RCC is used, considering the strength and also the ground moisture. And this is where the light well looks in the render. And this is at the plan at the bottom level at like 30 meters. So there's where the people will get dropped down, and they can move either to the both of the shafts. And there are like series of small pockets of spaces are created, like a small pavilion, like a dark walk space. And these are the sections of institution. So institution is facing mainly towards southern side. So I'm using horizontal louvers as a shading device. And this will be a floating structure on the shear wall, where the lower ground floor will be the gallery space, and above the institution will be there. And that's how the tessellation works from the light well. And this is the sectional isometric. This is the exploded sectional isometric, where it shows the amount of solid and void, and also the cut down portion of the earth completely, and also shows the light well and the tessellation part. And considering ventilation is also important, so in this one, like series of around shafts are there, which has the vertical axial flow of exhaust fans, and at the lower 30 meter level, there will be booster fans for ventilation. This was few renders. And that's it. Thank you.
Thanks, Harsha. Thank you so much. This is probably the second or third mining museum we're having in the last so many years. Nice to see your take on it.
Harsha, it's a very difficult project to do. First of all, I don't know whether you have the details of what is happening underground. And therefore, I believe that whatever your sections are presumptive sections. Are they presumptive?
Sir, I didn't get
The sections, are they presumptive sections? Because you don't know what's happening in the mine.
Sir, the tunnels, the intervals are proper, like 30-meter level, we have the intervals, but I didn't get the proper drawings, so few of them are hypothetical.
Okay. If it's hypothetical, it can be anything.
Matlab, we didn't get the proper, the 30-meter level, we don't know the exact path of the tunnels.
It's classified.
It's classified, that's what I didn't get.
I have a couple of questions. It's a fascinating section that you have. It's something that we've continuously, stared at and trying to decipher how this works. And I think as a conceptual idea, there is interesting things that you have lined up. It's sequential. It goes from light to dark. Then you have the idea of how do you ventilate, how do you bring light, and the whole experience of that. But I think that in your sections, when I see the light shafts, they seem very, very kind of, how do you say it? It's very pointed to where the light has to come. It is not dispersing light at multiple levels. Is that something that you consciously worked with? Or is it something that has come about because there's a certain graphic quality to it?
No, ma'am, actually.
Yeah,
so in that light, there are 2 inclined light wells over there. So this will have perforations at each and every level, which will be in the museum part. And also same with the experiential space, where the vertical tunnels or light wells are there. So they have small perforations at each and every level. When light gets through, it will disperse in only that space.
But then this has to come through very powerfully in your drawings, especially because you have thought it, right? Then why does it have to come as a question back at you? Because this is fundamental to light shafts. I mean, it is to bring light. So in what manner do you celebrate that? How does it become a powerful architectural feature that you weave all your spaces to it? There was a potential there to explore and to express it in your drawings, in your sections. And that is something that I find missing, and it's a bit frustrating to see that. Because it's like, you're right at that point and you've not, bothered to just make that delineation in your work. So I think definitely it is something, if you have thought it, please do put it and show it proudly that this is how it will function. Because this is very fundamental to your assembly of spaces.
Sure.
Having said that, yes, this whole presumption of a certain movement through the ground is both exciting and scary. And I don't know how structurally you will be able to kind of carry out this work. So it will be interesting as an exercise for you to just question as to what is the sequence of construction in a place like this. What are the materials of construction? What are the ways in which you will have to phase it? Because the moment you think like that, you refine your thought process and you make it much more at the point of viability. And that's exciting for us because we need to have our dreams come true. So you need to kind of push yourself and figure those things out.
Sure.
Yeah, we were quite fascinated with the section of it all, and we were kind of keen to understand what is it that you were wanting to do here. I'm surprised that you don't have kind of a program. When you design a museum, you need to do a bit of research on the program of what it is. I know you did a little bit of research on what Kolar Goldfields or KGF did historically, but when you're designing a particular museum, you need to have a program which makes a museum. Did you study any museums? Because there are certain aspects of this museum that I can relate to from some of the masters who have done museums across the world. I can see some different parts of different museums, little parts of it here. And the fascinating part of this design is this whole idea of or subterranean space, which gets completely lit by a natural light. Need not be completely lit, it need not have it, but none of the presentation captured the quality of light or the volume of the space. You kind of explained the whole story by only through the sections and none of the volumetric spaces. And then once you have a fully underground museum on one side, you have a little bit more dramatic ground and one structure on one side, which is of a different language from what it is on this side. And how do these two connect to those the wellheads which are there, which is of course then connected through this subterranean passage? I mean, there are certain examples like this in Europe where you do come down and you walk across a space like that. So did you do any research? What I wanted to ask you was, did you do any research, and where did this whole idea come from?
So two case studies which I did. One is the Sikiki Jordanki, which is in from Fernando Menis, and one more is this one from James Turrell, that in Arizona. Those two things which I saw, and based on the program, only the middle part is completely museum, where there will be panels and few exhibit space, and that stepwell kind of thing, that is be having the bookshops and cafeteria, those kind of things. So museum part is only the middle one, where that will show the light wells and all those things.
I have one thing to say. All your drawings have very abstract sense, you know, it's very analytical. What if you had this fantastic perspective render of this path that you are trying to create and its spatial quality? Because that is what is missing here. We don't get a sense of the space itself. We get the overall idea of it. But it is not enough for somebody to really kind of immerse into what you're trying to say through this project.
I think, second. I think here I have a couple of things.
No, but it is still a two-dimensional drawing. What I'm trying to say is that what is that experience at a human scale, as if you are walking through this? What are these sequences of spaces which are revealed to you? Maybe even like a walkthrough partially.
Okay.
Will be something which will aid the whole idea of your presentation.
I had walkthrough, but I didn't put it.
Oh well.
Just seeing this cross section, how many entry or exits do you have into the subterranean museum?
So one will be at the middle of the museum. There's one core which runs till top. One
Is it shown in any perspective, anywhere? Because both in that isometry, even here, I see only one point of entry.
No, the thing is the core is there. Yeah. In the below plan, you can see the center one. There I have the elevators and the staircase. So that is one part, and also similarly, I have one small ventilator in the experiential space also. That will be too much. And
Are these
also
enough in terms of travel distance and all that?
So
because you are underground.
Yeah.
And
means of egress is important, no?
You know, in case of an eventuality, you know, what happens? How do you evacuate people from there?
Yeah.
Yeah, that one is there.
No, because these two markers which you mentioned, these are ventilation shafts. You're not using them for
No, that will be like
climbing. Yeah.
it's not untouched.
And there's one like a step well, like a concourse you are going down, and then there you have a core here. I think you should check your scales. The travel distances are pretty huge, and there are multiple levels also. So that's an important aspect, being a public space, no?
So I think, you could have played God here, because everything is left to you to assume. Right? And you could have resolved everything.
Yes.
Right? There was no limitations on you. You only put the limitations on yourself. But a good job.
Thank you.
Up next, we have Disaster Resilient Housing at Sundarban, West Bengal by Dakshita Kohli.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, my topic is disaster resilient housing. Starting with breaking this topic into 4 parts: disaster resilient housing and Sundarban. Now, disaster are many types of disasters, small term, long term. For this project, it's specified with for heavy rainfall, tsunami, mostly water related disasters. So resilience also has a number of definitions, but for this project, it means that helping a community well in advance so that it doesn't become a disastrous event and we can prevent it before it. And then resiliency can be natural, man-made, and these are the sea level rise issue focusing on this project. Then next is housing parameters. Again, we have n number of housing parameters, but for this project, it is community, planning, individuality, services, and then the line of action. Then Sundarban. Then why did I choose this site? Firstly, it is a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Then it has largest mangrove forest, which is really a prestige for our country. But slowly this place is sinking, this beauty is sinking. And that's the reason why people over here, these localites are migrating towards the city. And I don't want this to happen, and that's why this project aims for that. Proposal for a holistic solution for housing strategy. Now, their main occupation is forest-based occupation, focusing on fishing, honey collection, forest, wood collection. Now, Sundarban itself is a huge area. It itself divides itself into 2 parts. One is 40% lies in India and 60% lies in Bangladesh, where let's focus on 40%, which is in India, where this whole 40% area is divided into 2 parts. For 24 South Parganas, 24 North Parganas. In this 24 South Parganas, there is this rock, and then there is this lower part, which is Jarkali Island, where the site is located. This is again the site surrounding with 8 different cases where climatic conditions, how the site is reacting for different sea level rise, different how much land has been lost till now. Then let's coming to the site immediate surrounding. These are the neighboring villages where you can see there is a linear planning happening over here, and there the main transport system is the ferry ghat. The there is more of backwaters, and main transport is through boats. This is the Harbani River, and then the blue hatched part is the backwater area, and this itself represents the ratio of the built up area and the water area. This is the site. Site is 99 acres, where 49 acres is covered with the backwaters and the rest 50 acres is the site. Now I purposely chose this site because this site is already covered with backwater. This is already sinking, so we are aiming for the future situation where the sea level rise has already rose from 1 meter or 2 meter. So dealing with the worst scenario, I chose this site. This is the site with immediate surrounding. And before coming to the planning part, I did the study of the activities which is happening in that area, where from people getting up at 4 a.m. till they sleep at 10 p.m. What are the activities they have been doing, the detailed study of that, and concluding with it. These are the main livelihood occupations they are doing right now, and the only sources of income they get through it. And the main is the water related sources of income, which is fishing and boating. Coming to the concept, as you saw, it is a linear planning where all the houses are placed linear. The main concept of mine is I just took this linear form and made it radial. One was just for a convenience of services, then connectivity, and then community level interaction. So this is the cluster level development, where each cluster is getting one plot of land, where the ratio is high, or their farmland is having a high ratio compared to the built up area. And this is individual plot planning. Coming to the master plan. Now this whole project is divided into residential part and then commercial part. The whole, as I mentioned before, the whole site is surrounded with backwaters, and then this is the built up the farm area on the site, and this is the open green spaces which I have provided in this master planning, and this is the basic circulation where it is connected with this main axis. This is blown up plan for one cluster, where they are each cluster is getting one community space where they can perform their daily activities and interactive sessions of their afternoon sessions. And then specifically coming to the residential zone. So this residential zone is having 3 modules. This is the basic planning where I concluded with these spaces which were their requirement after getting the activities analysis, kitchen, living room, toilet, sleeping area. Their requirements are very basic. And these are the 3 modules which I came up with. They are very simple, very basic planning. Sleeping area, area for sanitation, a huge area for kitchen, and then a veranda. Then there are 3 modules increasing from 8 square meter to 120 square meter. And these are the sections where you can see they are performing their daily chores in kitchen. They are having a cattle farm. They have their own cycle. And then these are, just to mention, these all drawings are hand drawings. And then there is this incremental planning, where in later stage, as they have a better source of income, they can increase their veranda area into living area, and then extend the plinth level and have a big extended veranda area. This is the axometric view for module, where whole module is made up of bamboo, pure bamboo. It has another concept. It is the beyond foundation. So the other concept is not going against the nature. So it has very flood-related issues, sea level rises. The project doesn't goes against the nature. It goes along with the nature, where this beyond foundation is proposed, where in case of flooding or increase in sea level rise, it just floats above and have with these supported vertical columns, and can rest whenever the sea level rise is decreased. So this is an experiment based on, this was done in Bangladesh, where the buoyancy is checked whether it can really take load or not. This is the case 1 where normal case, and this is the case of flooding, where with the help of the vertical columns, the whole house is floating. These are the basic renders. This is a render of a cluster where the whole housing is being raised in the high sea level rise. Now coming on the commercial zone. Commercial zone is full of activities and their livelihood activities. Made up of bamboo again. This truss is made up of bamboo, whole worked out in the bamboo beam and truss. This is the isometric view for bamboo, isometric view for community center, where the central part can be used for the cultural gathering. And for this commercial zone, I haven't proposed beyond foundation, because this is raised on stilt, because in case of that housing failure, at least this is also a backup plan for them, and they can still have as a refuge area at the very worst scenarios. So these are the basic sections of this model. This is the axiometric view for the community center and the views. So this is the physical model which I have made as a part of a community center, blown up module, where I have worked with the joineries of each corner, where how the bamboo is to be joined and how it is going to be connected. This is another photo of it, just elevation of it.
Dakshita, that's good. Yeah.
How the physical model.
Yeah, that was the second. Yeah.
Can I just go through the slides?
Go through the slides,
Yeah.
yes, please.
Solar energy use, sanitation, waste management, water requirement, fog collection. I have proposed this one technique.
Any questions?
This floating gardens, form of agriculture in case of sea level rise, floating gardens again, and floating markets.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks.
So I would like to end this with one saying that there are often small things which we take for granted, which is just our luxury for someone else, but we take it for granted. So that's one thing which I realized after doing this whole project. Yeah. Thank you.
A few basic questions.
Yes, sir.
The property that you've taken is going to raise by 1.5 meter when the sea level rises.
Yes.
So no farms left?
Sorry?
No farms left.
No farms left.
So
but
what
we
would
have,
keep the people there?
So we have proposal for floating farms. So they can do this floating gardens, floating agriculture as a source of income.
Okay.
Yes.
But the house is underwater almost. No?
Sorry?
Did you looked at the study of the particular island where people are living, and you looked at all their activity plans and things
Yes.
like that?
Yes.
A couple of questions. How many people live there right now?
There are around 400 people in that
In that
particular area staying. Yeah.
Another question.
Yes.
You said you have a big kitchen.
Big kitchens.
So I'm
yes.
wondering, why would they need a big kitchen?
Because females over there, they have kitchen related activities more, like they have storage for their while during floods they tend to store more of their food, so they need to prepare, their main focus is on storage area and as well as kitchen area. Yes.
So in such small places right now, what's happening around the country
Yes.
is small farms are becoming cooperative farms, where they club their land together and they become a cooperative. And
Okay.
therefore, whatever they grow, everyone helps in it. There's a very small patch of land.
Okay.
So does each of them have their own farms?
Yes. So this.
No, just a question. I don't.
Yes.
They have their own farms right now.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I had a question about your layout. When you say that there is a radial layout
Yes.
and that there is a certain kind of section given for farming and for the dwelling, the ones which do not face the backwaters, how
Okay.
do they access their farms?
They can access through. Can I open my master plan?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Yes. So about these part.
Yes.
So they can also be connected through these. Parts.
So my question is, where are those secondary channels, water channels, for basically for going from A to B? And that was another level of network that I did not see happening.
Yes.
So accessibility is very key, and all transportation is through the boat.
Okay.
So the boats need to access all the segments that you have drawn.
Yes.
So I think that structure is not coming through if you have thought about it. and I think it is something that needs to be incorporated.
Ma'am, can I answer this question? Ma'am, for this project, right now, this is just a prototype proposed. So in further, we can, yes, I haven't thought about the point which you pointed out, but
it's fundamental because it will affect your radial layout in the way you have drawn it.
Yes.
Maybe that radial layout will change a bit to
Okay.
accommodate this other
Okay.
idea. Because it's important to accommodate, otherwise it doesn't work for those farmers.
Okay, noted.
Yeah.
Can you go back a few slides?
Backward?
Beginning? Back. The beginning. The beginning. When you started.
This?
Back.
Okay.
Just keep pressing. Go.
This? More?
Yeah. These sketches are taken from somewhere, or
Yes, this is not, I didn't do these sketches. This was taken from a source.
Yeah, sometimes when you do all this, you need to give credit to, I mean, in a way, I think, no, it's your presentation now.
Yes.
Yeah, go forward. Even when you are showing the site, the clarity is not there about your site. You have written there, backwater 4 meter deep. So I was thinking that the whole place was 4 meter deep. Huh?
No, just the backwater part.
Go back. Yeah, when you show like that, even go back. When you started that, it's all showing that. So I was trying to understand which your site was. It shows. So you have to be careful when you are labeling these things.
Okay, sir.
My question was that you identified that there was a linear settlement which is there today, and you kind of understood the proportion of house to the farm that the person has.
Yes.
And this typology of dwellings must have evolved over time, and they must have found that this is the way to live. And then you came back to a radial concept.
Yes.
The idea being that you had a kind of a community space between the thing.
Yes.
But then subsequent to your entire presentation, you showed what the house did, and you didn't say anything about what that cluster could do as a whole. You spoke about a whole site plan.
Okay.
You spoke about a community center. You spoke about this cluster, which, and then one could understand the relationship between the cluster and the farm, and one could understand the relationship of the various functions of the house in terms of living and everything else. But how do the two houses interact? Because that was the premise of your concept, that instead of linear space, which is not a street based, you wanted to create a community around the circle. Now what does that community space do? You have got various 3Ds and everything else showing the house and everything else, but one couldn't understand what exactly you wanted to do in the center. Is there a community activity in the first place in the village which they exist? That some villages have this concept of community gathering, that they come together to make probably handicrafts, papad, anything that they could have. But does this community have anything which they do in common? And how does this space address that?
Sir, actually on the nodes of each junction, I have proposed a fog collector for each node. So that will also be acting as a gathering and celebration point for them. This.
You had smaller clusters with a common facility.
Yes.
But all these clusters together, where do they have their celebration? Where's the
Sir,
social space for
I can't
that?
hear you clearly. Can you repeat?
You had the smaller clusters with the small community space.
Hmm.
But all of them together is the whole community, and do they have a space?
Yes, the community space is that space.
Which one? The small ones.
So this.
Oh, this center.
Yes, this is the community center where they can gather as a whole.
In the master plan, show the.
So over here.
Okay, it's over there.
Yes.
But is that center also water that you are showing?
That could be water. That could be a gathering area for them, just for a cultural meet or
So
to celebrate.
it can get flooded when there is high
Yes,
high
yes,
water
that
levels.
part can get flooded. Yes.
And what is the size of this family which you are considering? For
This-
each houses? Huh? What did you think? What did you find out? How big is one unit?
Sir, for this is the smallest plan, smallest area plan. It is 8 square meter, where the family of 5 can stay efficiently. And then there is this module 2, where the area is 100 square meter, where family of 6 to 7 people can efficiently stay. Sorry? How many people to the family? 5 to 6 members per family.
Do the kids go to school?
Yes, they do.
Do you have a school there?
Yes, we have a school around in neighboring village. Yes.
Thanks, Lakshita.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Up next is Weaving the Future of Konoma by Vaibhav Dalvi.
Hello, my name is Vaibhav and my topic is Weaving the Future of Konoma, the Bamboo Learning and Research Center in Konoma, Nagaland. Yes? Start with the quote by Richard Rogers. Architecture is measured against the past. We built in the present and try to imagine the future. During my internship days in Kohima, I often used to visit Konoma. Konoma is known as Asia's first green village situated near the Indo-Myanmar border in the Indian state of Nagaland. Located 20 kilometers west of Kohima, the village is surrounded by some gigantic hills as high as 9,000 feet. The hills that surround the village run along the ridge, which is one of the characteristics of the Angami village, and its domain extends from the rice fields to the uplands of Baral Range. The part of Nagaland is primarily occupied by the Angami tribe, one of the 16 tribes of the Nagas. This centuries-old village has a less population. It approximately has 600 households. The rich architecture and culture of the place are still seen through the community that is still living there. From young children to the old, everyone has place in the village and there is feeling of belonging. Especially the women here are more active than the men. They do household farming and the Naga shawl weaving. Each visit to the Konoma brought a new story, and with every story, the concern to conserve the culture, material, architecture of the space become much stronger. Here is the story of Angami people from hunting to farming. Hunting was once considered the sacred and a significant way of life. In early 1990s, the people of Konoma killed around 300 bleat trapogons, which was their state bird, in just 1 week as a part of hunting competition. That's when certain villagers, elders, got together concerned about the wildlife in Konoma and started to create awareness about the significance of protecting wildlife. Almost all families were into hunting before the ban was imposed, whereas around 20 to 30 households were dependent on it. However, now almost everyone has shifted to farming and other activities like basket weaving and shawl weaving. Ecotourism, although there are reports of hunting still taking place on a much smaller scale, Konoma is all set in its fight for conservation. He's my friend from village who helped me throughout my thesis journey. So on my first visit, I saw a building which struck me what it is, what this concrete tower doing in this traditional village. After inquiring, I found out it's government building which will accommodate tourists around the world and will have some gathering spaces for village community. Will these concrete blocks create the future of newborns? It's not late. Let's press the reset button together and make this world greener. After that, I documented some existing buildings. Form follows function, but their form follows climate. I have documented some exciting existing building structures, Naga House and Morums, a place to stay for boy soldiers. Boy soldiers and their traditional houses were a greater example of how space syntax responded to the planning and construction of the structure. Considering the building material they used to build modular houses with the common measurement was finalized by anthropometry, followed by a central living space that culminates into a kitchen and storage. Simple linear flow of spaces was enclosed by the timber rooms and bamboo beams and columns. It forms many such clusters by binding these houses and more rooms with the central open space. And many of such lively clusters form the village which merges into nature as we go down. So everything starts with the nature, like this water stream which is flowing in the beautiful paddy fields around the village, which are enclosed in rainforest. The top parts mainly has alder trees. These alder trees are not cut but polariated, yielding wood for fuel and light type of construction. Then comes societies called khel. The societies there are called khel in their local languages. So this is the top khel. This is the top khel. Then comes middle khel and then comes lower khel. The village has pathways from every house and that cultivates in farmlands. And with that, and what was it is finishing with the out of context concrete blocks. Village life is closely linked with the nature. Agriculture is organic and people mostly practice terrace farming, with rice being the main crop cultivated in the village. Alder trees perform the task of nitrogen fixing. After the followed period of the plot are cultivated. Wood is primarily fuel used in homes. It is common to see stockpiles of wood in villages. A fixed amount of wood is permitted to each family for its annual need and no filling of commercial logging is allowed beyond this. The village has utilized financial support from the government to improve streets and community facilities. Hunting has traditionally been very much part of Naga way of life. It was a radical step for the village council to ban hunting. Homes and community houses are still decorated with trophies considered a symbol of their valor and skill. Once constructed of mud and bamboo, villages' homes are now mostly made up of bricks and concrete with the tin roofs. The Angamis are known for their superlative basketry skills. Local cane and bamboo gathering from the forest and around the fields are raw materials used. From young children to old, everyone has place in village and there is feeling of belonging. Nagaland and especially Konoma is blessed with the natural assets like bamboo. It sits comfortably and cozy around the green backdrop of the rich bamboo plantation. While documenting the community for new structures coming up, bamboo is only used for aesthetic purposes. Planning follows the contour line, hence the cluster simply sits together the way the site allows. The pathways are perforating through the whole site, which connects to the village roads networks. To follow that rhythm, every design structure also has staircase that opens up on the ground and leads to the farmland without disturbing the previous planning. The left side of the sites holds the living spaces and dormitories, while the right side of the site holds all the workshops and areas. The centrally placed school acts as the nucleus of the inserts, where every child learns about their culture and community just by being present in that structure. The insert ultimately merges with the surrounding and becomes the entity of community. In true sense, it captures the spirit of place. Materials like stone, bamboo, and mud teach everyone to be humble with the design yet creative with the approach. The building techniques connect one back to the roots from where it evolves specifically to the space and the people, taking cues from the traditional building techniques and planning design models that replace roofing and timber. So these sections explains the every spaces like treating the bamboos. This is the central school which is centrally placed. This is the canteen block where everyone comes to eat. In sections, water is harvested throughout the year in monsoon, and in winter it fields and the central space is used for bonfire and other festivals. Taking into consideration of earthquake zone, I designed the body of the house with the wattle and daub construction with bamboo as reinforcement. It ensures the home stability and sustainability. As the village sits on the hilltop, the irony of heavy rainfall and scarcity of water is emphasized. Using a solid stone and waterproofing the footing underneath the structure will act as the water tank, which could be a wise solution for the problem. The water tanks will hold water throughout the entire 7 months rainy seasons and useful for the remaining 3 months. And it will flow and keep creating energy waves standing on the solid stone footing structures goes around plus 1 story high. The vertical divisions of spaces is such that the entire ground floor is given to the workshops that have natural spillover spaces from the surrounding plane.
Thank you, Webber. Maybe you should have spent more time on this. Yeah, a lot of work done.
So I'll end with the statement, look after the land and the land will look after you. Destroy the land and it will destroy you. Thank you.
I really enjoyed your presentation. I think that there is power in simplicity, which you acknowledge duly, and I think that that is wonderful. And that you truly immersed yourself in finding a solution which is sustainable and local and can be replicated for any kind of building program is something that all of us, try to achieve. So a lot of hard work has gone into this, a lot of on-field research. It is something that you are deeply feeling for, and it comes through in your presentation. So really a wonderful job.
Thank you, ma'am.
I completely concur with her. As you were making the presentation, I was having a little snide remark as always. Maybe we shouldn't allow architects there. And then when I see what you've done, I take back my words. Because what you've done is very sensitive. It's got character. It's got the emotion of the place, and more so the emotion of the land, which is very, very important. And I feel that you're very connected with that piece of earth. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that reflects, I think, in the whole presentation. From the beginning, your sketches, it is very simple, but it is very emotive, and it captures whatever you are trying to say. And I think at the end of it, it all reflects in what you come up with. It is using those techniques and coming with something which is for today at the same time. And in your drawing, I think some of the earlier drawings, it's important. You are showing the zoning and all. You are talking about it, but it is not reflected in the drawing. So you better make sure that is all labeled well. Go back. You had these sections where your living areas and your school and the workshops. But only since you were talking about it, we could understand. But I was trying to read it in the drawing. That is not. Go back. Yeah. The master plan. Go back. Go back. Go back. Where you have the master plan for these 3 sections. Yeah. So you have shown these 3 sections. I was wondering what, only when you were talking, you explained that these are the 3 areas. But it will be good if you can reflect that zoning in the drawings also.
The way I understood it, that he was first explaining how a traditional house had in that one system, and then he used that as a model to make the whole site.
I took one model from the 2 models mainly used there, and I studied anthropometry there and come to one module. It will repeat throughout the thing and create spaces with multiples of it.
I had one question. The traditional house that you studied had a bamboo structure which was one contiguous vault, because they used the bamboo as one linear complete element, and became a vault which was a linear house which was complete. Isn't it how it is? That your previous slides, just go back. It was. Go back to the first house that you showed, that how the living, the boys' bed and everything else started. Yeah, this house. Yeah, is this a vaulted? It has got column.
No, it's not vault.
It's not. It's a pitch roof.
Yeah, pitch roof.
And
the central member is timber. It's no more in use now. Cutting forest is not allowed there. So they don't have any option. So they are building in concrete. So flat slabs that are creating problems like dams and.
No, I'm asking about the traditional house that you studied. So one before this, I thought it was.
No.
One more slide before this, where you showed a traditional bamboo happening.
It's a pitch.
Is this? Yeah. Isn't this a pitch roof?
Yeah, pitch roof only with the 2 extensions. It's like semicircular.
Yeah.
And you've shown that water tank below the house. I'm not sure. I think you better check whether that works. I don't know. You'll have to check with some structural engineer whether that is a solution for a area like that. When you have steep slopes like that, I have not seen that being used.
So
are they using that anywhere like that?
Basically, they have to carry water from down, from the stream only. But after monsoons, they have 8-month monsoons. But for 3 to 4 months, they also need tankers.
No,
in hilly areas.
I understand that, but the solution is what I'm worried about in a situation like that, whether that will work or not. A water tank under the house, whether that is practical or not.
Structurally.
When you said that you described that the bamboo structure sits on stone foundation.
Yeah.
But I did not see it. Before you said it, I was really worried because I saw the bamboo elements coming right to the ground, and I was wondering how is this going to work, in high rain areas. So I think you need to kind of make that very clear in your representation. In one of the sections, just show just the section so that it's very clear as to how you're putting this together.
Yeah.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Bye.
Up next, Aikya, Being One, a negotiation between the city and the forest by Adit Son.
Check. I hope I'm audible, right? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Ayda, for giving me this opportunity. So, architecture that anticipates and envisions a future where built, people, and nature comes together and learns to coexist. A beautiful discussion that Ayda brings with us through their theme, pushing the reset button. Let me take this opportunity to share an idea, and for which I'm taking you to the city of Kochi. A dense urban context, and in it a green patch called the lung of the city. And due to its prime location, people are trying to grab a piece of this land. But what caught my eye is this line in between the city and the forest. And what happens in between? On one side, there is this city which is trying to find a place to breathe, which is so suffocated. And on the other side, there is this forest which is trying to protect its boundary. So both sounds right, but who is actually right? Why do we have these boundaries, this divide? So is there a way in which we can converge or we can negotiate between the two? And for which one need to look at what the city needs and we have to listen to what the forest is trying to tell us. On looking at the city and its need, it was brought down to three concerns. These three functions are normally segregated from the city. I mean, like these three are generally not kept together, or they are segregated from each other. But I was thinking if we can integrate them, these three, and come up with a program which is integrated, and I felt like it will be a very interesting approach or a project to negotiate with this forest that I'm going to talk about. The Manklavanam is located at the end of Marine Drive, and it's a rare urban forest. It is buffered by this Manklavanam eco-sensitive zone, yet there are large-scale projects coming up, mostly because of its huge economic potential. And due to all these developments, this forest is hidden deep inside the city. So based on all these considerations, I have I came down to five I developed a program which responds to 5 different layers. One is a place for people to connect and congregate. Sewage treatment facility which redefines the idea of itself. A wetland conservation which rejuvenates the site's character. A gateway to the Great Manklavanam Bird Sanctuary. And then utilizing the economic potentials of the site. Now, how to construct? The design process tries to look at architecture as a negotiator, responding to the context, ecology, and the users. So the site is located at the end of Marine Drive and lies in between Kochi's 2 major recreation spines. The 2 places which are most visited, but they are disconnected. So this site is used to connect the 2 as it lies in between, and it is envisioned as a green belt. And I've used this small canal that goes along the side of the site, and that canal is developed to create this green belt that I was talking about. And there's this 4-lane road, the Abraham Adamical Road, that divides the site into 2, and it makes the larger part of the site, which is closer to the Manklavanam, in an oblivion. So I have used the underside of the bridge that goes over this canal to connect the two sites, so which takes people from the all the way from the Marine Drive to the Queen's Walkway, which is a 2-kilometer long recreational spine for the city. And to capture the economic potentials of the site, a multi-use proposal could be given in the smaller site, which is closer to the Kochi Canal, which also responds to the skyline of the great the Marine Drive skyline. It bridges that void. And what is more important is that base. What happens to the base? It should be a public realm which can attract or which can act as an anchor that brings together people from both the sides, from the Marine Drive and the Queen's Walkway together. And it will also activate the northern part of the Marine Drive walkway, which is currently less active. And it frees up the larger part of the site, which I call it the middle ground for the rest of the functions and for creating a public park. So this massing is then elevated to free up the ground, and it creates a public park for the city. And this massing is later fragmented to plug in the unbuilt spaces into the build. And this green belt, that spine that I was talking about, will be moving through these voids, which acts as a pause for the people, a place to appreciate and engage with the build. And the wind is funneled in through this because of the massing of the programs. Now I'll talk in detail about this middle ground that I was talking about, where the negotiation is actually happening. So this negotiation is thought of as an intervention which is very porous and which has got a place where the nature can grow with the build, and the effect of which is a very gradual process of becoming one, and it creates a ground and time for the nature and people to learn to coalesce, and the effect of which is this extension of the boundary. So for that we have to understand the ground, and based on this understanding of the contours, I've developed a vision for the development of the wetland, and considering the flooding patterns, I've I've zoned out a place for no construction, or maybe it can be used for temporal activities, and it automatically divided the site into two, one which is closer to the road and one which is closer to the Mangalavanam. So the zoning is done in such a way that there's a gradual gradiating effect to the level of activities, which gives that gradiating effect from moving in from the city to the forest. And this is the outcome of the effect, the two layers merging with each other, creating a new ecosystem, a new balance. And this edge between the built and the unbuilt spaces are detailed in such a way that the balance and that balance is maintained, that ecosystem is not disturbed. I'll take you to this experience. Okay, the experience is mostly interconnected, inclusive and temporal in character. And there are 5 different ways in which you can start your journey into this urban park. And it has got 2 major spines which is connecting the site. And I've also provided secondary connections which connect the first 2 spines, which in a way creates different ways in which people can experience the space. And all these connections, all these nodes where the different movement patterns intersect are places for congregation, where I've provided the plazas, and the place where all these things connect. This is the topmost area, which is there I have provided the sewage treatment plant. And the first place we enter into is this edge, which is closer to the road, where I've provided a long elevation where, which is also an extension of the road and the city, where different activities can happen. From there, you enter into the first block, which is a place where everybody comes together and then you disperses. Then, and this area is also used for certain commercial activities responding to the road. And there's this co-working space, and on that way, I'm sorry, I'll just run through.
You're almost through in any case. Thanks, Adit.
These are co-working spaces.
Yeah, keep moving here.
It's a video actually.
Oh, okay. So let it play while we are asking the questions then.
I think there's a lot of work done. It's interesting, very complex, creating some very interesting space. But then you spend a lot of time trying to explain to us the site and the context and how it is connecting. But the drawings are not at all clear. After all that explanation, with reference to the site, even though it's a place which I know very well from being in Cochin, it was very difficult to understand how your site was, even though you were showing the drawing. There needs to be a lot of clarity there. You know, it has to be simple. People need to understand in simple terms what you are trying to say. And you know, we are still not sure where the Mangalvanam is and how it is connected to this. And after all your explanation and drawings, there's no clarity still. So there is an issue in the way that drawing was done, you know, and it started off. So it looks like a lot of interesting, nice spaces, but I'm not sure how it connects to the city and all the things you said in the beginning. I'm not sure how it is working, but you definitely have very interesting development with some very nice drawings. Good job.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, just I take up from there. So for us who are not from Cochin, I understand there is a Marine Drive, which I would assume has got the same popularity as Bombay's Marine Drive, and then you have something on the Queens, something that, if these both are large pedestrian public spaces that you're trying to connect, so that is not coming through. The international jury would want to know at what point does the Marine Drive of Cochin on this side, if it's a nice pedestrian walkway and another on that side. So if you're connecting the two otherwise populated pedestrian spaces with a nice public plaza that you have now created here, and that should come through. That you have two primary ideas. One is how the city reacts to forest and how the forest reacts to the waterfront. So there is one way this thing. So the fabric of the city, which was shown, and then I would understand that you are trying to create some which are defined or already used pedestrian spaces which kind of make people walk through these spaces to come to the waterfront, and you have capitalized on that to create these pathways, or was there any logic for you to create these pathways? Because as an image, this looks like a pretty mature image of the way public plazas are arranged, where the water bodies are arranged, where the steps and levels are arranged, and the very fact that you have tried to connect one side to the other through a road with a subterranean plaza, which happens quite internationally everywhere. And then you have tried to mix it with a program which says, okay, you put an STP into the place, and you say, okay, we have done a similar project where we did public plaza on an STP, which I understand also. So while your entire design is good, and your premise which you started off at the starting also was good, but somewhere that whole disconnect happened. And so if you could, the same presentation is good, but you'll have to connect the dots so that for a jury to understand it fully. And but what is it that what is the program that you did for this whole thing? You created a whole lot of things there.
It's not that. No. Okay. So this is where the the Marine Drive is. So that just connects to this one site where I've I've decided to provide a multi-use building with a lower level, which is more of a public space. And then from there it goes to this area, which is more of commercial character. There are shops there, which responds to the road, which uses the potential of the road. And after that, you move into a more of a private yet public kind of a space, which is the co-working space. You need private spaces. At the same time, you can have interactions with the public as well. So that is where this co-working space is, which also includes the library. And after that, it comes to the central area where there's this stream going, and that is where I've proposed the sewage treatment plant. So that comes in the center because I want people to get that idea that sewage treatment plants are not just services, but it can be used as a recreational space as well, or a very interesting space as well. So as you move through, you'll get to you'll get to listen to the sound of the water flowing into this stream from the sewage treatment plant. So at first you'll be very confused to how am I getting this sound of a waterfall in the center of the city? And then as you move through into the space, you'll actually see a waterfall, which makes people curious of what is happening there. And they'll get to understand that's a sewage treatment plant. So in a way that changes that general notion which is existing. And from there, you'll move on to the Mangalavanam Bird Sanctuary's gateway, which also includes certain seminar spaces for different sessions to happen, and then a small bird watching tower and things like that. And after that is the Mangalavanam Bird Sanctuary. And then this movement gradually goes back to the edge of this canal, and later it connects to the Queen's Walkway. So that is how this whole program, that whole journey is happening.
I think Adit very intelligently used this opportunity to describe his design. That was not the question at all. It was the program and the areas and how you arrived at the different spaces.
I feel so bad that I really couldn't get to this point.
So anyway, thank you.
You know, I zoned out in the first part of your presentation because it seemed very complex to understand. But when you started with your drawings, architectural drawings of what you are trying to show right now, it was a joy to see that. I want to be in this place. I want to walk through it. And I think that there is a lot of effort and thought and maturity in dealing with the variety and the complexity of spaces that you have tried to deal with. So I think that it's wonderful that you've achieved this power. It's only that you need to communicate effectively. Yeah?
Thank you. Another thing I have to say is the plan should have had the connect to the sanctuary.
Sorry?
This plan should have had a connect to the sanctuary and to the roads, because now it stands alone.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm not saying what is your topic was city and the forest.
Yeah.
The forest is missing everywhere.
Okay.
Right, so I thought some part of the forest you've eaten away, and I was getting angry. Only now you said, oh, the forest is that side. Oh, okay. All right.
That is the problem.
Yeah,
I mean, you have got everything, you have thought about everything, it doesn't reflect in your drawings. So there has to be more clarity in what you are going to say in your drawings. I mean, so...
I'll correct it, sir.
And we like to know where people are coming out, where the car is going to be parked. There are a lot of realities there which needs to be sorted out, which may be asked.
So actually, I've thought of that. Parking is one major issue here, because how can I incorporate parking into this idea of mine? So I thought I'll not provide parking for the public, but a few slots just for the staff of co-working spaces.
No.
That's it.
That won't work.
No, sir. The parking is all solved into this building. The parking for all.
Let's not get into the parking part. But also, my other suggestion is take off your Lumion views. Your SketchUp ones are far more evocative than the Lumion ones. They're looking quite artificial compared to this SketchUp lineup.
Just another comment. This particular plan, if you can clean up a little bit so that we can see. We don't want to see hundreds of people and all of that there. It's easy to do it in a computer.
Should I just skim through some floor plan?
No, I'm just saying it looks so confusing right now.
Okay.
You know? I'm not able to decipher it. So make your plan simple. Right.
Yeah, when I see so many people there, that's when I thought about the parking. Where did they? Marine Drive.
They've parked in that the multi-storied parking and they've walked across.
No, actually, most of the people coming there would be from the Marine Drive walkway and the Queen's walkway. So that there's not much need for the parking.
No, there will be. Did you manicure that water body into the side?
Sorry, sir?
Did you get that water body? Is it flowing into?
This canal is already existing.
Yeah, I'm talking about the other one.
The other one. This one.
This one. The one. Yeah.
These ones.
Yeah.
These are actually wetland basins. During flooding, during excessive rainfall, it can, get to this overflow. When it overflows, it connects to the main canal.
All right.
Thanks, Adit. Thank you so much.
Actually, I really want to thank my guide, Professor Alok Dinesh, and my mentor, Andub sir. I hope they might be watching this online. I really want to dedicate this to them because they helped me walk until this stage. So, thank you.
This one. It was nice to credit your mentors. Yeah. You would need mentors to get to this kind of detail.
So up next is Grief and the Everyday by Sakshi Shah. She was not able to come down to Chennai today, so she has sent a recording of her presentation. She'll be joining us virtually for some question and answers.
Grief in the everyday, creating an unwinding void within the urban neighborhood. Losing someone you love is a feeling I still haven't been able to put in words. But to give a little background, this thesis is a product of my personal journey of losing my father just a month before thesis. Hence, it didn't start with an architectural question, but just me putting down my thoughts and how I felt that space stimulates my emotions and if space even has a way of dealing with it, which I realized it did. Hence, I went ahead to study various architects and their readings about how a space stimulates human emotions. Furthered my study by doing various interviews with various people of different ages and backgrounds to understand the different personal journeys of grief that people go through, which made me realize that even though grief may be very different, there are a few similar ways that people dealt with grief, such as the act of remembering the loved one by doing things in their memory. A second and very important one, the act of observing and being with nature. This became a very integral part of my design evolution. And the third one being the act of doing activities, different activities across different age groups. This furthered my program development in my design. Hence, it made me realize that grief is not only restricted to one's home, but people also seek spaces in the public realm of the city to deal with grief and provide personal space to them. Hence, I went ahead to do a survey and understand what are these personal spaces within the city that provide this idea of personal to people and what are the architectural elements of these spaces that provide the sense of personal. Hence, a question was put forth that how my thesis can allow for a public space of void to build hope, express, reflect, and escape for people dealing with complex emotions. Since this thesis is a public reflection, it felt suitable to take a neighborhood that had been part of this journey, which is my own neighborhood, the neighborhood of Juhu, located in Mumbai. Hence, an important study was done about mapping the open space network of green spaces and water bodies, since it was integral for the site that I chose to be located close to a site of nature. Another important study was that to do the mapping of the network of everyday spaces within that neighborhood. Hence, an analysis was done when the site was zoned into, which was its location, such as the site was located near the Juhu beach, market spaces, eateries, the Juhu Gautans, and the Juhu church market. Hence, it became a suitable site since it was located in one of the most hustling areas of the neighborhood. Different analysis for the design evolution, such as traffic and sound analysis, were done. A very integral study of the vegetative cover of the site was also done to understand its evolution from a water pond to a eutrophied dump yard space due to its mismanagement. It's a study of evolution from 1999, where it was an open space and a water pond. By 2021, the site had become encroached with squatted settlements and a eutrophied pond. According to the DP 2034, the site was supposed to be an open space for garden and a public parking lot. Hence, my design proposal was such to create an amalgamation of 3 different systems, which I will explain further, such as the open space of garden and spaces to cope with grief and a everyday mundane space. Hence, to create a hybrid everyday space that is a weave of 3 different systems, such as the management of everyday mundane activities, management of grief and human emotions, and management of the degraded nature on site. Hence, I took a step backward before designing to understand what the feeling of grief was and created a model, which is to create a void of wilderness, a void full of messy emotions and wilderness. Hence, the site was treated as an urban void between the huge built mass around the site. And the void would not only be a void for the built mass, a void for nature, and a void for human emotions, which would be a void of wilderness in terms of its vegetation and its built. And between this wilderness, there would be these lumps and avenues of concrete and earth that would, each of them would interact differently with the nature around them. This became the crux of my design. The materiality was to create a form-finished concrete blank canvas, which would be the color of earth, to allow people to project their emotions on it. The site was imagined as a boundless public space with its east end as a public space to enter through via steps, and the north end as a projection of the footpath molding into the site to allow contemplative observation points of the wetland on site. To now understand the coexistence between the profane character of everyday spaces demarcated in yellow with the coexistence of the sacred character of the coping with grief spaces, all of them connected via meandering trails between them. Thus, this would create a prototype for every neighborhood. This view shows the kind of relation between the built and the nature, and how the nature sort of takes over from the ground, molding itself onto the roof. The idea of the project was also to create an experience with trail of encounters, to understand it further, to move from one's emotions into encountering the first space, which is of the everyday market space, encountered through the main road, into the public parking space where one can see the rest points for the parking lots that overlook onto the outside, along with the north end where the footpath molds into to create the contemplative spaces to look into the wetlands. This one is before entering into the meandering trails. This one is one of the rest points within the meandering trails itself, looking into the avenues of refuge. This one is within one of the avenues of refuge to create a contemplative space to look into, to interact with the trees at height and the foliage of trees. This one is looking into the atrium that connects one onto the public parking spaces above and the social spaces. Thus, this plan explains how the nature bleeds into the built and responds to its roads, all connected via these meandering trails. These sections show the relation of scale between the built of the void and design with the built of the context. It also shows the interface between the everyday space merging in with the interface of the grief coping with grief spaces, and how each of them mold their ways into the everyday space and nature. To understand each of these refuge spaces in detail, starting from the space for expression and hope, which is the human library. The idea of the human library was to create a space for people to come and have a conversation and talk about their emotions with the people dealing with a similar kind of pain. The idea was to create a funnel shaped colonnaded space with jut outs that form spaces for more private conversations, located and encountered within through the market space and on the belt of the existing trees. The idea was to play with different heights of these private conversation spaces with the foliage of trees, with a lifted roof that brings in light, rain, ventilation, and nature. Coming to the second one, which is a space for engagement, art, and expression space. This one sort of interacts with the wilderness of the wetland, located as a floating mass onto the site. Here, the walls are sort of lifted up for a person who is designing art to look into the wetland. The third one being the space for expression and engagement, the dance expression space. Here, the idea was to interact with the wilderness of the underground and allow the roof to bring in light in a playful character. The fourth one being the space for solace, the meditation space. Located mainly for the more elderly people, the idea was to allow one to curve through the walls to move into a frameless space of the outside. The materiality was to use wooden planks to form the form finished concrete and bring in light by which is the professional grief counseling and healing therapies. It's one of the last avenues where one is encountered by a blank canvas of
Thank you, Sakshi. Can you hear us? Yeah.
Yeah, I can.
Yeah. So, understand you're at a family occasion and hence couldn't make it. So here we have our jury members who will be putting questions to you, went through your presentation so far. Yeah, go ahead.
Was there a lot more drawings or that was nearly the end?
3 minutes or so that we missed.
Is there anything important which you needed to show at the end or that was it?
It was importantly about the last, the public parking space, the multi-story parking space, and the details about how the entire vegetation across the site was decided.
Okay.
Can I share this?
Sakshi, have a great holiday. Enjoy the marriage. Grief is something very personal. It's different for each person. To be able to create a place for grief itself, for me, is a little difficult to understand. And whether the program creates solace is something, again, very difficult for me to understand. So that's something that I am still confused about. Second is, I really don't know what the extent of land that you have. What is the extent of land? Because in one of the sketches, it looked like a Ludo sketch with the guys bigger than the land, which you showed. And then the next sketch shows me a larger plot of land. So what is the area of the land?
The total built up is 22,000.
Not built up, land area. Site area.
Oh, you mean the site area?
Yeah, got the wrong
that
word.
Was, sorry? Oh, 22,000. 22,440 square meters.
Okay, all right. So I'm just coming to terms with how a built environment really does have some control over grief, but grief is personal. How can a set of activities help grief except by taking you away from thinking about it. So I don't know what your program is there. We don't know what the program is. Is there a program?
No, yeah. So there were these smaller modules that I explained. The last, can I present my PC if that's possible?
You can share your slide and respond to the question really, yeah. But not show the...
Yeah. No, I'll just share that slide.
Is there a program?
We'll have to enable screen sharing. I'm unable to share my screen.
We're trying to do that for you. In the meanwhile, Mosmi, would you like to go and put in your question as well?
Sakshi, so what I was thinking is that grief is very subjective. Grief is very personal. What is a source of solace to one can be a source of aggravation for the other. So how do you typify, how do you have an overarching view that this is appropriate for this function? Just to kind of throw it out to you. And I don't want you to answer it just yet. Just think about this, because when you say that there is a place to express grief, it may not work the way you visualize it, because it is a public place, and public place is perceived in many different ways. A child might perceive it as a playground, and somebody who is elderly can perceive it as a space of, just enjoying nature. So how is what you propose so different than going to a wonderful public park or to a beachfront like you have in Mumbai, or to just be in communion with nature, or to let yourself wander and not have a very defined path? It helps you heal internally, because it's a highly internal process. I don't know how many people are really forthcoming when they are grieving. So there are many questions that your program doesn't answer. And I need you to put thought into it, because obviously you have thought about it for a semester, and I really enjoyed your visuals, the kind of variety of spaces, the kind of sensitivity to many different ideas of landscape, there was a lot going on there, but I'm not quite, bought into your basic premise.
You could try sharing screens again if you wish to. I think they've enabled it. Otherwise, we'll have to see your presentation. We have your presentation. We can see it later as well.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So this is my basic program idea, and so I totally agree that grief is something that is different for every person, and that's why my interviews were the core elements for that. And I did a lot of reading, not only readings of architects, but also readings through various talks that people had spoken about their journey of dealing with grief. Been through that personally. I know, I've seen around me that everybody has a different way of dealing with it, and that's why I had sort of plucked out a few similar ways that I had noticed. And if you notice, not even one of the programs relates to anything in terms of its remembrance, in terms of the memory of a person, because that is something that we as architects cannot build. So mainly the idea was to have this landscape area with these smaller foliages that have different programs, but also many of these programs are just as basic as coming and sitting down. So since how you mentioned that it's not possible, like somebody would not like to do an activity, or somebody might not like talking, so that's okay, you can just come and sit. Or if you are a person who does like communicating, you could come and talk. So that's why all of these different, so this was the first one that I had sort of explained in terms of, which is the human library, where you can come and talk to somebody who's also dealing with some kind of pain.
5 acres.
Sorry?
Anyway, your drawings are beautiful. I like the graphics of your sheets and definitely have got a lot of very interesting spaces which you have created. And functionally, I think the since you brought in grief as a major factor there, that is why all these discussions is happening. Otherwise, it is a urban, I think, a park which works quite well. Yeah.
Accept it. Then accept it. Grief is a big...
Yeah, thanks, Sakshi. Thank you so much. Enjoy your the wedding. And yeah, that
Thank
brings
you
us
so
to the...
much. I'm so sorry I couldn't come. This is something I was looking forward to. I did try like getting my flights checked and all that, but it didn't work out. Really sorry.
That's perfectly okay. Thank you. Thanks.
Good job, all of you. Now is the biggest job.
So thank you so much. We are done with the presentation for the day. A big round of applause to all of you. So we come to the end, isn't it? Aren't you not excited to know what is the next year's theme and sub-theme? We all are, isn't it? So let's request our president, Mr. Mahesh Anand, to unveil 2023's Ayda theme. Everybody here can have a look into it. So it's Converge, championing purposeful designs. So until we give time for the juries to decide on the winners, we have a very interesting session for all of you. So I have personally been looking forward to the session since morning. We have eminent expert people here. I welcome all of them. Today we have a moderator who will take over the session from here. I request Mr. Mahesh Bangat on stage.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I know it's been a long day, but I promise you this session will put the icing on the cake. First of all, let's have a round of applause for all the finalists. Some wonderful presentations, a lot of learning. My sketchbook is filled with notes. I've clicked many pictures as well, trying to understand, learn from what the students were presenting, and it's always wonderful to be a part of Ayda. Yeah. So requesting all the panelists on stage, please. This evening we have with us some illustrious members from the industry, and we are going to have a round of introduction with all of them, but I'm going to invite Samita, Mr. Kumar, Dani, Selvarasu, and Suraksha. Dani, please. So, good evening, one and all. This is Mahesh Bangad. I welcome all of you on behalf of Nippon Paints India Private Limited. And I want to thank Neeti for considering me worthy of this role of being a moderator for the panel discussion today. As we all await the final results of Ayda 2022, we start the most awaited segment of the evening, where we have with us our panel of speakers from the industry who have kindly agreed to share their experiences with all of us. Before we formally begin, I just want to put out a thought. Today will be remembered forever for two reasons. One, of course, this Nippon Paints Ayda Finale 2022. But the biggest loss to the architectural industry today we faced is the passing away of Professor B.V. Doshi. Losing Doshi is losing a part of the early days of learning architecture from Pune, where I studied. Doshi has been influential not just to me, I probably across generations, 6 decades of practice, 65 years since the Indology building was built in Ahmedabad, and it's a long journey that Doshi covered through architecture, but most importantly he influenced a lot of people, and he would always be known for being respectful towards environment. Nippon Paint also has looked at a topic that would have been much closer to the heart of Doshi as well. Sustainability in the built environment. Today's topic, though generic, looks to touch upon the nuances of sustainability, both how the industry looks at it and how the designers look at it, and how its impact directly impacts on each one of us in the process. I was reading a research paper, panelist, and I came across a very interesting quote. It says, and I quote, "A sustainable built environment is circular, designed for longevity, flexibility, adaptability, assembly, disassembly, reuse, and recoverability, and also considers the future climate risks." I think it sums up all the aspects of sustainability. It also says it uses low carbon, low impact, non-toxic materials, and it recovers used resources, which are materials and products on site or from other sites. To me, I unquote, to me this directly resonates with the green commitment that Nippon Paints India has been making to secure all the greens and the blues. I am going to tell you a little about how this theme came up with when we were discussing what do we have as a panel discussion, how do we have the experts contribute towards such a wide topic. Nippon Paint were very sure that we look at experts contributing not just for educating the industry, but the students should take away a message of how this could be incorporated in their practice, their designs as well. With its ever-increasing awareness, Nippon Paint has proudly taken on the responsibility of being eco-friendly by recording major achievements in cutting down the pollution, reducing energy consumption, and also minimizing waste disposal on site or during production, committing to the protection of the environment in every step it takes, from product development and manufacturing to work procedures. I think deserves a round of applause for the way Nippon Paint has received its Green Co rating, and its products are being certified as Green Pro by the CII. Round of applause for Nippon Paints, guys. Now let me start this expert talk panel discussion. I'll lead it by a round of introduction from our esteemed panelists on the dais. Dear panelists, thank you for being here and amongst us. I'll just tell you who I am, and then we'll have each one of them introduce their current role and domain of work. It will be better to know it from them, so it's easily explained. I am Mahesh Bangad. I am with BN College of Architecture in Pune. I've been associated with Ayda family for almost all the editions of India now, and been doing road shows and moderating panel discussions for them. We've had our students also present here on this platform. It's unfortunate that none of them could make it to this year's finale here, but I'm sure every student watching this has a lot of takeaway. We're going to start with Benny. I'll quickly request you to introduce yourself. Can we have the mics handed over to them? Yes, wonderful. Thank you.
Hello. Yeah. I have a degree in civil engineering, but never worked as a civil engineer. Got an opportunity to work with Laurie Baker in early years, early 80s. I have a master's in architectural conservation from UK, and I have a doctorate from IIT Madras. I never taught in any of the, don't take a regular teaching assignment in any of the universities, but I'm part of some of the universities. I run a practice for the last 37 years. The project site which you have visited yesterday, Dakshina Chitra, I am doing for the last 27 years. And Mussooris Heritage Project I am doing for the last 15 years. And Alleppey Heritage Project, which is also conserving so many buildings, that I'm doing it for the last 6 years. I run a normal consultancy practice, architectural consultancy practice. And most of my buildings takes its roots from conservation of old buildings and vernacular architecture.
I have a question on that for you later in the panel discussion. So I'm going to take that question related to your last sentence. Suraksha, maybe have you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Suraksha Acharya, Principal Architect of Midori Architects. I have been running my practice for about 8 years in Chennai. Not as much as Sir here, but so we are a young team of new age designers, thinkers, planners from Chennai. We believe in, an uncompromisable, sustainable approach to all our projects. Midori means green in Japanese, for those of you who don't know. So in all our projects, large or small, we try to infuse the green approach. We do architecture interiors, green building certification for our projects, and also project management. I am a lead Griha, IGBC, AP, a green mark manager, and have a lot of Southeast Asia and UK experience. So when I came back to India, I immediately worked with a green building consultancy firm because that is something that is passionate and our calling. But I realized that you're very limited sometimes as a consultant. There's only that much you can do, which drove me to kind of start my own practice, and that was kind of a natural progression. A lot of the projects that we do are residential and hospitality based. Residential maybe because clients nowadays are more and more educated about sustainability and they want this in their very own homes. So a few projects that I can boast about is our first net zero energy IGBC pre-certified platinum residence in Ananagar, another lead zero carbon home that's coming up in Santom, and of course other projects which you can see if you go to our website. So thank you so much for having me. I have a question on that as well for you later on. Midori is a wonderful name. Thank you. Can we move to our next panelist, Samhita ma'am? Yes.
A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm Samhita, basically a master's in sustainable architecture. I've been in the green and built environment space for about 15 years now, and my practice, my company is Ayda Green Buildings and Infrastructure Consultants, which is 14 years old today. And we've been working on all kinds of projects, and with a prime focus on energy and green sustainability in the built environment. I mean, as a believer, as an ardent believer of sustainable life and living a green way, I've also started the Ayda Green School, which is about 5 years old today, where I believe, anything to do with green and sustainability has to start at a very young age, and therefore the school, although I'm better known for me as a green building consultant rather than an educationist. So that's a brief on my background.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you so much. We move to Mr. Kumar.
This is Kumar here. Actually, I did my engineering from BITS Pilani. I did my mechanical engineering, and I did my post-graduation on energy management. And currently, I work with JLL, International Property Consulting Firm. And it's almost 38 years since I've done my engineering. So anyway, I have transitioned over the years on becoming more sustainable, maybe more when we have the panel discussion.
Lovely. Mr. Selvarasu.
Yeah, thank you, and good evening to all. I'm basically engineering graduate. I'm fortunate to be part of the entire green building movement in this country, right from Clinton visit to Hyderabad. That's where the green building birth took place. I was part of the committee to bring the lead to India, indigenizing it, training. I'm in this green environmental field for the last 32 years and spearheading this activity for India for 7 years, then moved and started my own company called Lead Consultancy. We spread across the country, doing across the globe, and we have done more than 1,000 projects across the country, right from small building to the net zero carbon in a nutshell. Thank you.
Wow, that brings a lot of experience in the panel. I just noticed that generally you would expect 5 architects sitting here talking about building and architecture and design when you talk about sustainability in built environment. But I must congratulate Team Nippon for selecting a panel that doesn't necessarily just talks about architectural design. It's going beyond, because the built environment is not just about designers or architects. And with that, I'm going to take up my first question with all 5 of you, and would appreciate to start with Benny to start answering it, and I will take everybody's call on it. Sustainability is a buzzword today. When we decided the theme of the entire panel discussion, when several competitions are being floated across the world. But though it's a large gamut of things, how do you think the common man understands this? When you talk to the common man, sustainability comes across as a very alien concept to them. So where do we start as practitioners, as people who are doing conservation, energy consultancy, energy management, lead rating? I want to ask, with your experience, where do we start addressing this concern of sustainability while telling it to the common man? What is your take on it? Yes, please, Benny.
Sustainability is the need of the hour. It depends on how you define sustainability. 19th July 2022, London recorded 40.9 degrees centigrade. It was so hot inside those buildings. It was the highest temperature recorded in London, I think, so far. I was in Italy in July, and Italy declared an emergency in July because of the temperature increase. Climate change and global warming is an issue which is there for more than 2 decades. Sustainability was not a buzzword when I started practicing. Laurie Baker did sustainable buildings, but we did not call it sustainable architecture. Hassan Fakti did do buildings in 1940s which are sustainable, which also we didn't call sustainable architecture. So it's a word which has come during the last 2-3 decades. And it's the need of the hour. The common man understands it. Our landscape has changed drastically during the last few decades. Concrete buildings, flat roof concrete buildings can be seen even in remote villages. Inside is very hot, unbearably hot, but people still build concrete houses. My father built a house in 1960s, which is fully concrete. We had to, in summer, we had to cut leaves and put in coconut leaves, branches, and put on top of it to be inside the building. So unbearably hot. And this is the situation across India. And now we know that concrete buildings are not going to last forever. It has a limited life. I give talks on various sustainability. I ask, how long will the concrete roofs last? People say 50 years, 25 years. Nobody says more than 75 years. If our buildings are going to last only for 75 years, why are we building it? Why are we teaching our younger generation only about concrete and steel, which we know is not sustainable? So this is the need of the hour. This is the issue that we are facing. We have to look at an architecture which is sustainable, where people can live comfortably, people can spend time comfortably. And unfortunately, I will say the building profession has failed to address these issues in the right way. And we are still building concrete houses. It's not the fault of the concrete, it's the way it is being used.
So the education needs to change in the first place, I think. That's the concern, if we have to reach out to the common man.
It's not only the education. Education, the students will be taught what the faculty knows. So the faculty has to change first.
Noted. Yes. So Raksha, your take on this? How do we take sustainability to the common man? How do you make them understand it?
Yeah, I think that's a very interesting question. The clients sometimes that come to us already know what it's all about, and in fact, they kind of have the awareness that and education that we think we need to handhold them and explain why a sustainable building or a green building has a better indoor air quality. It saves you money on the long run. It is the future where you can actually, sustain the building longer. But then they only look at, for the common man, they only look at eco-friendly materials, or they look at it as using something that can be recycled. They don't look at the energy aspect of it. But the fact of the matter is that buildings don't consume energy, people do. And so it is important that the buildings and shelters that we create are extremely comfortable thermally for the occupants. And that involves some level of understanding of the material, understanding of the location, understanding of what it's going to take to prevent the person from switching on the air conditioning rather than opening the window. So as architects, it's very important that we design windows that are operable, just simple things going back to basics, including orientation of a building, which I think somewhere down the line, it has definitely watered down. And we are so enamored by the new generation and all of the technology outside with computational design approaches, which is great. When it is used for the benefit of sustainably driven buildings, it's a great tool to use. But when it's used only specifically for aesthetics, I think that's where we kind of drop the ball and don't hold the target high enough, because the future is only net positive and more. So it's not even anymore about net zero. So we are way behind the rest of the world, and building by building, we just want to create these benchmarks, and that's what we've been trying to do with our projects. And the clients are definitely warming up to it. And some clients are like, hey, I don't care about sustainability. I don't want to invest on
that's one outlook of
PV
looking
panels.
at it.
I don't want to spend another X amount of money. But what we do is, as architects, we just bring it into the early stage design and make sure that when we are claiming this building is passively designed,
So we
how
have to
much
cut down on the
ventilation-
fancy of it and then
Yeah.
make them understand
Yeah.
why it is important.
Exactly.
Yes, thank you. Samita?
So for me, just to very quickly summarize, if you're looking at, the common man understanding all of this, I mean, fortunately today there's been a lot of, there's a lot of talk, commitment at a global level, at a country level, at various levels for us people to understand and recognize. But when it comes to adopting, I would say it has to be a multi-pronged approach. One is you're looking at the technology that's available in terms of economies of scale, because today LEDs are all affordable. At one point it was extremely expensive, only when you attain that economies of scale. And how can that happen? Only if policies are in place. So there's a lot happening in terms of policy. Let it be EV, let it be in the built environment, the code, the energy code. Now there's going to be a green building code. So policies affect mass change, mass behavior, because that becomes mandatory, and then automatically economies of scale, and also simultaneously the expertise available. There needs to be people who can actually provide that kind of services to meet the demands of the society. So I think
Two very important aspects: technology, optimization, and expertise reaching out to people. Wonderful. That's very crisply put forward. Yes, Kumar, JLL must have given you an insight on this.
I'm going to address it from a common man's language, if that's what I understood.
Yes,
correctly.
that's what we want.
Yeah, I think, the concept of buying water, I'm pretty old, so I would have never imagined in my life that I will buy water. Okay, today we buy water. I think it's a common thing. You go on travel, you buy water, and that's where, I don't know whether there'll be a time when we'll start buying air. I don't know. Maybe it's going to be there. But anyway, just to give a small example, probably we have to reinvent the wheel. Have we really improved our standard of living? I don't know. Okay, I've, in the last few decades of growing up, many times, just as an example, my grandmother used to get me this, there's something that's taken out of the palm tree, okay? In Tamil, it's called as padanir, okay? In summer, it's a good drink to have. I used to drink it in a palm leaf, a cup made out of a palm leaf. The guy who sells it on the road, he'll make a thing, and then we used to drink it and throw it away. It will get decomposed. Today, we have to look at how do I avoid single-use plastic. It's a big topic, right? Okay, sometimes I think, is it really a topic should be focused upon? But then in reality, that is, how do you dispose of single-use plastic? I see the number of plastic bottles here today. So there are issues. Sometimes some things that we have invented is a problem for us. We need to correct it. So that's something. And we have spoiled the air, the water, everything around, and we'll have to probably correct that situation. I'm not talking from a bleak perspective. I'm not against growth. But then, yeah, probably there are things like circular economy. There are things like net zero. Probably we'll address all that topics as we speak. I think there is a lot that we need to undo to get back our life
is
into
yet
good
to
condition.
happen for us to go ahead. Yes, yes, sir, please.
I just looked at a different angle. When you see common man or common people, they are non-technocrat. I classify them as non-technocrats. And other side of it, on the same coin, is technocrats sitting in the built environment like us. We understand all the technical jargons, still we do mistakes, still we are learning. I think that's, we have to accept it and move forward in the direction. Still learning process, otherwise we will not be sitting today talking about sustainability in the country. Still a lot to do in the country. But when it comes to the common people, they will understand only two language, not about technical jargons, net zero carbon, climate change, global warming. They may not understand all this. I will talk from my own experience working with the affordable housing sector for southern states. Very interesting journey for last 2 years under Ministry of Urban Affairs. We are developing a policy framework for the affordable housing to improve the thermal comfort. Okay, all must be familiar. About few months back, our Prime Minister came and inaugurated Lighthouse project here in Chennai. Okay, that is the first study project taken up with an incremental cost of 2%, and we started interviewing those guys. I will not get into the technology part, but they understand only two things. Whenever almost 60% occupied, and we treated wall, roof, glaze shading devices, renewable energy, lift, energy efficient lift, and common play area. So what is there in a typical residential complex, high-end, in a mini school, it is there in the facility. And when I interviewed, you can see this videos uploaded in the Ministry of Urban Affairs, and that will become a bylaw tomorrow, soon in the country, for many states to follow. They understand two things. They said, we are comfortable, even in the peak summer, when they come inside the house, they feel cool. Okay, this is a common feedback what I got. So they understand that the comfort is so critical for a home or commercial building to really work. Second, they say we have less energy bill. I think these are the two language or two aspects of sustainability they understand. One is they spend less money to live in the building. Second is they get good comfort for the well-being of the occupant. I think this is what you will hear from common man on the sustainability point of view. And beyond that, I don't think they will understand.
Yeah, and this has a lot to do with the traditional knowledge systems and understanding. Today, when all the students were making their presentations and addressing concerns of materiality and context, they all were stressing upon this very important aspect of respecting the site, the context, and using traditional knowledge and wisdom. I think Selvarasu sir, you made a very important point there, that for the common man, they don't like the jargon. The technocratic language is not their way of looking at it. I have a lot of common questions for all of you, but I'm going to go to some specific questions to each one of you, and then we'll go back to some common questions where we take inputs from all five of you. I have a first question with Samita. If you can tell us, you've been working, so you've done a master's in sustainable architecture, and you've looked at designing of building as well. So what significant factors do you think and because there are a lot of architecture design students here, what significant factors in building design do you think should be pushed for in terms of having green and sustainable buildings, and what have been pushed in the last few years, and what do you see in near future has to be pushed as well?
So the predominant thing that I see the role of an architect in creating sustainable buildings is very crucial. It's extremely important because you can set net zero, carbon neutral, climate resilient. I mean, you can have whatever technology or whatever goal you set for yourself. But the architect, the way he or she designs the space, the building, that becomes the final ground for everything else. That is the base, actually. That is what you have to build on. So our primary goal would be, in terms, if you're looking at, let's say, saving energy, my primary goal would be to ensure I have designed a space that is closest to thermal comfort. So in which case, if I'm going to use systems or air conditioning, I'm almost there. If I'm bringing a 5-degree differential between the outside and inside just by sheer design, that means I don't need to use air conditioning or cooling systems to cool from, say, 40 to 25. I can do it rather from 35 to 25. So every aspect is important while you're designing. It could be wind flow, it could be your solar orientation, it could be the materials that you use, it could be the embodied energy of the materials. What is the embodied energy? What is the life cycle of these materials? So there are so many parameters. It's just, I mean, it's not just that we have a 10-point system or a 50-point system. There are scientific tools that we use to analyze everything. I mean, one thing that I can say is times immemorial, architects have been sustainable. And it's just that the word hasn't been used, as Sir was saying earlier. But now, today, we have scientific tools to back them. I mean, any software, you want to analyze your energy, you want to analyze your sun path analysis, you want to analyze shading, lighting, anything. You have software that can scientifically give you the data input. So for us as architects and the youngsters especially, it's important to know the larger concepts, but also utilize the tools and be able to take things forward. I mean, that's how I see it. Be in tune with the future.
Be in tune with the future. I think the theme which was launched right now for Ayda 2023 says championing purposeful design. That's where the purpose of the design comes in, where you address why, what is the purpose of designing, why are you proposing something, and you made the right point. Thank you so much. I'll move to Kumar. I have a question because I've been following JLL's journey also. Why is this focus on net zero like never before now? Why do you think net zero has become the norm of the day?
Okay, thanks for that question. I think when I sat there, the first thing I saw on the screen was time up. Okay, so world is telling us time up. We are seeing that, I think, as Mr. Kriogos was telling, that the temperatures are rising, and globally scientists have found out that unless you keep the temperature rise within 1.5 degrees centigrade compared to pre-industrial levels, we are in for disaster. Okay, we are seeing unprecedented rains, unprecedented drought, all these seasonal variations and weather changes. We are seeing it as a fact. Okay, so and I think the concept is also right. I think I saw it is reset button. So we have to do something. It is just earlier we used to talk about carbon neutrality. That means within my boundary. I mean, whatever is good for me within my boundary, I will do something. But today it's much more than that. Okay, there is something called a scope 1, scope 2, which is within your boundary, and scope 3 emissions is a bigger part of the whole thing. Now, scope 3 emissions, your embodied carbon, that means any material that you use is embodied carbon. Actually, if you see why we are talking so much about buildings is because 40% of the total gross emissions comes from buildings. 27% comes from operational carbon, which means the energy that you use and things like that. And 13% come from the embodied carbon. That means the steel that goes into it, the aluminum that goes into it, the concrete, so every material that goes into a building comes along with energy to produce it. That means the carbon along with it, plus also to transport it. Okay, if it is manufactured in the US and you are bringing a furniture, so it's obviously going to impact in terms of your embodied carbon. So all these impact, and plus if you look at transport, because people come to office or people come to including that totally 2/3 of the total emissions come from the building segment and the transport sector. And unless we do, as I told, unless we undo and do certain things and give something back to the nature, we cannot achieve that 1.5 degrees centigrade. So that's a goal. If we don't do that, the economy is going to be in peril. So we have to do, it makes business sense to do it today. So because of which today investors, occupiers, everybody puts pressure, and corporates and organizations are setting net zero targets. Countries are setting net zero targets. So I'll pass it here, otherwise it becomes very abstract. But unless we set it as a goal and really, really pursue that goal, life will, we can't survive our life. The human life cannot be survived on this earth. That's the way to put it across. It's not a bleak scenario, but it actually means it's an opportunity for us to correct the situation. That's all I can say.
Makes sense. And 2 words I picked up. Your previous answer said unlearning, and now you're saying undoing as well. So there's a lot of undoing and unlearning that needs to be done. And what Suraksha had mentioned about being net positive is what we should be aspiring to do, rather than just looking at net zero right now. With that, I want to ask Benny. I went to the Dakshin Chitra with the students yesterday. It's a wonderful project, of course. We saw those prototypes being made. Why do you think, or why do you say that timber is this most sustainable building material? What brings you to this conclusion of, I'm sure your practice does, but why do you stress upon timber being so sustainable?
You see, whatever we do now, all these green protocols or LEED rating or Griha rating or BREEAM rating or any of those things, they are going only to reduce the impact of global warming or climate change. Instead of happening to your children, it will happen to grandchildren. They will only slow down the process. We are not thinking of reversing the global warming or going back to the old state. But the more we use timber in buildings, the advantage is that timber is the most sustainable building material now. Because when you use timber in buildings, the carbon gets locked in the timber. If timber is burned, firewood is burned, carbon dioxide is emitted. If timber decays, carbon dioxide is emitted. The problem with the global warming is carbon emission is going up. If we can reduce the carbon emission, and the trees are the only things which can convert carbon dioxide into oxygen. Trees are the only things which is. So if you are thinking of reversing the climate change, if you are thinking of reversing the global warming, use more and more timber in buildings without cutting down the natural forests. We have so much wasteland available. Grow more trees, use them in buildings, And that is why it is possible to do this. There was a time when I thought that I will never live to see the global warming or the climate change and the effects of it. But now I know the problem is just around the corner. Disasters are on the increase. I mean, some of the highest temperatures recorded in Earth in the last century, say out of the 5, 4 has been during the last decade. Delhi went through a heat wave. All our cities are going through heat waves. And see the cold waves which is happening now in Mumbai and other places. I thought I will never live to see this, but it's happening now. And all these protocols which you have put, Kyoto Protocol or everything, has never happened the way it has been supposed to happen. If we have thought that this will happen, we will be able to reduce the carbon content in the atmosphere to such a level in 20 years. No, it has never. I mean, there are scientists who predict that by 2100, instead of 1 meter, sea level is going to rise by 2 meters. So where are we going to? It's a very, very bleak future. So the only way to do is to use more and more timber in buildings. And that is the solution for the future, because timber can be regrown, it can be reused, it can be recycled. Cement is irreversible.
True that. True.
That is the problem with this kind of material. So that is one of the reasons I say timber. I use timber extensively in my buildings for the last 30, 35 years.
Yes, I was in Coorg and I visited Ainmane that you have designed, and it did stress upon how timber could well be used in a new design as well. Thank you, Benny, on that. Selvarasu sir, I have a question for you. Kumar sir spoke about net zero, but I think your work and your experience talks more about neutral buildings, carbon neutral buildings as well. What are the challenges in developing these carbon neutral buildings besides being net zero energy?
Yeah, I think already Mr. Kumar covered predominantly the carbon neutrality. So far, we work under 4 walls of the building. So we don't go beyond the 4 walls, and we call it as a platinum building, net zero energy, net zero water, net zero waste. Just terminologies are very good, but if you look at it, whether that building material has come from sustainable way, I think that's a big question still not answered. And if you don't address this issue, it's going to be a major disaster, another disaster on sustainability. And I've been interacting with various international agencies to work on it. I'll give an example of, say, Nippon paint. It has got emission reports and, the kind of chemical component available in the building material and paint, and we use it and call it as a green. But how much energy, carbon emission per liter of paint it carries? So unless I have this kind of information available on the building materials, for every material for that matter, else we are not doing justice to the sustainability. Right now what we do is a mini school, and all the sustainability globally we talk about focusing on only one element, CO2 emission. But we take a product from somewhere in German and bring it and install it and keep platinum building. But how much energy that product has been consumed while producing, transportation, emission, then end of the life recycling. We are not talking about supply and demand, the distribution side. I think that one area we need to focus, looking at the entire life cycle of the product. I think that's where the journey required to be taken now, happening but not at the pace in which it's required to be done. So that's my simple feedback on the carbon neutrality.
Makes sense. I also understand that it is not just a practice word. It has to be actually done on site. You can't just say this is net zero, this is net. I had some notes: net zero water, net zero material. These are just practice words to put and sell. They can't be adjectives. They actually have to be on site executed. Thank you, sir. My direct question to Suraksha is, Because you have an award-winning project done and you have been doing a net zero residential project as well, a zero carbon home, how popular do you think is this concept of zero carbon in India right now as per your understanding of the context, and what really goes into designing this zero carbon home? What do you think we need to look at while addressing this?
Yes, so the term net zero, just to kind of break it down, is when it is basically the measure of how much greenhouse gases is added to the atmosphere or produced into the atmosphere and the amount that is removed. So that's where really the net zero term came in. And I think in the 1970s, during the Green Revolution and all of those things, they were talking more about just reducing energy consumption and keeping buildings comfortable. But today, after the COP21 agreement in Paris and all of the nations looking to race towards reducing that 1.5 degrees Celsius increase, I think climate change is time sensitive. And like Sir was saying, reversing it is extremely, it's an imperative, and we're losing this race terribly. And I think it all starts with one, and this one building that makes a change or an impact to the surroundings. And I think that's what we have tried to do with Aeon House, which is designed to be a zero carbon home. And it is already the certification is just a metric and measure, but it is nice to know that we're on our way pre-certified design gold. And once we do finish, based on how the building is used and operated throughout its lifetime, we can probably look into calling it close to net zero or zero carbon, etc. So in terms of the design of such buildings, you will easily see that buildings that are energy efficient or sustainably designed will always take into context sun, wind, light, will have strategically placed windows which bring in a lot of ventilation, be very porous. Like our own human skin, the building skin is like an environmental modifier, and it needs to breathe and change along with the environment and climate. And so fenestration design is extremely important to make sure not only that it allows that, say, 90% daylight into the space, but also cuts out that heat which you want to make sure doesn't enter into your space, which then you need to work harder to cool. And so as a first step, reducing the use of energy consumption would be the main driver in terms of passively designed homes. And then, of course, as you keep layering it in terms of reducing electrical energy, water, using appliances that are very energy efficient, making sure you look into the coefficient of performance, or making sure you go into the technical and active systems, such as your HVAC units, etc. That's on a different, that comes in as part of being a sustainable building. I think as architects, we need to know how to choose these things at early design stage when we are preparing that BOQ. And it's important to know what a low flow fixture is and how to conserve water and how to recycle it or work it into our design at early stages. And also carbon, when we talk about carbon and net zero carbon, there are two types which they've already mentioned. I think some of my fellow panelists have done that, which is embodied carbon, which is the carbon captured during the product or during the construction of the building, which is from manufacture to transport and all of that. And then there is the operational carbon, which is to make sure that your building runs using as absolutely off the grid, using natural renewable sources like sun, wind, light, hydroelectric, geothermal, for example. So this is something that we need to have the knowledge to partner with people who bring that expertise to the table so we can educate the clients. And we're very excited to announce that Aeon House, actually, we have done a life cycle analysis, and we are 20% negative in our global warming potential.
Lovely.
which has never been done before. So the start really is about creating the zero code, benchmarking buildings, and then sort of making sure it becomes the norm. And we hope that every building can be this way.
So we start
that's
and
really,
we create that benchmark, all of us,
Yeah.
as one thing, and then start building over it rather.
Yeah.
True that. Thank you. I have a lot to ask. I actually had a huge script prepared thinking, but of course we are running short of time. I've got 5 more minutes from Neeti to take one, one final takeaway from each one of you on this. But what I've realized is that the role of the academic institutions in terms of educating various aspects of sustainability, competitions like Ayda, the initiative by Nippon Paints India, and the role of companies committed to create lesser carbon footprint for a better sustainable world. Their roles is very, very important. These 3 are the spheres or domains where they can reach out to people and written about 2 important words is giving back, also technology optimization, like I said, and creating the expertise in the field. Could you, each one of you in a very short single sentence maybe, tell us what needs to be done ASAP? What do we start doing as industry, as academia, as young designers? What is your message? Each one of you. Selvarasu sir, can we start with you?
The fundamental requirement is just own it. Okay. It doesn't mean that only stakeholders in the built environment has to be done. Even individual people aware of it. Environment is getting degraded and we are all suffering. But the ownership is missing. That's what I understand. Own it, then there is a result.
Ownership, very important word. I'm going to take that word away from my understanding here for my lessons. Yes, Kumar sir.
Yeah, there's no one alone in this journey, so we need to work together. Everybody is an intelligent architect, intelligent engineer, but I think we have to put our brains together. So co-working.
Collaborative and co-working. Yes, very important.
I think it's just about, passing on your knowledge to students, to people, everybody around you. It could be your clients, whoever. As long as we keep reiterating the same thing. And I think I've fairly achieved that. Even with small children, it works much better. They're able to check their units of energy.
Easy to mold them than the...
Yes. So I think vast training is engaging in that.
Training and engagement, I think, is the takeaway, right? Suraksha, yes?
I think just be the change you want to see. So
start with self.
Yeah, one makes a difference and you have to just show that it's not very difficult to be sustainable.
Lovely, lovely. And I'm sure you are the perfect example for that. Benny?
I think we have to give tremendous importance to conservation of existing buildings, which has made its impact already on the environment. Just like COVID lockdown, when we were not able to get out of the houses, in 20 years, government has to will be putting a moratorium on new buildings unless it is absolutely essential. Otherwise, the future is going to be very bleak because all the promises which all these people are promised has not happened. We have politicians like Donald Trump. So it is not at all easy. So
conservation. Conservation of not just buildings, I think traditional knowledge and wisdom of construction as well. Lovely. Thank you all the panelists. I wish we had more time to take other 3 questions that I actually have for each one of you. Maybe off the stage we could still discuss that and share the knowledge with the students attending, also online. I wish to formally thank you, but I'll quickly wind up this session in terms of the takeaways that we have. And I want you to remain on stage because Ayda wants to felicitate your contribution here. The takeaway, I'm not going to paraphrase or make a paragraph out of it. I think the important words that we just now discussed, like ownership, making sure we have collaborative and co-working environments, training and engagement, starting with self while designing and addressing the concerns, conservation of buildings and ideas, technology optimization, taking expertise to the masses, not talking about technocrats or the technocratic language, which is very important. And most importantly, I thought, look at long-term profits than short-term profits. And instead of doing short-term profits and long-term losses, we should all invest into long-term profits. So thank you very much, all the panelists, for your valuable time.
Can I have 1 minute?
Yes, please.
Yes, yeah. A lot of budding architects, I thought I need to tell them that what is happening right now, quickly for 30 seconds. There are two major changes happening in the country as a whole. You must be familiar with ECBC and ENS code. Me and Samita, part of some other state. It's 18, 20 states, it has been mandatory. And I request all these architect students, please learn quickly ECBC and ENS code. Once it is mandatory, you can't bypass in your design. And for one more information, just a week back, it started by Ministry of Power that ECBC NS code will become a green building code. The base work started. In another 5 months' time, you will have a green building code for the country. So be ready for it. It's going to be a mandatory.
Yeah. So pre-preparedness is very important on this.
And second point, the lead rating is a front runner in the global level. Happened to be part of their committee meeting, and the next version, the revision will have 3 major changes. A resilience part of the lead rating program, which is right now missing. Second will be environment, social governance, ESG, and third will be carbon emission, embodied carbon. So the changes are happening, and being a young architect coming into the practice soon, please be part of it. Thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for covering that up.
Thank you, panelists. I'm from Nippon Paint. I head this operations for Nippon Paint India. I think all the 5 of you have given wonderful advice for the young architects here. I think even if 1 or 2 people from this building, this whole audience, if they can implement what Suraksha has done, will be an achievement for us. Having done this panel discussion. So one thing I just wanted to comment on what Selvaraju was telling about. Like today, Nippon Paint is one of the greenest paint available in the market. So we have a bandwidth from 100 rupees to about 700 rupees. All my products are green, only product level. But what you mentioned is on the way. Most likely by another 6 months' time, you will have products, paints I'm saying, which will have the carbon footprint printed on it.
Great.
Wow. So
Great.
to what the level it is.
Deserves a round of applause.
Also the governance part of it, or the regulation part of it, lot of happening, as you rightly said, as Sabita ma'am also was telling, like government is also doing it, right? Today, we are not supposed to use plastic. Now it is at 30% level, and it goes to reduce it by another 2 years. You will have only recycled plastic used in the paints. So we are planning to shift from PP, which is the polypropylene plastic cans. When you buy a paint, you get a can, right? So that is, now it is PP. Now we are moving into PET, which is 100% recyclable. So it's a collaborative effort. And also from the consumer side, I think awareness should come in. Like I sit in the executive board of IGBC. So we always talk like we should have more APs, IGBC APs to promote it. So from that, what we did is in my Nippon Paint, be it whatever division they are, we have about 25 IGBC accredited professionals in my own company. Niti is an accredited professional. Nitesh is an accredited professional. So when we go and talk to people, right, doesn't matter whether she's a qualified engineer or anybody of that sort, but she's an accredited professional. That's what we are doing towards sustainability and green nature. So I just want to put this point. Thank you so much for being a wonderful panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. I was going to mention in my sum up talk about the net zero carbon rated products that Nippon is coming up with. They are not just looking at ultra low or no order products, but now they are also creating a benchmark in creating products which will purify air by emitting the formaldehyde in the paints. I had my notes on that as well, and also antivirus paints that could possibly be eventually coming towards in the industry. Thank you very much, each one of you. It makes me more conscious of my role towards the sustainability of the built environment. And at this, I would like to propose to Nippon Paint to host a green conclave or a one-day full conference only on this topic, because it's such an important topic, has so much to talk about, maybe sometime in future. So similar to Nippon Paint, let us all pledge for working towards protecting our environment, being more responsible in terms of designers and execution. I want to take this opportunity to formally thank Nippon Paints India Private Limited and Ayda for giving us all this platform for this discussion, calling us here. And it's always a pleasure being associated, moderating panel discussions for Ayda. Thank you very much. I'll hand it over to Niti. Round of applause for everyone on stage. And thank you for being a lovely audience.
Thank you, panelists. Kindly stay back on stage. Calling upon Shankar Narayanan sir, Vice President, Nippon Paint India, to felicitate our panelists for the day. Helping us moderate. Niti? Calling upon Niti to take over from here.
we are in a very important and exciting part of the day, isn't it? Are you all ready? Excited? So I call upon all our leaders from Nippon Paint on stage to give the next few awards. Mr. Natraj, Director Sales, Mr. Rajiv, Business Head, Mr. Pratish, GM, Mr. Shankar Narayana, VP, Rajeshwari Ma'am, Director HR. Category is the Best Supporting College. The Best Supporting College is awarded to the college who's been supporting us with the maximum number of entries continuously. Especially this college is the second consecutive year for them. I'd like to call upon representative of this college once we announce the name to come on stage to get their awards. It is Dr. MGR Education and Research. So the next category is the Best Educational Institution. So this award is given to the institution which has given us the maximum number of entries, that is the maximum number of finalists. Once again, this college is very special to us because we had a winner in this college last year. I would like to call upon representative from this college to come to the dais and collect the award. Rachana Sunsets Academy of Architecture, Mumbai. Professor Yagnik, thanks for coming. The next award goes in the same category goes to Ranganathan Architecture College from Coimbatore. Unfortunately, whoever came to receive the award had gone out on a medical emergency. So we'll move on to the next category. Best mentor. It's very special, isn't it? Best mentor. A mentor is someone who allows you to see the hope inside yourself, isn't it? So this year we have four of them who we are announcing in this category. The first one is very special and close to us. Mr. Mahesh Mangat from Pune. Thanks for all the support, sir, as always. Special thanks to you for being our moderator as well. Thank you. So the second award winner in the same category is from Rachana Sansat Academy of Architecture, Mumbai, Professor Yagnik. Request you to come on stage, sir. Okay, the next award winner of the same category is Ms. Haranya Meenu from Dr. MGR Educational Institute. The next winner from the same category is Ms. Deepika Kameshwaran from Dr. MGR Institute of Education. The next category is the Special Mention Award. The representative from this college could please come on stage. RV College of Architecture, Bangalore. Professor Suresh Murthy. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
wishing for the on and on.
We are moving on to the next set of results. I would like to call upon Architect Geeta Balakrishnan ma'am on stage. Our President and AVP Marketing, Mr. Maestro and Master on stage, please.
All right. Before I announce the awards, I'd like to make a request to Dr. MGR College here. Every award I announce, you will cheer as if it is an MGR student out here. Agreed? Thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to begin with the Green Innovation Award, which goes to Prajwal Satwitkar from Academy of Architecture. The one who worked on designing with waste materials. Congratulations, Prajwal. MGR, are you ready? The next award. Best Color Choice goes to Harbina Kaur from Pearl Academy, Delhi. Moving on to the honorary mention, there are two honorary mentions. The first one, it's in no order, both of them are equally honored, is Aditya Sone from College of Engineering, Trivandrum. Adit Sone, I'm sorry. So you've got a job offer too. At Ethos. Good job, Adit. The second honorary mention for this evening is a college that's been on the national and the international stage a few times. Devyani from RV College of Engineering. You did a lot right, but like I said, one day, one result. Very well done. Moving on to the Silver Award in the Interior Design category, it goes to Shivani Jadhav from Lokmanya Tilak Institute of Architecture and Design Studies, Mumbai. I think for the interior design category, the lesson for everybody is that you need to work a lot more on the interiors. The architecture was quite well worked out. The silver award now in architecture. I'm sure a few of you are wishing it's not you. Nikita Dhavle from VIT PVP College of Architecture. For the ephemeral design that she presented under the bridge. For the gold award in interior design was a tough one. There was less of interiors in most of the entries, and I think that's something that all of you need to look into. Shivam Singh from Chandigarh College of Architecture. It also means you have a lot of work ahead. A lot of work ahead. For the final award in the architecture category, any guesses? Who's got the gold award in architecture? This person is going to make Prasanna Desai a very happy man today. Vaibhav Dalvi from VIT PVP College of Architecture again. Prasanna Desai, Shekhar Garud, all of them are going to be really happy. Lot of work ahead. I'll request all the jury members to come on stage. And I request Shivam as well, the two gold winners. Can we have the silver winners here too, please? And then followed by the other awardees as well. At one point, I thought both the golds are going to be women today, but it turned out otherwise, the way the discussions were going. Nikita, why don't you also join us? Come. Neeti, of course. And Nidish. One huge roar and round of applause. Thank you and all the best. I think God bless. And I'll allow Neeti and team to take us through the vote of thanks.
We will do the vote. Thanks for Geeta, ma'am. I deem it a great honor and privilege to present the vote of thanks for AYD Awards 2022. But there is one name that is continuously reminds me as a great pillar of support. And to honor that great name, I would like to call upon Mr. Mark Titus, AVP Marketing, Nippon Paint India. A heartfelt thanks to architect Geeta Balakrishnan, who has been supporting AYDA Awards over the years and guiding, mentoring us all the way throughout. A huge round of applause. MGR, please.
So Geeta ma'am, you're definitely very special to us as an organization and for Ayda as a property. I don't think many of the people over here will know that she was actually unwell yesterday and this morning as well. But nobody will realize that because that's the kind of energy that she brings. And it's only because of the contribution of you, ma'am, and ethos that Ayda today is at the level that it is. Thank you so much. Yeah.
A heartfelt thanks to our eminent jury members for their continuous support. I humbly thank you for your continuous support over the years. It is their thread of thoughts and fair and just results which made Ayda a great evening. Last, I would also like to thank the panel members who enlightened us with the word called unlearn and undoing. Green is definitely the buzzword and going the way forward. It was reminiscent watching all the winning submissions. But let me tell you, it is not just the submissions. Every one of you is a winner in own way, and we really are delighted to have you. Last but not the least, I would like to thank our President, Mr. Mahesh Anand, and the entire leadership team of Nippon for taking out time and guiding us and entrusting us with AYDA Awards 2022. I would like to end the vote of thanks with making Ayda more grand and more bigger over the years. Thank you. Thanking all of you. You were a lovely audience from the, and I would request is from the back seats, please disperse towards. And with that note, we end up the evening. Thanks a lot. You have been a wonderful audience. Thank you, all of you.